Chaos is everywhere. Drones from all over the city are flying toward a tower hovering in the air. From there, only human screams can be heard. The tower contains a veritable abode of evil. A colossal dragon destroys all in its path. Drones reported that the last human of Luris has been destroyed. This means the team is wiped out. Stage 127 has been failed, and the dragon's remaining health is at 94%. The team that went to the dragon, with smiles on their faces and full confidence, is now exterminated, and their bodies are among the ruins of the tower. The spectators watching the battle were shocked. No one could believe that the Swordmaster Luris was dead, and the strongest team had been destroyed. People began to wonder who could defeat the dragon, if even the strongest had weakened the dragon by only 5%. Everyone received a notification that they had to destroy the boss before the deadline. The remaining time was 32 minutes. Failure to do so would result in the extermination of the entire population of the test zone. The test zone was the solar system. People stood in the streets, hoping the world hadn't ended. Some suggested attacking the dragon as a crowd. Some were completely desperate and decided to spend all their money on a farewell dinner. And some simply cried from helplessness and a reluctance to die. Suddenly, the drones announced that a new participant had arrived. People began to hope that some team hadn't yet given up, meaning there was a chance of survival. However, the drones only announced one participant. It was number 128, Endo, who entered through the portal into the abode of fire. After what they saw, the people's hopes were dashed. They were certain they couldn't defeat the dragon alone, so it was best to say goodbye to their loved ones and prepare for the end of the world. Some thought the boy had simply decided to commit suicide, in style, as a farewell. The dragon laughed at the fact that Ray had come to him alone. He even told the guy that there was no point in defending himself in vain. And then, the dragon would grant him 3 whole minutes of life. Ray grinned at the dragon and thanked him for his advice, calling him a coward. He warns the dragon that the more he talked, the longer he would live. The boy's smile widened, and he was moved to tears by the dragon's concern for its own life. And then the boss of the fire abode became angry. The dragon laughed, saying the boy had simply decided to hasten his death. The drone sent out notifications that the dragon had used an area of effect attack and dragon flame. However, Ray wasn't even frightened by the bright flame before him. He held his hand behind his back and snapped his fingers, summoning a magical ball. Ray launched the first attack. The dragon was beside himself with rage, unable to understand how the boy had managed to parry his blow. Ray smiled and replied that he had not come empty-handed and was prepared for battle. And then the boy began attacking the dragon, and he responded with a dragon strike. The green stream from the ball took the form of a dragon and sank its teeth into its belly. The system immediately reported that the dragon's health was at 84%. Blood oozed from the dragon's wound, and Ray asked if the great and terrible dragon's skill could really only deal 10% damage. After this, the disappointed guy extended his hand and said that he had prepared in vain, because after this, even the number of spectators could decrease. The dragon came to his senses a little and wanted to say something to the guy, but Ray interrupted him and took out a crystal surrounded by a chain. He smiled and split the crystal into several pieces, revealing a small skull inside. Ray told the dragon it shouldn't have opened its mouth. The system reported that Ray had used a unique item, the soul shackle. One of the crystal fragments appeared above the dragon. The dragon found himself chained on all sides, unsure what to do. Afterward, the dragon was lowered to the ground, and the chains finally bound him, causing him to roar loudly. Ray reached up and began to draw energy towards himself, ordering the dragon to shut up. The drone was showing the audience a weakened and wounded dragon, and then it pointed its lens at the sign. It contained payment details addressed to Ray. Another drone approached the boy and announced that the remaining time was 22 minutes and 52 seconds. But Ray wasn't in any rush to kill the dragon, so he said he'd wait another 2 minutes. He grabbed the drone and said that if they wanted Ray to kill the dragon, they'd have to fork over the money. After this, the guy relaxed, sat down, and addressed the camera directly, asking the audience how much they thought their lives were worth. The audience was furious with Ray, everyone shouting at him to stop it immediately, as the whole world was at stake. They thought he was crazy, as money was completely irrelevant in this situation. Ray poured himself some tea. The dragon was going crazy with anger and shouted that the boy would definitely pay for his mockery. Then Ray snapped his fingers, and the dragon's chains tightened even more. And then the system announced that the death dragon had activated its ultimate skill, Flames of Great Fury. The dragon splashed a stream of bright flame at the guy, however. Ray didn't even move an eye. He continued drinking tea. The dragon became even more angry. The boy put the cup back on the saucer and told the dragon that he hadn't learned anything. Ray looked into the dragon's eyes and asked if he hadn't told him to sit quietly, or he wouldn't be able to see the payment sign for his account. The dragon was in complete shock and couldn't believe that even the ultimate skill couldn't handle this guy. Meanwhile, Ray scrolled through his account's deposit history and was surprised to see that only 10 billion had been transferred. The guy asked if they were making fun of him. He sat back in his chair and began to think that he was unlikely to be able to do a proper job for that kind of money. After that, the guy looked into the camera and said goodbye to everyone. The live feed on screens across the city suddenly cut off, and an error message appeared. People were going crazy, unable to understand why Ray had stopped broadcasting. Some couldn't understand why he really needed to transfer all their savings. One of the women fell to the ground, clutching her child, and began to ask this savior of the world to help them survive. Meanwhile, those in high places were getting nervous that Ray was demanding the full amount be transferred to him. After all, if they did so, they would face significant losses in the future. The boss yelled and ordered everyone to shut up, as he needed to worry about that later. Right now, they could become his sponsors. The boss ordered me to transfer everything I had to this guy. The guy finally got his money. Ray was delighted and said that he had finally gotten what he wanted. And now, he was the richest man in the world. The guy immediately activated the Soul Forger's side skill and said that it was time to save the world. Ray snapped his fingers and took out a vial containing a dragon's soul, then another vial containing a god's soul, and a vial containing a mage's soul. The system reported that the formation of special equipment, the holy sword of the great craftsman, was in progress. Suddenly, the dragon began to laugh loudly and said that Ray was crazy to try to defeat him with that toothpick. Suddenly, the dragon managed to break free from its chains, shouting that he would destroy this guy with his own hands. However, before the dragon could finish his speech, Ray cut off his paw and the dragon fell to the ground. After this, the guy approached the dragon and dealt several more blows, cutting off the dragon's head and cutting it into pieces. Ray finished, swung his sword, and said that the dragon's death had long been predetermined. Then Ray wiped the blood from his face and sword, and said that the moment had finally come when a substantial sum of money had been credited to his account. But how did Ray get to this point? It had been an ordinary sunny day, a pleasant breeze blowing into the small room, and Ray was playing a virtual reality game. He was sweating profusely from excitement. Suddenly, a notification came from the system. Ray successfully passed the final test. The boy fell to his knees in exhaustion and asked with a disbelieving smile if he had really managed to do it. It was a scam game. That's what they used to call a fully immersive online prophecy game. The game features excellent development by VR World, a fully immersive action game with 16K resolution. Using a VR device, players could experience sounds, smells, and objects. Those who complete the game will gain unlimited access to resources that will not expire even after centuries. However, no one believed the game's description. Ray, too, was one of those who simply played and had fun, and thought it would be better if the reward were transferred to his account. But one day, everything changed. The boy remembered how one fine day he was working on a construction site, and the foreman called a break. Ray sat on a bench under the canopy, hiding from the heat and listening to the conversation of other workers. The guy couldn't find a normal job, so he started working part-time as a laborer on construction sites. He was squeezed as if in a vice, worked until he was sweating in the scorching sun, and received only ridicule and mockery from his colleagues. When Ray opened the food container to grab a bite to eat, he received a message on his phone from the game Prophecy Online. The guy looked and couldn't understand how this notification from the developer came if he turned off all notifications. The message addressed Ray as the #1 player in Prophecy Online and congratulated him on reaching the top spot in the power rankings among all beta players. It was also stated that a reward would be sent to his account and that he had to confirm the transfer. Ray unscrewed the cap from the water bottle and grinned, wondering if they were really scammers now. He decided to test it. The guy logged into his account and started drinking water, saying that his account was still empty, and suddenly he fell silent. Seeing so much money in his account, Ray was simply shocked. While the guy was staring at his phone screen in shock, one of the workers called him over and said he wanted to ask him something. But when he didn't hear any answer, the worker walked up to the guy and hit him on the shoulder, asking what was wrong with him and if he was overheated. Ray suddenly jumped up from his seat, pushed past the worker, and ran out of the construction site. The worker started shouting after him, asking where he was going. The happy guy ran home and couldn't believe that you could actually make money in this game. And if those words about unlimited access to resources that won't expire after centuries are true, then he devoted all his energy to this game. However, Ray realized too late that he had been too naive. This game is merciless to players. Players were like pawns on a chessboard to her. Level bosses destroyed not only players, but also their saves. The dungeon exits always appeared in different places. But most importantly, the pain from the blows was quite real. When players were faced with an overly realistic fear of death, they stopped playing. At his job, Ray earned just enough to cover his bare necessities. To keep gambling, he took on debt and loans. Those from whom Ray had borrowed money pursued him, demanding his money back or they would kill him. But the boy had no choice but to move forward, hoping for unlimited access to resources that would never run out, even after centuries. When Ray had just finished the game, he received another message from the developer, congratulating the guy on successfully completing the game. And they argued that the experience Ray gained would undoubtedly become a valuable resource in the future. The guy took a breath and removed the device, placing it on the floor with trembling hands. And with a smile on his face, he said, "Haven't he really done it?" After that, a notification sound sounded, and Ray immediately rushed to the phone. The guy again received a letter from the developer. This message was addressed to all Prophecy Online players. The developer wrote that they had recently achieved their goal. Someone had finally completed the game. And as a result, all online Prophecy servers will be shut down from now on. Ray asked fearfully about the reward. In the last line of the message, the developer sincerely thanked everyone for their participation. Not seeing even a hint of a reward, Ray dropped his phone in shock, and its screen broke. The boy hung his head dejectedly and asked again about his reward. After all, he'd made it through the game, and during all those difficult trials, they were bound to reward him. Then the guy calmed himself down and convinced himself that there was simply so much money there that they couldn't transfer it all at once. Ray lay down on the mattress and said hopefully that he would check his account tomorrow. But since Ray received his first million, no more money had come in. He kept thinking how much better his life would have been if he'd just given up halfway. But no matter how much he regretted it, time couldn't be turned back. A week passed. Ray woke up on a hot morning and heard a notification arrive. The boy picked up the phone and made sure no one had called him. Then he looked up to see the screen in front of him. It said the main quest had failed, Moscow had been destroyed. A new main quest, Test of the Earth, was beginning. The remaining time is 43 days and 7 hours. You must defeat the boss before the deadline. If you fail, the test zone will be destroyed. Ray was completely confused and didn't understand what was happening. News flashed across television that Moscow had been wiped off the face of the earth. The entire city was reduced to dust, and the Russian government declared that there was no chance of survival. Unidentified creatures have suddenly appeared across Japan. Cities are being attacked by dragon-like creatures. Correspondents trumpeted that the horror that happened to Moscow now awaits Japan. And according to eyewitnesses, this disaster resembles a quest in a game called Prophecy Online. The similarities are almost 100%. A geologist invited on television insisted he didn't believe this nonsense. It wasn't some kind of game. All the destruction was caused by a natural disaster, caused by the shifting of tectonic plates. The TV presenter tried to convince the geologist that their reporter was actually reporting from the scene, but the geologist insisted it was camera interference, not some kind of monsters. Meanwhile, Japanese media tried to escape the monster. A reporter asked if they were safe now, as one of the monsters was aiming at them. Suddenly, the colleague began to shout through the device for them to get out of there immediately, as the monster opened its mouth and collected a huge amount of energy. However, there was no response from the reporter or the entire team. The monster had destroyed their helicopter, and contact was lost. Ray already knew then that these weren't slabs. There was no doubt about it. It had happened. Even though the world was in total disarray when the game became reality, Ray was completely calm. After all, only one thought was running through his head back then: the experience he'd gained, which would undoubtedly become a valuable resource in the future. These resources in question implied strategies for completing the game, and Ray was the only one to complete it, and saving the world lay in his hands. And with this unrivaled power, Ray can make a huge amount of money. With the online prophecy now coming true, Ray knew a race for points would begin among the former players, and he needed to rush to the nearest dungeon. With the onset of the apocalypse, the atmosphere on the streets became gloomy. Running past people, Ray heard them unsure what to do or where to run. Some still didn't believe Japan was over. There was no public transportation in the city. Ray was already starting to tire from running and gritted his teeth, fighting back the weariness. But suddenly, a familiar voice stopped the boy. It was Takuo, one of the debt collectors who was pursuing the boy for his debts. Takuo ordered the guy to stop and asked how it was that Ray went for a walk and didn't return the money. Takuo was just on his way to visit the boy, so he told the boy to turn around and come with him. After saying these words, he threw his cigarette butt in the boy's face. A year ago, when Ray was in the game, he received a letter saying that an online prophecy company was offering $200,000 interest-free to those who pass the qualification. And the condition is that players who receive unlimited resources are obliged to give up half of the company. Ray gave in to temptation and thought that this was a whole $200,000 without interest, and he could pay it back later when he completed the game. The guy agreed and took the loan. But, of course, things turned out quite differently in reality. They actually gave him $200,000. But then, after Ray had already spent it, they sent him a contract with exorbitant interest rates. According to them, Ray didn't make the cut, so they demanded 50% in 10 days. So the guy had to take out several loans to pay them off on time. However, when Ray was ready to pay them all off on time, they didn't answer his calls. They waited for the interest rates to rise. Meanwhile, Takuo told the boy it was time to pay off his debts. Ray looked at him menacingly and said that they themselves did not give him a chance to return the money on time. Takuo called the guy pathetic and said that all debtors usually make such stupid excuses. And suddenly, Takuo calmed down and said that wasn't why he was here. He asked the guy if he'd played Prophecy online. After all, the world is currently being overtaken by something similar to this game. Receiving no answer, Takuo grabbed the boy by the shirt and began demanding that Ray spill everything he knew. Suddenly, Ray ordered Takuo to take his little hands off. This greatly angered the debt collector. He couldn't understand why Ray was suddenly so brazen. The boy looked him in the eye and said he could give him some good advice. After that, Ray activated his rookie fist skill, and when Takuo saw the boy's hand glowing blue, he let go of him in fear. The system reported that the force of the blow had been increased by 50%. Then, Ray struck the collector. He instantly fell to the floor. Ray approached him and deactivated the skill, saying that he would be the one in charge in this world. Takuo remained silent, and then Ray said that he didn't think he could hear him anymore. Then Ray left him unconscious and ran on. People driving by were intrigued by the spectacle. A hooded boy named Light looked out the window and asked the girl sitting next to him, named Ray, if that person was a participant in the game. Svet grinned and said that he didn't think he would meet an initiate so soon. The hooded man knew that soon all laws would be shattered. The very foundation of the world would be rewritten. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing to him. Ray soon arrived at the goat sanctuary. He approached the enormous doors, and he had no doubt that this place was exactly like the one in the game. Coming closer, he stopped and noticed a strange car parked on the road nearby. So there was already someone inside? Ray entered the sanctuary, and a long path descending appeared before him. He had been descending for several minutes. Approaching the doors of the first hall, Ray realized something was wrong. He smelled blood. He covered his nose and entered. There he saw a pile of corpses of lizards that resembled humanoids. Someone had clearly dealt with them. In the very center of the room stood the team and their leader, Light. He noticed Ray and told the others that another one had arrived. Light placed both hands on the hilt of the sword he had thrust into the monster, and asked Ray if he was also a player for coming to this place. Ray was clearly unhappy that he wasn't alone there, and asked if they had killed the lizards. Svet replied that it was their doing, and that these high-level monsters were called shining lizards, and if it weren't for their team, Ray would already be dead. At this time, Ray thought about how high-level these lizards were, since they were the lowest in rank. Suddenly, Light took off his hood and offered Ray to become his subordinate, as he noticed that Ray came alone and had no friends. The condition was that Ray would give him half of the rewards, and Light, in turn, would protect him as weak. Ray smiled, closing his eyes and apologized, saying that he preferred to play alone. He then pointed his finger at their entire team and said with a smile that besides, they didn't stand a chance against the level boss. Sveta's face darkened with irritation, and the others were surprised by such words. The entire team gathered behind the columns to discuss the matter. It was suggested that they kill Ray after they dealt with the boss. Ray's girlfriend disagreed, saying it was too cruel. Svet said that all the remaining players are just obstacles in their way, and the less people know about the game, the better for them. He confronted the boys with the fact and said that this was his decision, and that anyone who disagreed would die by accident. Light then told the team that the level's boss was a flaming goat, a rather challenging opponent, but once defeated, it would take a full 7 days to recover. Light didn't want Ray to get the boss's loot either, so he ordered his team to prevent Ray from getting inside until he defeated the boss. There were 5 minutes left before the gates opened. Soon, they would be able to enter and fight the boss. Several team members approached Ray, who was standing apart from everyone else. Ray looked at them with a smirk and asked if they were really planning to fight him. The guy clenched his fists and said that was it, ordering Ray not to move from the spot. Ray knew he could unwind them in a second, but he didn't even want to get his hands dirty. So he decided for himself that he would have time to kill the boss when their entire team lost. There were 3 seconds left before the door opened. The doors opened, and the team entered. Ray stayed outside, leaning against the wall and drinking tea. He wondered how far they could go. Meanwhile, Svet worriedly asked if Ray had followed them. After confirming that he had stayed behind, Svet said it was for their benefit. And suddenly, the girl asked what would happen if someone realized they'd made Ray's death look like an accident. Svet replied that she was overthinking it. During this conversation, they had almost reached the end of the spacious corridor. Light struck the boy on the shield and warned him to be on guard. The guy gave him a thumbs up with a smile and said that everything would be fine since he had the shield and no boss could be afraid of it. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the corridor and Light began to scream. What the hell was going on, and where was this wind coming from? At the end of the corridor, a huge column burst into flames, from which a strong wind emanated. Svet froze in one place and looked at the flame with horror. He thought that this was the boss. However, the flame died down. Suddenly, the clatter of a 4-hoofed monster was heard. A huge centaur appeared, hammer in hand. It was a hellish goat. The hellish goat opened its mouth, flames pouring out, and roared loudly. The entire team was scattered in all directions. A loud roar and a powerful gust of wind sent them flying even further. Some were thrown right to the doors, and Light was among them. The boy looked again at the hellish goat and realized that this was all very, very bad. He didn't know how to proceed. The frightened girl ran up to him and started asking what they should do. Svet told her to shut up and said they were retreating immediately. One of the team members rushed to the doors, but the doors did not budge and could not be opened. Suddenly, a guy with a shield appeared and started asking what the hell they were doing. Svet ordered the rest of the team to detain the guy with the shield because he said his shield could withstand anything, and so the boy had no choice but to try to protect everyone. He stood with dignity against the hellish goat. The team ran to the door to try to open it and escape, but the goat raised its hammer and obliterated the guy with a single blow. Shards flew in all directions. Hearing the crash, the team turned around, their faces frozen in horror, as they saw the crushed body of their comrade. After this, the hellish goat took the guy's shield with 2 fingers, raised it above his head, and swallowed it. The crew members were horrified by what they saw. None of them imagined just how terrifying this monster was. Svet knew this shouldn't have happened. Since they had prepared for the fire goat, even novices could defeat this monster with proper strategy. But after the new version, a boss appeared that no one had ever defeated. The Hell Goat. 4,762 players failed to kill this boss. Svet didn't understand why this hellish goat was here, why he hadn't been removed, because he shouldn't be here. And then Svet remembered that Ray was standing outside. And while the door couldn't be opened from the inside, it was possible to enter from the outside. Svet leaned against the door, knocking and yelling for Ray to open it. He promised to give him all the team's rewards if Ray defeated this monster. Svet heard nothing in response. He continued knocking and shouting, hoping that Ray would finally open the door. However, while Svet was trying to shout, the monster was already at the door. The goat threw everyone in all directions with his hammer. The team members fell to the floor, groaning in pain. After the blow, Svet tried to rise to his feet, knowing the goat was too strong, and at this rate, they would all die. At that moment, Ray opened the doors and walked inside, saying that it was so rude for a leader to ask others for help. Svet, writhing in pain, looked at Ray's narcissistic smile and clenched his teeth. However, Light consoled himself by saying that he was only using Ray as bait to save his own ass. So he stood up and ordered all the team members to go out while Ray distracted the monster. And when the girl ran past Ray, he tripped her and she fell to the floor. And Ray told her that he didn't advise her to do that. Meanwhile, Svet ran as fast as he could toward the door, but it was already beginning to close. He extended his hand forward, thinking he was about to be on the other side, but the door closed right in his face, trapping his hand. Svet winced in pain and began screaming, trying to pull his hand away. Hearing the scream, the Hellgoat approached him and said that he was very noisy. The light immediately went silent. The monster raised his hammer and began to shout irritably that his ears were withering from these screams, so let him finally shut up. Svet looked at the monster in horror, and a cold sweat appeared on his face. Then a loud sound was heard. A thud was heard, Svet's body was crushed, and blood spattered everywhere. The team members were now at a loss as to what to do next. At that moment, Ray picked up Light's sword and said it was all very simple. And Light might be an idiot, but his sword wasn't bad. Suddenly, the hellish goat raised his hammer over the guy and laughingly asked if he also wanted to die, promising that he would help with that. The monster then struck Ray with its hammer. However, the boy was already above his head. Ray grinned and told the goat he was talking nonsense. After that, the boy cut off the monster's horns. Then, moving down the goat's body, Ray began slashing. The monster screamed loudly, and its horns crashed to the ground. At this point, Ray found himself next to the surviving crew members. He told them that he could only save their lives for 10 million. The girl was in complete shock and couldn't believe her ears. Ray told them again that for 10 million, they would be saved. The girl decided to check if it was 10 million per person. Ray replied that it was correct. 10 million per person for sparing their lives. And then the guy jumped up and started shouting for Ray to stop talking nonsense, since they didn't have that much money, and this was too much. Then Ray pointed his sword at them and said that if they didn't have money, then let them earn it through their own labor, and they'll give him 90% of the reward from every boss they defeat. Ray considered asking for full payment, but decided they could keep 10% for themselves. He wasn't some kind of despot. The girl started shouting at Ray to stop talking nonsense, since even Mr. Light only demanded 50% of the spoils from them. Immediately after these words, the monster's shadow covered them, and a stream of flame erupted. The hellish goat screamed. How dare he deprive him of his pride, his horns? After that, the monster released a ball of fire at the boys, and they didn't even have a chance to escape the line of fire. The girl immediately pulled out her staff and protected everyone, but it wasn't enough, and Ray pushed them back so the fire couldn't reach them. After that, Ray landed next to them and asked how long their luck would last so that they could survive. And then the girl and the guy fell to their knees and started shouting that they would agree to anything, just so that Ray would kill this hellish goat. Hearing this answer, Ray smiled and said that was it. Then he turned and looked at the monster. He yelled at the goat that it had been a while since he'd kicked his ass. This angered the monster, who replied that he didn't remember ever losing to a mortal. Meanwhile, the team members couldn't figure out what Ray was talking about. Even after the new update, not a single player had managed to defeat the hellish goat. Ray looked at the monster with confidence and remembered that there was no update related to this boss in this game. After defeating the hell goat, he changed his form and players could only fight against the fire goat. While Ray was thinking, the monster attacked him. But Ray reacted instantly and prevented the blow. The goat became incredibly angry and began to ask who Ray even was and how he was able to parry his hammer. Ray smiled and replied that even a level 50 veteran player would meet his death with such an attack. And for him, such a blow would be downright fatal. But as long as Ray knew the goat's weak spot, the monster wouldn't kill him. The hellish goat swung its hammer in rage, and Ray dodged the blow, after which he began to dodge each blow of the monster, moving from side to side. The hellish goat went berserk and began to scream in rage, asking why he couldn't even hit this mortal. At this time, Ray approached the monster's head and cut its eye, saying that it moved the same way as in their last battle. Ray didn't stop and continued to strike. The team members watched this battle and did not believe that Ray was winning. The boy and girl clenched their fists and started shouting words of encouragement for Ray to beat the bastard. Ray started yelling at them to shut up and stop distracting him. The crew called him rude in response. Meanwhile, Ray landed on the ground, and the goat's hammer struck almost next to him. Then, the goat struck again. Ray managed to escape the blows. However, he found himself trapped in the corner of the wall, with nowhere to run. The goat smiled, and putting the hammer on the floor, said that Ray might say something before he died. But Ray sent the goat away, and said that he wouldn't hit him, even at such a short distance. Rage gripped the goat. His eyes blazed with flames. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide, collecting hot flames within himself. The fire began to spread throughout the room. The team members couldn't understand what was happening. It was a flame that destroyed everything in its path. Even level 99 players couldn't survive such an attack. There's no escape from this attack, no matter how hard you try. And that's the hellish goat's greatest asset. At this point, Ray's eyes lit up with anticipation, and he said it was wonderful, because he had been waiting for this moment. And then the system announced that the newbie skill had been activated. Ray pushed off the ground and launched himself upward with such force that the ground beneath his feet broke. The system reported that the kick attack power had increased by 50%. Blue flames erupted. At this time, Ray remembered that the flame that destroys everything in its path is a powerful spell, but at the moment of its casting, the boss is completely defenseless, and the monster is so focused on casting the spell that he is unable to even move. In short, even a level 1 player will be able to take him down with one precise blow to the head. Ray flew above the goat and kicked off the ceiling, pointing the tip of his sword downward. Ray plunged the sword into the monster's head. The monster no longer moved, and only a small flame erupted from its mouth. Ray told the goat that if he had already begun casting the spell, he wouldn't be able to interrupt it, and in this state, his flames will simply corrode his insides, and he won't be able to survive his own flames. After this, Ray soared above the monster. Flames began to burst from every crevice of the goat, destroying it. After the flames died down and the body burned, the guys approached the corpse, and the system reported that the unique boss, Hell Goat, had been defeated. The girl almost cried with happiness. She couldn't believe they'd survived. The boy also sighed with relief. However, the only thing that bothered the team members was the fact that Ray had defeated the boss without receiving a single injury. And suddenly, the system notified that Ray was the first in the entire world who managed to kill the unique boss. And for this, he is awarded a unique title, Rookie Conqueror. Ray was surprised, as there were no such titles in the game. But still, the games are different in some ways. The system also reported that the unique title increases his attack power by 50% when attacking bosses. Ray said that sounded very good. The system replied that he was the first person in the world to be granted this unique title, and as a bonus for such an achievement, he could choose a subclass. The guy was surprised by such generosity at the very beginning of the game, and already such a difficult choice. A window appeared in front of the guy, in which the system asked if Ray wanted to choose a subclass right now. Ray said it was a stupid question, and the answer was obvious. Then he pressed the button. Yes. The system immediately warned the guy that once the subclass was selected, it would be impossible to change it. After that, Ray found himself in another space. He touched the panel, and everything around sparkled. He placed his palm against the wall and mentally said that he needed the Soul Forger subclass. And after these words, energy waves began to pass through his hand to his entire body, creating an energy field around the guy. The system was immediately notified that the Soul Forger subclass was now available to him, and they sincerely congratulated him. Ray smiled and said that he was hunting for money, but ended up hitting the jackpot. Now the guy decided to see what he got from the monster. A key and a dagger appeared in front of him. The girl saw this and said it was the key to the underground waters. These are special hunting grounds where you can not only level up, but also earn good money. The guy supported him and said that, according to Svet, this was a very rare drop, which is why he was gathering the group. Ray twirled the key on his finger and said that it wasn't such a rare thing, and the drop rate of this key was 100%. The guy got angry and started shouting and asking how Ray even knew this. The girl couldn't understand why he was speaking so confidently. Ray just looked at them, took the dagger in his hand, and said that the hellish dagger was a truly rare thing. The boy approached one of the fragments and lightly touched it with his dagger. The stone immediately broke into 2 pieces. The girl couldn't believe her eyes that Ray had just cut a stone with a dagger like butter. However, Ray said this was a very weak result and decided to test the new class on it, hoping that he had enough materials for improvement. A subclass, as the name suggests, is an additional class to an existing one, and most of these subclasses are useless, with the exception of a couple of subclasses. The Soulsmith is one of them. People with this subclass are able to extract a soul fragment from anything: people, animals, plants, and ore. Different fragments provide different upgrades. Ray knew this subclass could help him beat this damn game. He activated the Soul Eye, and the system notified that the item could be awakened using the Soul Forger subclass, and the items required for such awakening are a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage. Ray glanced at the girl, and the system immediately reported that she was on the 5th level, and it was possible to extract a fragment of the mage's soul. The condition for the extraction was the signing of a contract. Ray realized this girl was a magician. However, a contract wasn't part of his plans. He wanted to demand 90% of every boss they defeated. However, after a bit of thought, Ray realized it sounded more appealing. He plunged his sword into the floor tiles and approached the boys. Ray asked them if they wanted to become stronger and said he could give them this key to do so. The guy immediately started jumping for joy and shouting that they really wanted this. Then, Ray pulled out the contract and said, in that case, they would be obligated to bring him all the items on the list, and the key would be an advance payment. The boys nearly burst into tears of joy. They wanted to get rich with the key. Ray said that there was no need to thank him, because the richer they became, the richer Ray himself would become. The system reported that Ray had entered into a contract with the girl. All the conditions for extracting the soul fragment of an F-rank mage had been met. A vessel appeared before the boy. The material was obtained, and Ray decided to begin forging. The Soul Forger's skill activated. Then, a huge whirlpool of energy appeared, and the dagger began to merge with the vessel. Ray raised his hands up and began to chant a spell to awaken the hellish dagger. After this, a bright flash appeared, and the system reported that the awakening of the hellish dagger was successful. Ray took the dagger in his hand, and a notification came that the weapon's attack power had been increased, and a new skill, a soul-slashing strike, was available. The boy immediately wanted to test his new skill and swung. The boys were very scared and didn't know what to expect. Ray stabbed with his dagger, releasing a powerful shockwave that reached the end of the corridor and went beyond the sanctuary. The loud sound scared away all the birds in the area, and sunlight penetrated into the sanctuary, illuminating the surprised faces of the children. Ray looked up at the sky through the huge hole he had made, and a few more pieces of debris fell on him. Meanwhile, the frightened and shocked boys lay on the ground and did not understand whether it was possible for a person to possess such power. Having tested the strength of the blow this way, Ray said it was good. Now he had the weapon and the skills, and there was only one thing left. After these words, he turned to the girl, and she became very scared. She closed her eyes and covered her head with her hands, hoping that Ray wouldn't kill her. But Ray simply walked past and approached the wreckage. The girl was very surprised by this. She turned around and saw Ray sitting down next to the corpse, his hands folded in prayer. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she wondered if he really wanted to honor the memory of the dead players. But everything turned out quite differently. After the prayer, Ray picked the corpse's pockets and, finding a wallet, began counting the money. The guy said that it was his money now, and he thought it would definitely be enough for a taxi. The boys watched from the sidelines, and the girl said that Ray was more terrifying than the most hellish goat, like a monster in human form. Some time passed. Ray headed to his next destination. He came to the entrance of the abandoned temple. Entering inside, Ray looked around and walked forward along the path until he came across a well. Inside the well, he noticed a ladder and decided to climb down. Ray knew there was an abandoned well in the old temple, and that at the bottom of the well there is a secret dungeon where you can easily farm experience. The monsters there are quite strong, and to complete this dungeon, you'll need a group of at least 3 people. But now that Ray had awakened the hellish dagger, he was confident that all the experience and money would be his. A few minutes later, the boy descended to the very bottom of the well. As soon as he set foot on the ground, a huge gold coin flew at him. Ray noticed this in time and immediately swung his dagger, cutting the coin into 2 parts. He then took a fighting stance, and both halves of the coin fell behind him. Seeing the coin tossers, Ray became a little wary. It was a team of 3. The leader of the group, named Cookie, approached Ray and said with an evil grin that he had entered their territory. Ray was surprised and held out his dagger, asking why on earth this was their territory. Cookie looked at him arrogantly and asked if Ray knew the golden rule. The first one up gets the slippers. Ray told the leader that if they had a group of 3 people, he could show them some excellent hunting grounds to gain experience. For a fee, of course. In response, a guy named Ion said that they were fine here, and a big guy who looked like a closet named Adrian suggested that Ray pay them and they would let him go further. Ray took a deep breath and realized that these were the new entrepreneurs of this new world. He rolled his eyes and asked how much they wanted for entry. Cookie smiled and said they wanted 50,000 for an hour. There were a ton of monsters ahead, and if Ray defeated them, he could recoup his money. Ray agreed to the deal and handed him a stack of cash, saying he'd quickly make up for it. Cookie wished him luck and said he'd have the place to himself for exactly 1 hour. They let him through without any problems, and Ray found himself in a cave with crystals. It was a wolf's lair. Hearing a loud howl, Ray immediately stopped and looked around. The footsteps of animals were clearly audible. A pack of wolves surrounded the boy from all sides, and they began to howl loudly. Ray didn't move. Suddenly, he spotted a wolf with gleaming eyes standing before him. Ray immediately recognized it as a diamond wolf, a mid-level monster with low health. The boy took a deep breath and wondered why the whole pack had come running at him. He could, of course, have used a soul slash, but he decided to conserve his strength. Suddenly, the wolves howled loudly, signaling the start of an attack. They simultaneously began jumping off the cliffs and attacking the boy. But as soon as the wolves began to approach, Ray chopped off their heads, limbs, and everything that came to hand. Having dealt with all the wolves, Ray sat down on a rock to rest and catch his breath. Then he took some tea out of his pocket with a smile and decided that now he could have some refreshment, since his throat was dry after such a battle. Ray stuck a straw into a tea bag and began to drink. At that moment, Adrian appeared behind him. He swung and was about to strike. Ray noticed this in time. He threw the tea aside and grabbed the dagger, blocking the blow. Then he took the dagger more comfortably and struck so hard that the enemy leaned back, trying to dodge. Ray's blow was so powerful that it reached the ceiling and made a loud sound, creating a gap between them. Rocks rained down from the ceiling. Adrian's forehead was bleeding, and he said with a wide grin that Ray almost stabbed him. Ray was silent and thought that Adrian had managed to dodge his blow, which meant that fighting against people was not his first time. So he asked Adrian if it was too low to attack from behind while he was distracted by the monsters. Adrian smiled wickedly, his eyes sparkling with rage, and he replied that that was the whole point. Ray got angry and asked if Adrian was really sitting in these lands, waiting for strong players with decent loot, which could be eliminated while they were trying to deal with the monsters. Adrian simply smiled silently. Suddenly, Cookie appeared with Ion and told Ray that he was very smart. Ray looked at them with disdain and said that this really was a wolf's den, a gathering of hyenas. And he wondered why he was the only one who thought of going there. After these words, Ray looked into Cookie's eyes and said threateningly that he should have recruited a stronger group, as they couldn't stand against him. This angered Cookie. Ray looked at each of them carefully and thought that when he met them, he did not immediately notice that this wardrobe Adrian had a heavy hand, and this little Ion, with a sword in his hands that's bigger than him, casts magic on the weapon, enhancing its sharpness. One blow and he's in the grave. Ray also noticed that the ring on the hand of the leader of this gang was clearly problematic in some way. Meanwhile, Cookie straightened his jacket and asked Ray to forgive them and allow him to make up for his comrade's mistake. After these words, Cookie waved his hand, and a huge amount of gold coins fell on Ray. All these moments landed with a thud at the boy's feet. He tried to remain calm and control his expression, but at that moment, Ray was very angry that this idiot was throwing money away. It was blasphemy to throw 10,000 down the drain. Cookie smirked and said that he thought he had paid too much, and asked Ray to pick up the extra and give it to him. Ray, of course, knew it was a trap. He asked Cookie how he was supposed to pay compensation to the victims, making them get down on their knees and pick up money from the ground. Ray had already realized it was an explosive coin ring. These coins could explode at the will of the ring's owner. Cookie decided to exploit his greed and ignorance, and then Ray told Cookie that if he gave him his money, then he would let them leave there, safe and sound. Cookie got angry and climbed down from the cliff, saying that Ray was not in his right mind, and that he should not forget that 3 people would be fighting against him. And suddenly Ray's eyes sparkled blue, and he started shouting that he didn't care how many there were, even 100. Their fighting skills weren't worth a dime anyway. These words deeply affected Cookie. He extended his hand with the ring and created a fiery explosion. Then the leader started shouting that he had originally thought of simply blowing up Ray, but now he had ordered his guys to cut this freak into pieces. Adrian immediately pounced on Ray, using his punch. However, Ray managed to dodge, and at that moment, Ion appeared behind him. They surrounded the boy from all sides, Ray blocking their blows. He then gathered all his energy and launched an attack, sending the ghouls flying in all directions. Ray got angry and said that he paid them 50,000 to leave him alone for an hour. But in the end, they broke the agreement themselves, and now they're obligated not only to return his money, but also to pay interest on top. Cookie smiled maliciously and replied that he'd pay the interest with his explosive coins. After these words, he snapped his fingers and used the coin explosion technique. Thousands of coins chased after Ray. At this time, while the coins were chasing the guy, Ion decided to jump off the cliff and attack. However, Ray noticed and blocked his blow just in time. With a blow of his dagger, Ray cut Ion's sword into pieces. Cookie watched the battle, unable to comprehend how Ray had managed to break Ion's sword. Then he noticed that Ray was holding a dagger, an epic weapon. Ray fought Adrian and Ion lightly, but the leader believed that they were higher in level than Ray and would definitely not lose to him. Explosive coins surrounded the guy from all sides. Ray was angry that this idiot was throwing money around like that, and he couldn't understand why he had an endless supply. Meanwhile, Adrian attacked from behind, using a rocket strike. He struck with such force that fragments of glass flew in all directions. Ray's dagger hovered in the air. Adrian emerged from a cloud of dust and began loudly rejoicing at the excellent blow, which would have surely killed Ray. Meanwhile, Ion was very angry that Adrian did not think about others, since he could have been hurt too. However, what was more important for Ion was the fact that repairing his sword would now cost a pretty penny. At this time, Happy Cookie approached the dagger, picked it up from the ground, and said that no matter how rare the weapon was, in the hands of a weakling, it was worth nothing. And suddenly, Ray used the soul-trapping skill. Chains wrapped around the bodies of Adrian and Ion, not giving them the opportunity to even move. Cookie looked at them with fear in his eyes. He watched as the chains squeezed their bodies more and more. Adrian and Ion were screaming loudly, and a worried and excited Cookie called out to them in the hope that they would be able to get out. It was unclear where Ray's voice came from, and he began to say that with the help of his soul forger skill, he literally squeezed their souls into a vice. And suddenly, from the remaining balls of dust, Ray appeared. He said that torture was much worse than death itself. Cookie was overcome with rage. He could no longer restrain himself and ran at Ray with a dagger in his hands. But as soon as Cookie got closer, Ray grabbed him with his hand and pushed him back. Then he looked him straight in the eyes and said that Cookie was too slow. Cookie frowned and asked if it was true, And after saying that, with a crazy smile, he grabbed his jacket with his hands and started shaking it violently. The coins started falling out at a tremendous speed. Having used this trick, Cookie told Ray to now try to escape from him. However, Ray instantly used the soul trapping skill, and the chains clamped down on Cookie's body. Then the chains wrapped around his neck and began to tighten even more. Cookie began screaming and asking why the coin explosion hadn't happened. Rio replied that soul trapping could immobilize an enemy and deactivate skills if the enemy's level was significantly lower than his skill. It was like he'd snatched candy right from his face. These words touched Cookie. He started shouting that this was impossible, since his level was 7 and he was one of the fastest developing players. As his body was squeezed by the chains and he writhed in pain, Ray said that for a beginner, this progress was indeed good. Ray's eyes sparkled blue again as he used his soul eye to see what he could get from these idiots. When Ray looked at Adrian, the system announced that Adrian was a soul fragment of a rank F fighter. The condition was to feed the host. Ray glanced at Ion. The system announced that Ion was a soul fragment of a rank F warrior. The condition was to reunite him with his younger sister. And then Ray looked at Cookie. A fragment of the soul of an F rank mage. The condition is to inflict fear that pierces the host's entire body. Ray took a deep breath and realized that only with Cookie could he get anything. At this time, Cookie was screaming in pain. He begged to let them go, but not to kill them. Ray ran his finger along his dagger and replied that Cookie was talking nonsense. And what good would they do him in a living state anyway? Cookie was confused and asked what he was talking about. Ray started listing them. Eyes, blood, organs. He said he could just cut them up and sell them piece by piece. After that, he looked at Cookie with a smile and said that this way he would return his 50,000 and cover the interest in no time. Suddenly, Ion started shouting at his boss that Ray was bluffing and they shouldn't trust him because he wouldn't do that to them. At this point, Ray thought that of course he was bluffing because he needed money and he wasn't sure that he could get in touch with the organ sellers. However, he was not going to back down. So he told the gang that they were not going to give him the money, so he would take it himself. Fear overcame Cookie. He begged Ray to calm down, and he would do anything to keep them from being killed. Cold sweat rolled down Cookie's forehead, beads of sweat mingling with tears. The system alerted him to the fear that was piercing him to the bone. All the conditions for extracting a soul fragment from an F-rank mage were met. A green vessel with a cap appeared, and the system announced that the mage's soul fragment had been obtained. At that very moment, the chains released the entire gang, and they fell to the ground with a huge crash. While they were trying to come to their senses and recover from the pain, Ray came up and gave them the documents to sign. After reviewing the papers, they were all overcome with incredible anger. Cookie shouted that this was pure extortion, since 90% of the profits were going to Ray. Ray looked at them with sparkling eyes and asked if they had anything against it. They were so afraid, they all replied that they had nothing against it. Ray collected the documents with their signatures and declared them his obedient workers. He warned them that if they dared to deviate from the terms of the contract, he would personally come and collect his share. And finally, he said that he knew that someone was protecting them, so he asked them to give him their contacts. After these words, Cookie became very angry and began to ask why Ray needed this. Ray replied that rookies like them couldn't have such weapons, which meant they were working for someone who had given them such equipment. Suddenly, Cookie fell to his knees, grabbing Ray with his arms and begging him not to go to the boss, because if he found out that they had lost, he would raze them to the ground. Then Ray pinned him to the ground with his boot and said, "That means they're more afraid of the boss than they are of having their organs removed without anesthesia." Seeing this, Ion couldn't bear it any longer. He gathered all his strength into a fist and ran, screaming that he wanted to live. Adrian shouted after him, trying to stop him. Ray looked at him and pointed a finger, saying that choosing escape was a bad option. And at that very moment, chains were wrapped around Ion's body. Ray lifted Ion above his comrades, and they began shouting that they would do anything. Then Ray said he was also confiscating the money and weapons. At this point, he was thinking about how even calmly farming a level was now impossible without being stabbed in the back. But he didn't even mind. After all, there's no one who can match his strength. Yet. The system notified that Ray Endo is level 36, class Novice, subclass Soul Forger. His title is Novice Conqueror, and his unique ability increases attack power by 50% when attacking bosses. Soon night fell, and something very interesting was happening in one of the circus tents. There were rings for the gymnasts that were on fire, and in the very center of the stage there was a guy named Roku beating up a guy. Roku dealt so many slaps and blows that blood spurted out of the man's wounds, and he fell to the floor. The people sitting in the cage next to him asked, "Another one?" They felt sorry for the man, thinking he was unlucky. Meanwhile, Roku shook the dirt off his palms and said that they could not be trusted with even the simplest work. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he asked the man he had beaten if he was ashamed in front of his boss. Suddenly, one of the prisoners in the cage couldn't take it anymore and started shouting for Roku to stop, as this man could die. Roku turned around and replied with a wide smile that he didn't care, as they didn't need anyone who wasn't useful to the boss. At that moment, their boss, Andre, came out from behind the scenes and asked what they were talking about. Hearing his voice, Roku turned around and nervously greeted his boss. Andre, smiling, smoothed his hair and asked how the discipline lesson was going. Suddenly, he sat down next to the wounded man and told Rock that he had gotten too carried away, asking what would happen to the guy if he had really broken a couple of his bones. The wounded boy hugged his boss, and Andre said their guild valued everyone, and even if they'd let him down once, they didn't deserve this kind of treatment. Realizing he had been scolded, Roku's hands began to shake, and he apologized to his boss. The wounded man looked at his boss with a smile and tears in his eyes, and thanked him, saying that he promised to do it next time. But Andre didn't let him finish. He took a whip from his belt and swung it, hitting the guy right in the face. Blood gushed from fresh wounds, and Andre continued to beat him on the back, saying that such a brute should be treated like brutes. And if his bones were broken, he'd be completely useless. But a good spanking wouldn't hurt any animal. After these words, the boss continued beating him. He was suddenly interrupted. 3 guys entered the tent and called out to the boss, saying they were back. Andre turned around and looked at them menacingly, replying that they were, somehow, fast. Cookie said nervously that they had come to report that the group of 3 had failed to complete the task. Andre's gaze fell on Cookie's hand. He did not notice the ring on it and began to stare at them intently. And after a short pause, Andre asked where the ring he had lent him had gone. Cookie didn't answer, and Andre started shouting that this ring was much more valuable than his miserable life. Cookie's face became covered in beads of sweat. He bowed to the boss and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that his ring had been taken from him. Then Andre asked what kind of monster it was, and Cookie replied that it was a man like a monster. After these words, the enraged Andre hit him in the face with a whip. The blow sent Cookie flying back several meters, and Andre walked towards him, shouting, asking what was going on in his guild, and why does he only employ incompetent idiots? At that moment, Ion answered this question in his head, thinking it was because all the normal guys had abandoned him. Andre continued to beat Cookie, saying that a moron like him was only good for one job. After these words, he called Roka over. Roku walked up to the boss excitedly, and Andre glared at him, ordering him to release Johnny. A few seconds later, loud footsteps were heard. Johnny was free and approaching closer. A huge white tiger appeared in front of Cookie, opened its mouth, and roared with such force that the wind shook Cookie. He was very scared and started asking his boss if he wasn't serious. Cookie shouted that it wasn't his fault and that he always followed all orders faithfully. However, Crazy Andre smiled widely and told Johnny that it was time to eat. Johnny opened his mouth wide and was about to eat Cookie. The boy tried to break free, but the tiger grabbed his leg. At that moment, Ray jumped from the suspended metal bar and descended towards them. Ray pushed the tiger away from Cookie, who managed to escape from the tiger's bloodthirsty paws. Ray struck again, and Johnny fell to the floor, whimpering. Concerned, Andre called to the tiger, but it didn't respond. Ray looked at Andre and said that this hamster Cookie hadn't paid him his interest yet, which meant he didn't deserve to die yet. At this time, Andre ran up to his cat, who was crying in pain, and began asking where his baby was hurting. Cookie pounced on Ray, screaming that he was too late because the tiger had nearly turned him into food. Ray smiled and replied that getting in here unnoticed wasn't that easy. While the team was chatting with Ray, an angry Andre turned around, took out his whip, and struck Ray from behind. However, Ray reacted instantly, took out his dagger, and cut the boss's whip into several pieces. An angry and surprised Andre asked who the hell Ray was and what he was doing in his domain. Ray's dagger glowed in his hand, and he replied that he was now their new master. Roku was furious at what he heard. He asked the 3 if they had completely forgotten their place, and how much the boss had done for them. Cookie started yelling back that Rocky didn't understand anything. Ion chimed in, saying he couldn't even imagine how awful Ray was, and he couldn't refuse. Ray smiled and turned to the prisoners in the cage. He told them that if they agreed to work for him, he would free them from this circus with this clown. The prisoners couldn't believe these words. One of them asked Ray if he would really save them from this hell. Ray smiled broadly and replied that he gave them his word. He added that all they would have to do was hand over 50% of the loot they earned, and he, in turn, will give them advice on how to complete this game. And this is much more profitable than staying with the sadistic clown. The trio heard this and began to complain that Ray had taken a whopping 90% from them. Then Ray sternly reminded them that they were trying to kill him. Meanwhile, Andre had lost his temper, overcome with anger. He began to say that Ray had hurt his little Johnny and was now planning to take away his workers. His eyes sparkled with rage, and he began to shout that he would send them all straight to hell. After this, Andre took out a gold card and said that, unfortunately for them, he had this. It was a guild certificate. It confirms the owner of the card as the head of the guild and also grants him the right to carry out all the necessary procedures for the performance of administrative duties. Ray saw the card and asked what kind of certificate it was. Andre said the Japanese government seemed deeply affected by what was happening in Moscow. Once it was decided to provide the Guild of Masters with a document proving their status and power, which will help them pass this game. Andre smiled wickedly, holding out the certificate and saying that it was the law. He could kill them if it would help him carry out his administrative duties. Ray was amazed at how many innovations had appeared in their country. He said that if he had this piece of paper, he could create a real money-making empire. Andre looked at him with disdain and said that Ray was an idiot, since in order to receive a certificate, he had to be a B-rank player or higher. Meanwhile, Roku brought his boss a weapon. Andre then said it didn't matter anymore, since Ray was going to die here anyway. After these words, he grabbed a machine gun and started shooting wherever his eyes looked, shouting to everyone, "Bye-bye, bugs." However, Ray didn't even move. The bullets flew past him at incredible speed without touching him. Ray took out the wizard soul fragment, after which he activated the skill Soul Barrier. After this, Ray extended his hand forward, and a protective field appeared in front of him, through which bullets could not penetrate. Meanwhile, Andre did not stop. He continued shooting and shouting that no barrier would stop him. After all, Moscow even launched a nuclear weapon during the Ice Challenge. But in the end, it didn't work. Then Ray, standing on the other side of the barrier, asked Andre if he knew why. Why don't players go after monsters with guns? Andre didn't listen and continued shooting. Then, Ray knocked the gun away from him and began to press him with the barrier, like a wall. The boss found himself pinned against the wall by the barrier, about to be crushed like a bug by a shoe. Ray came closer to Andre, and Andre found himself pressed even harder, so hard that the wall behind him began to break. Ray took a step back, and Andre was able to exhale. Ray looked at him with disdain and said that skills were the weapons of this century, and no firearm trinkets can compare with skills and abilities. This is worth understanding. The prisoners in the cage watched all this and could not believe that Ray had defeated the boss. Ray approached them and asked if they were considering signing a contract with him. He'd even let this clown in for their amusement. The prisoners began to tug at the bars and ask Ray to let them out and give them the opportunity to get even with this freak. And then they would agree. Andre heard all this and told Ray that making contracts with a bunch of people without a guildmaster's license was crazy, and the police would not stand aside. Roku asked his boss to save his strength and calm down. Then Ray asked Andre why he seemed to be saying that anything could be done with cattle. Andre remained silent and lowered his head. And Ray released the men from the cage, and they approached their attacker. Andre and Roku looked up and saw a crowd of angry people standing before them, ready to tear them apart. The real carnage began. Ray thought he'd gotten the labor force for next to nothing, and could rely on them for a while, which meant now it was time to get down to business. Ray opened the task window and discovered that there was a month left, so the time had come. Sometime later, on a sunny day, Ray came to the place where the certification exam was being held, at the headquarters of the Players Association. He walked down a crowded street, holding a bottle of his favorite drink, tea, in his hand. Suddenly, Ray heard the guys behind him discussing something about players and ranks. He listened in. The guys said that players with B-rank abilities or higher could be recruited by the guild and given a hefty sponsorship. An annual salary of 10 million. One of the guys told them not to get too carried away with their dreams, since only 1% of all players have a B rank. There are only 9 A-rank players in Japan. One of them laughed and said he'd be the 10th. His friends told him it was okay to dream, and they laughed too. Overhearing their conversation, Ray thought that 2 weeks had already passed since the merger of their world and the game world, and initially, many players decided to accept the challenge from the Japanese government in order to get 100 million. However, the outcome of this prank was disastrous. Now all players are required to register with the association. Without membership, no one will be allowed to participate in challenges or enter the dungeon. Rewards will also be impossible to obtain. Playing these thoughts over and over in his head, Ray decided that those guys had great ambitions, and he wished he had the same zeal as them. While Ray was walking, he noticed that someone was watching him from the roof. The pursuer noticed that Ray was looking at him, and then he threw a road sign at the guy, which crashed into the sidewalk. The pursuer missed by a bit. Ray wasn't afraid of him, but the people around him were very frightened. One of the passers-by exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Did a road sign fall from the sky?" Takuo's loud voice could be heard on the roof, calling for Ray and saying that he had finally arrived. Ray looked up and saw Takuo. He told the boy that he wouldn't be able to escape him this time and jumped off the roof. Ray was surprised and asked Takuo with curiosity if he had also come here to take the exam. Takuo smiled back. Then Ray asked him if he understood that even with a beginner's punch, Ray could take his head off. Takuo raised his head proudly and replied, "Did Ray really think he was the same weakling he used to be?" Now Takuo boasted that he'd gotten a new class, Spearman. Ray laughed loudly and asked him if Spearman was a class for idiots who don't really know how to do anything except wave a stick. Takuo got really angry and barely contained himself. He asked Ray what class he was in then. Ray looked him straight in the eye and replied with a smile that his class was beginner. Takuo started laughing and asking if such a class even existed, or if Ray was just pulling his leg. Ray replied that he wasn't lying, and his primary job was rookie. Then Takuo grabbed the road sign and said that he would believe him, but only first he would demonstrate what the spearman class is capable of. After these words, Takuo struck with his spear. Ray easily dodged his blow and began to approach him. Takuo couldn't understand what was going on. Ray approached him and said he didn't want to get into trouble before the exam, but Takuo had provoked him. Then Ray waved his hand and sent Takuo flying. People passing by couldn't understand what was happening. A few meters later, Takuo landed with a loud thud and fell with his whole body onto the sidewalk, breaking the tiles underneath him. Passers-by crowded around him to offer assistance, and some looked at Ray in shock. However, Ray told them it was self-defense and nothing more. Afterwards, Ray went to the association. The girl at the reception desk informed him that the exam fee would be 8,000 rubles. Ray was surprised by the amount and thought it was a real rip-off, but he had to pay anyway. Then, in dejected mood, he sat down and waited, his head bowed. An association worker approached him and apologized with a smile for the wait. Ray looked up and saw a girl standing before him. She cutely adjusted her glasses and told Ray that they were starting the rank exam. After some time, they came to a huge purple crystal that was floating in the air. Ray looked at the crystal and wondered if that was the whole point of the test. He asked the girl if he just needed to place his hand on the stone. Ray hesitantly began to reach out to the huge crystal, and the energy from his fingertips was directed into the crystal. Suddenly, the crystal began to emit very strong energy, which surprised the girl very much. She could not understand what was happening. Due to the energy that Ray released, the crystal changed its color to a bright blue. The girl was confused. She didn't understand what it all meant and how she should proceed. After a while, the girl began to slam her palm on the table very loudly and shout Ray's name. With great emotion, the girl announced that based on the exam results, they would classify his abilities as A rank. She also said that maybe Ray had already heard about this, but players can also change their classes. Swordmaster, Great Mage, Archbishop. If Ray so desires, they, as an association, will fully support him. After listening to the girl, Ray replied that he refused, since their list of classes did not include what he wanted. The girl was very surprised and asked what class he wanted. Ray advised her not to bother her head with unnecessary information. Then the girl said that if Ray wanted a certain class, then without a special subject, it would not be possible to change the class. The association could provide such an item. However, Ray replied that if he needed it, he could obtain it himself. The girl no longer knew what to say to him. Then Ray asked if there were any other questions for him. The girl lowered her head and asked if he wasn't just creating more difficulties for himself. Ray didn't understand what she meant. She then explained that his strength currently surpassed that of all A-rank holders, and if he refused to sign the contract and change his class, then, according to the new law, Ray would be promoted to E rank. Players with an E rank face numerous restrictions, such as being unable to create guilds or change classes. And by refusing, Ray would be making things worse for herself. Ray sighed and said that the government was no stranger to making stupid rules. At that moment, he thought that if he really needed this guildmaster certificate, he could force one of the B rank workers to get it. Ray knew there was only one class that could complete the game's final challenge, and until it arrived, Ray wasn't about to change classes just for the sake of it. And so Ray asked the girl that even if he was ranked E, and if he passed the final test, he would still get 100 million from the government. The girl replied that it was. Ray asked her to stop this talk and register him as an E rank. She could no longer do anything and agreed, saying that they would give him an E rank player card. After some time, Ray was walking down the street where a large number of players had gathered. The people around him were shouting the slogan that if someone had a C rank, then he should boldly join their guild. They invited everyone to join their guild Artemis, starting from rank 0 and above. As he passed by, Ray thought that the Barkers were not wasting their time and would do everything to attract talent. Suddenly, 2 attractive girls appeared before him, complimenting Ray and telling him he was strong, inviting him to join their guild. Then Ray looked at them sullenly and said he was an E rank. The girls immediately became embarrassed and began apologizing for disturbing him. Ray knew that if he mentioned E rank, everyone would shy away like he had a leper. But he had no intention of working for anyone, so he didn't care. Suddenly, Ray noticed a man in the crowd whose aura was very different from the others. The man also noticed Ray in the crowd and smiled back at him, approaching him. The man approached Ray, greeted him, and asked if he was the man named Ray Endo. Then he handed over a card and said it was his business card. Ray took it and looked at it. Written on it was the guild's name, the Wings of Creation. The name was Shinji Saito. Ray noticed that people around him started pointing at the man and saying that he was the very same strongest player named Herd from the Wings of Creation Guild. Then Ray addressed him by the name Herd. The man scratched his head and said it was his old nickname, which had become boring since the game itself. Ray immediately thought that if he was a local celebrity, he should be brushed off. So he asked Herd what he owed him. Suddenly, Takuo began to push his way through the crowd, shouting that these were the Wings of Creation, and that they were probably looking for him. Takuo approached Herd from behind and began to say that if they wanted to get the incomparable player, then he was ready to join their guild, only for a decent fee. At this point, Ray thought that this idiot was stalking him again. And suddenly, he realized that this idiot had received a B rank, and it felt like he'd simply threatened the examiner. Meanwhile, Herd raised his hands in surprise and apologetically asked Takuo who he was. Takuo was angry that no one had heard of him. He grabbed Herd by the tie and said that now he would show what he was capable of. However, before Takuo could raise his hand, Herd had already twisted it and was pressing harder and harder, about to break his hand. Takuo began to scream in pain, and Herd said he didn't want to waste his time on trivialities while the end of existence drew near. He ordered Takuo to disappear from his sight immediately. Insulted, Takuo walked away and said in parting that even if they came crawling to him begging for help, he would not help. Afterwards, Ray and Herd moved to a quieter part of the cafe. Herd apologized for letting Ray witness such an unpleasant scene. Ray replied that there was no need to apologize, as it was always nice when idiots were put in their place. After these words, Ray asked what Herd really wanted, since E-rank wouldn't be of any use anyway. Herd asked him not to get carried away. He said that Ray had only received that rank because he refused to change classes. Ray then replied that the association was much more talkative than he thought. Herd said their guild was directly connected to the association, and before the end of existence, each of them must unite for a common goal, even if this information ultimately cost a pretty penny. And after these words, Herd made an offer. If Ray agreed to join the Wings of Creation, they would pay him the same amount as they paid the association for providing his personal information. Herd discreetly handed the check to the guy. Ray took it and was simply shocked by the amount he saw. 10 million? Ray understood that if the old him, who worked on the construction site, were in his place now, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, this time he turned Herd down, saying he wasn't particularly interested in joining the guild. Herd laughed and said that of course it was rude to offer such a low price for such talent. Then Herd asked about providing Ray with information. He explained that their guild cooperates with many countries, and they're believed to have the most extensive database. They agreed to accommodate Ray and help him find whatever he desires. Ray considered the tempting offer and asked Herd if any of their sources had managed to complete the game. Herd laughed, throwing up his hands, and said that this was stupid, since there was no one in the whole world who had completed this game. Ray got a little angry and replied that since there was no one, then he would definitely refrain from any kind of proposal. Herd was very surprised and said that he would pay for the coffee, and if Ray changed his mind, he could contact them at any time. As he left, Herd couldn't understand why he'd given up so quickly. He concluded that he simply didn't want to press the guy, thereby damaging the guild's image. However, he immediately admitted to himself that it was something else. He was afraid of Ray. His instincts literally screamed at him to run and not anger this beast. Suddenly, Ray startled Herd, handed him a piece of paper, and said that if they needed help, they could call. And depending on the fee, Ray will agree to a mission from their guild. Herd frantically took the paper and thanked the guy, wondering in his head, who the hell is he? After some time, Herd arrived at the headquarters of the Wings of Creation Guild. He entered the spacious office of the guildmaster and announced that he had arrived with a report. The girl turned to him with a smile and told him that he had done a great job, asking if he had met the strongest newcomer. Herd was clearly nervous, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He replied that he had met this man, and he was a monster. Nervously clasping his hands behind his back, he said that for the first time he had met a player who literally instilled fear. Suddenly, the guild leader began to emit a frightening aura and asked who was scarier, the newbie or her. Herd became even more nervous. The leader put him in an awkward position, and he froze in fear. The head ordered him to relax, and taking out a document confirming Ray's A rank, said that everything here was obvious. Herd breathed a sigh of relief and apologized to the chief. The chief asked him not to apologize, as he had only witnessed what he had seen with his own eyes. And besides, she is the most inexperienced of the 10 excellent ones. It is not surprising that there are people much stronger than her. She is the leader of the Wings of Creation Guild, and her name is Yamagata Tsukino. The top 10 are the game's strongest players. These top 10 players can compete for the 100 million reward. In a world where the game has merged with reality, they have gained power, and even their presence influences the balance of power between countries. Tsukino asked if Herd had returned alone, meaning that Ray had rejected their offer. Herd became quite emotional as he explained that he was not interested in either their database or the 10 million check. Tsukino thoughtfully replied that if Ray really was the 10th, then he might earn even more money. Then Herd said that if Ray really was a 10th, he didn't understand why he was clinging to the rookie class. It was a useless class. After all, if Ray had agreed to a rank increase, he would have unlocked items that would boost his stats. Such things are simply unavailable to regular players. Tsukino smiled and told Herd that she appreciated his suggestion, however, if what he said was true. So Ray is not just one of them. He may be the last unknown of the 10 excellent ones. Herd was surprised by this thought and asked if Tsukino meant that Ray was number 1. Tsukino explained that, thanks to American intelligence, they were able to identify the 9 strongest players and rank them according to their strength. But they never found the man number 1. Thinking that he didn't exist at all. Tsukino also said that there were rumors that the United States was deliberately hiding the number 1 so that his power would be in their hands alone. Herd fully supported the chief and said that he had the same opinion. But after meeting Ray, he was convinced that this guy could very well be number 1. Tsukino rose from her chair and, confidently placing her hands on the table, said that if this was the case, they had every chance of winning. The girl approached the window and ordered Herd to convey a message to the guild members. Any aggressive or malicious actions towards Ray would be severely punished. Coming close to the window, Tsukino said that it was better not to cross the dragon's path once again. Herd listened to all the instructions and promised to carry them out and warn everyone. A few weeks later, Ray was able to rent an office in an apartment complex. It became his and his employees' headquarters. Ray was admiring the view from the window, and suddenly, one of the workers called out to him. The guy asked if it was best to hang the TV a little to the left or to the right. Ray replied that they could hang it however they wanted. At this time, Cookie brought a suitcase filled with money and said that this was the proceeds for today. Ray took the wad of cash, his eyes shining with happiness. He asked how the group leveling was going. Cookie replied that everything was going according to his recommendations. He said that right now, groups continue to pump underground water, earning 1 million a day. Even the newbies are earning 10,000 a day. Cookie jumped for joy and said he couldn't even dream of that kind of money, and it was all thanks to Ray. Ray grimly adjusted the money counting machine and said he'd told them so. If they got rich, Ray got richer. Ray also said that for such successes, Cookie and the others could even earn a bonus. At that moment, Cookie thought that even though he was giving Ray 90% of his earnings, the bonus would still be high. Working in a regular guild, he wouldn't have earned that much in a year. Ray admired the money, but Cookie still reminded him that there were 10 days left until the end of the Earth test, and the prize money had increased from 100 million to 400 million. Ray replied that that was true, but he didn't want to rush into things. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by breaking news on TV. The reporter reported that the Earth tests were in full swing, and if nothing was done, Japan would be destroyed within 10 days. The host reported that the situation hadn't improved in 47 days. Then, unexpectedly, a letter was delivered to the host right on air. The girl read the letter and said it was sent by the Japanese government. A message to all players. The current reward for completing the Earth Challenge is 1 billion. The presenters began to discuss how the government seemed to have given up hope, hoping that someone would emerge who could achieve victory before the end. Ray thought about it and said that if they continued to delay, foreign guilds would flock to the reward. So, it was time to save Japan. Ray picked up his clothes and announced that he was leaving. Cookie was surprised and asked if Ray was really going alone. Ray smiled and replied that he couldn't put his money hamsters in danger. The workers immediately became overwhelmed and nearly burst into tears. However, Ray projected a malicious aura and said, "What do you expect? This billion will go to him alone." Then it became clear to Cookie and everyone else what the real reason was. And it wasn't concern for them at all, but simply a desire to make money. After some time, a crowd of people gathered at the huge gates, all of them wanting to save the world and make money. Ray was also heading toward the gate. Among the crowd was Herd, who was just calling Ray, and turning around, Herd noticed him and greeted him, saying that Ray had come after all, and that was very good. However, Ray walked past and said that he did not intend to cooperate with them. Herd was taken aback and replied that it was a great pity, as he had wanted to discuss a money matter with him. The talk of money, of course, intrigued the guy. Herd offered to carry his luggage for 100 million. Ray wanted to see it. Herd led him to a warehouse containing a pile of large military backpacks. He said he wanted Ray to deliver the cargo to his comrades. Ray was confused by this offer. Just 100 million for delivery? So he decided to see what was in these backpacks. Herd replied that there was food in there. Opening one of the backpacks, Ray confirmed that there was indeed food in it. However, something unusual caught his eye. Ray pulled out a bag, and Herd explained that they were chocolate bars, their leader's favorite food. Herd also explained that their camp was located on the 5th level, in the deepest part of the Earth Trial dungeon, but conquering it is a long process, so their party is running low on food. Ray said bluntly that it smacked of ulterior motives. Since they were willing to pay 100 million just for delivery, they could have found someone else instead of waiting for him. Herd smiled and replied that he wished he could argue that the guild was just being very generous. But Ray was right. And so Herd said that they had already sent 39 groups to the 5th level. But in the end, the groups never reached the end of the route. Ray asked what they meant by, "they didn't make it." At that moment, he wondered if the Earth test was really any different now than it was in the game. Meanwhile, Herd watched the guy closely and came to the conclusion that he definitely knew something. He told Ray that regarding the differences, their reconnaissance team had determined that this dungeon remained the same in layout as the one in the game, but none of the remaining players can reach the depths of the dungeon, and those who were able to do so are already there, awaiting supplies. Ray turned around and was about to leave, but Herd started shouting that he was currently the only one who could reach the guildmaster. The guy approached the luggage and said that they were completely short of workers, but since they would pay him, there was no point in complaining. Ray slung his backpack over his back and asked Herd if he could get the cargo delivered quickly so he could expect a speed bonus. Herd smiled sheepishly and promised to clarify the matter right away. Meanwhile, Ray was wondering how much he could extract from this guild. Herd ended the phone call and said he'd been told that if Ray delivered the cargo within a day, he'd be paid an extra 50 million. That arrangement suited the guy. Ray set off and told Herd as he left that he would finish the job not in a day, but in an hour. A little later, on the 3rd level of the Earth's test, 2 people stood before a huge monster, and behind them lay dead people. Suddenly, a huge grasshopper struck, but the boy managed to stop the attack. He held the monster's paw in check, holding on with all his might. The boy's body shook with tension, and he screamed at the girl to leave immediately. But the girl couldn't leave him in trouble. The boy smiled and thanked her for everything she had done, but told her to go away as she had to save herself. The girl started crying and screaming loudly at the guy, calling him by his name, Michael. She could not come to terms with the fact that he was sacrificing himself. At this time, Ray ran past them and cut the monster into several pieces in one movement. Michael fell to the ground. He couldn't believe he was saved. The girl began to thank Ray for saving their lives. However, before they could blink, Ray had rushed very far away, which surprised the boys, since they didn't even have a chance to talk to the savior. Ray continued to rush at great speed through this dungeon. He asked if the monsters were gone. Sometime later, on the 5th level of the Earth Trial, Ray was running through a long cave and suddenly stopped. He glanced at his watch and said he'd finished even faster. This was the easiest money he'd ever made. A man suddenly appeared and expressed surprise that anyone had made it to level 5. He immediately assumed it was Ray. Ray confirmed his identity and asked if the man was a member of the Wings of Creation Guild. The man confirmed it, and Ray handed him the backpack. Ray said that he delivered the cargo on time, and therefore is waiting for his payment for the delivery. The man replied that this matter had been entrusted to him, and he had already transferred the money, since Herd assured him that Ray would quickly complete the task. So he did not wait. Ray pulled out his phone and checked his account. The guild had transferred 150 million to him. He thanked them and said he was always happy to cooperate. The man turned to his team and announced that they had been waiting for this for so long, and now the food had arrived. The boys immediately pounced on the backpack and began to grab food. They called Ray their savior because they thought they would die of hunger. Ray watched all this from the sidelines and told the man that their situation was dire. The man, with sadness in his eyes, replied that it was. He said they'd lost many during the conquest. Suddenly, scouts ran up and started shouting that monsters were attacking and they needed to flee. The man said that they wouldn't get them here and that they should calm down. But he noticed that the scouts were very tired and asked what had happened to them. Suddenly, there was a very loud sound, which made them all cover their ears. And after that, a huge ball of dust appeared. A huge number of dragonflies, with sharp noses and glowing red eyes, flew towards them. Ray immediately realized it was a swarm. However, powerful streams of fire erupted from somewhere, surprising the boy. Tsukino was already standing behind him with a sword in her hands, and with her fire attack, she destroyed the monsters that were flying towards her team. Ray examined her closely and realized she was using a special elementalist secret technique, the Flame of Destruction. He hadn't known there were already those who had mastered this class. Tsukino dealt with all the bugs, and stepping on the last one, she told Ray that she was glad to meet him. The girl thanked him for deciding to take on the mission from her guild, and after these words, she introduced herself as the head of the Wings of Creation Guild, Yamaga Tsukino. She invited Ray to work hand in hand from now on. Ray started to emit a strong aura, but when Tsukino started to approach him, he also felt a strong aura emanating from her. Tsukino looked him straight in the eyes, and her aura was literally striking in its strength. However, as the girl approached Ray, she tripped and almost fell. Tsukino laughed and immediately apologized, explaining that she hadn't eaten anything for a long time, and her legs were completely giving out. Ray said he'd heard they were running low on supplies, but that was the first he'd heard of them starving. Behind him, a veritable fight for canned goods was taking place among the crew. After some time, Ray and Tsukino decided to continue their conversation in the tent. The boy asked her if she was the strongest in her squad. Tsukino replied that she was. Tsukino was finally able to enjoy her favorite chocolates, and said that although she was the last in strength, she was one of the top 10. Meanwhile, Ray was enjoying his favorite tea and was surprised by such a wonderful name, 10 Excellent. He asked what it was. Tsukino got angry, jumped up from her chair, and slammed her palms on the table, shouting that the name wasn't strange. It's the name for the top 10 players who have played for the most time, and that's the name the government gave them. Ray remained calm and asked how the government had managed to figure out their strength. Tsukino said that data on the strongest players was obtained by U.S. intelligence agencies. However, they were unable to find a player who was number 1 in the rankings. The girl also said that 10 excellent players were sponsored by the government, and asked if they hadn't been interested in him. The talk of sponsorship intrigued Ray, and he asked how much the government was paying them. Tsukino replied that it usually depends on the player's country of residence. In Japan, it's around $1 million. And then everything fell into place for Ray. Now he understood where that first $1 million came from. In his head, he was very angry because it was because of people like these that he became a gambling addict. And as a result, he almost lost his life. Ray understood that if he was number 1, he should keep it quiet, because if someone found out, problems would be inevitable. That's why he told Tsukino that $1 million was a small amount, since even the reward for passing the Earth's test was much higher. The girl replied that the amount might not be significant, but the biggest money is in the hands of those who know at least something about how to play this game, and all because no one has yet been able to defeat the local boss. Then Ray asked if even though she was a top 10 player, Tsukino couldn't defeat him. The girl replied that no matter how strong she was still just an ordinary person. Tsukino explained that if she had the level and equipment of her in-game avatar, she might have been able to cope. But in her current situation, she was unlikely to succeed. Ray stood up and said he'd completed his mission, and if they needed help, they could contact him. Depending on their payment, they could come to an agreement. The guy headed towards the exit, thinking that now it was time to kick the ass of the boss living on this level, since $1 billion wouldn't earn itself. Suddenly, Tsukino jumped up and began begging Ray to stop. She screamed loudly and asked that they defeat the local boss together. The team heard this and didn't like it. They started shouting that they could manage without Ray and didn't want to deal with this weird guy. Tsukino turned to them and reminded them in a rude tone that any aggressive actions towards Ray would be severely punished. The team members quieted down, and the girl said that she understood their dissatisfaction, but she did not want to lose anyone else. All team members immediately had memories of how they fought the boss. Tsukino tried to defeat him with Hellfire. However, the defenses had already been breached, and her team members were unable to fight. The girl ordered everyone to retreat, and those who could still move tried to help the wounded. Then, one of the team members told her that if they retreated, she could be harmed. But Tsukino gave the order to retreat, to avoid even greater casualties. Suddenly, one of the warriors held back the boss's attack and told Tsukino to leave while he held off the monster. The girl didn't want to leave and told him to come with everyone else. However, the warrior disobeyed, and the monster destroyed him before Tsukino's eyes. She watched, unable to move. That's why now, Tsukino values even the life of one person from her team. She wants to save everyone. The girl told her team that she believed that together with Rei, they could avoid major losses. She began shouting to her warriors that clearing the land's trials and restoring the balance of power in Japan was all they could do to honor the memory of their fallen comrades. Suddenly, Rei turned to Tsukino and said that it was a heart-rending speech, and he was touched, but she could have not gone into such detail. He turned around and smiled and said, because he himself is capable of defeating the boss alone. Rei came out of the tent, and Tsukino wondered what kind of ego this guy had. But what if he was the number one? She was tormented by the thought of whether they were wrong about him, and how Rei was going to fight alone. She decided that only in this battle would she find the answers to these questions. So Tsukino ran to catch up with Rei, and said that Rei had said that she could turn to him for help. She shouted after him that she was ready to hire him to join the group to conquer the boss. Rei stopped immediately, and thought that he finally smelled money. He turned around and replied that he thought she wanted something more than just defeating the boss. Tsukino said she understands that they are asking for something exorbitant, so they are willing to pay compensation for the inconvenience. Rei's eyes lit up at the mention of compensation. He said 10 million from each group member would be wonderful, and besides that, Rei set conditions. First, they pay in advance. Second, they won't tell anyone what they saw in this fight. The team was absolutely furious at such demands. Rei said that they wanted everyone to survive and defeat the boss, which was why they were paying such a high price. Tsukino smiled and said she agreed. The team members started shouting, trying to stop her. The angry girl turned to the team and ordered everyone to listen to her. She ordered everyone to listen to Rei and help him win. Meanwhile, Rei was thinking about how much money there was in this guild, since it so easily agreed to 10 million from each person. Sometime later, they all set out on a journey together, and stopped when they saw something terrible. A huge number of flying monsters were heading their way. The guild members began to panic. Rei assumed an attack stance, and told Tsukino he could kill all those creatures for their money. However, the girl smiled, and replied that she could handle them herself. Tsukino finished her chocolate and began to laugh evilly. She again used the all-consuming fire technique. The monsters were literally burning alive. Rei watched and thought it was pretty good. The team was proud of their leader. The girl finished, put down her sword, and told Rei that they could now continue on their way in peace. Rei looked at her and couldn't believe that this girl had been wolfing down chocolate bars just 10 minutes ago. He handed over his phone and said the advance had arrived in his account, and now he is ready to go through Japan's first test with them and put an end to this dungeon once and for all. A little later, Rei stood calmly in place while the team members and Tsukino fought the monsters. During this battle, one of the team members asked the leader if she was even sure about this guy. After all, considering how much she paid him, they expected more from his fighting skills. But he just uses normal attacks and nothing more. Tsukino smiled and replied that that wasn't quite true. She told the man to look at the monsters Rei had killed. There were no visible injuries on them, yet they were clearly lying dead. Tsukino claimed that this was proof of his skill. She noted that Rei didn't even try to dodge, and his strikes certainly weren't particularly original. The only thing she was interested in was what Rei would show her in the boss's room. After some time, the team arrived at the 5th level in front of the entrance to the boss room. Rei noticed how the crew members shuddered at the sight of that entrance. They clearly had bad memories of that place. Tsukino stepped forward and encouraged her warriors, saying that they must avenge their fallen comrades. She ordered them to use the most powerful blows they had as soon as the door opened. The gates opened, Tsukino raised her sword and ordered the team to advance. They rushed into battle with a cry. A huge spider stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by its web. The team approached it closely, while Rei kept his distance. The monster opened its eyes, and the system reported that in front of them was the boss of the 5th level of the Earth Trial, the cinnabar spider. Tsukino immediately used Hellfire to incinerate the monster. The rest of the team used Fire Fist and Phoenix Rage. Due to the number of fire strikes, an explosion occurred, engulfing the monster in flames. The team watched the explosion and began to rejoice that they had defeated the monster. However, Rei said that wasn't true. The monster was still alive, and at that very second, the spider strikes with such force that it creates a flash and throws all the team members in different directions. The monster's web glowed a bright blue, and despite receiving so many attacks, There wasn't a single scratch on it. Tsukino didn't understand how this was possible. She was sure that insect-like monsters were weak to fire damage. Rei replied that she was right, but the power of their blows was so small that they were not capable of damaging him. At that moment, the spider began shooting a huge amount of web directly at Tsukino. The girl managed to dodge the attack. She landed on one knee and warned her team to beware of the web, as if they got caught in its net, it would be very difficult to get out. Rei stood behind the two guild members at the time and noticed the web flying in their direction. He immediately grabbed them and flew away with them, dodging the monster's attack. Then Rei dragged them away from the spider and threw them on the ground. The boy smiled and apologized to Rei for having to cover them. Rei looked at him and replied that he shouldn't apologize, because if they died, his reward would decrease, so he was saving their asses. Rei also added that they could continue to expose themselves to attacks, and then, for each such stunt, they would be required to pay an additional 1 million on top for each one. Rei knew he could drag out the fight further, earning another million from their stupidity. But their guild was directly connected to the government, and if he continues to behave this way, he could cause himself problems in the future. Rei reached the top and decided to use the soul's eye. He glanced at Tsukino, and the condition for obtaining her soul fragment surprised him. The condition was to force the host to experience the greatest surprise of their entire life. However, Rei decided it was worth the risk. He immediately took his dagger in hand and flew straight at the spider. With one strike of his dagger, Rei managed to sever one of the monster's legs. The spider immediately turned its attention to him and turned its attacks on Rei. The monster swung its enormous paw and prepared to strike. The spider released so much web that it created an explosion of light. Tsukino covered her face with her hand due to the large amount of dust and cobwebs and began to scream and call for Rei. The girl was very scared and thought that everything was over and their last hope was dead. However, Tsukino overheard Rei addressing the spider, asking it if it had really tried to kill him with such force. The girl was overjoyed. Rei managed to stop the giant spider's attack with just one hand. The system notified him that he was using a spirit skill, and the required item to activate it was any E-rank soul fragment. The team members couldn't believe their eyes that Rei survived and was blocking the boss's attack with one hand. Rei grabbed the monster by the paw and began to spin it around at great speed, and then, with incredible force, he threw the monster several meters away, creating a rut. The guy immediately approached the monster and, after examining it, said that the spider's weak spot was its abdomen. Rei stabbed the dagger with great force and released a powerful energy that passed through the entire body of this monster. The team members began to rejoice and shout that Rei had defeated the monster. However, the boy asked why they thought so, since the fight was only just beginning. And suddenly, at that very moment, a huge amount of red liquid began to come out of the spider's wound. The guild members took up fighting stances and began shouting that the monster had changed its appearance. The spider's wounds healed, its legs turned red, and the monster's aura became much stronger and brighter. The guild members watched as the spider rose to its feet. They couldn't understand why it didn't die, because Rei hit it in a weak spot. The spider rose from the ground, its eyes glowing bright red, and it was now several times larger. Rei explained to the entire team that the cinnabar spider has 2 stages, and in the second, it becomes much stronger and more ferocious. One of the team members became angry and began asking why Rei hadn't warned them about this earlier. Rei extended his hand forward and began to use the soul thread skill, saying that they couldn't do anything with this information anyway. After this, the guy began to fly towards the monster, and long golden threads stretched behind him. Rei began to wrap the thread around the spider on all sides and prepared his dagger in one hand. He rose above the spider and tightened the threads. The system notified that the Soul Incinerator skill could be activated. Required level, 40. Tsukino saw what was happening and immediately ordered her team to run for cover, as it was dangerous to stay there. Rei raised his hand up and waved the dagger, commanding that everything around him should burn with incinerating fire. The flames engulfed the spider boss and he began to squeal in pain, the fire burning him alive from the inside. Tsukino turned around and couldn't believe he'd succeeded. She realized Rei's fire was much stronger than hers. At this time, Rei stood calmly in place and looked at the monster with a serious expression on his face. The happy guild members couldn't be happier that the fight was over and they were all still alive. Suddenly, they noticed a huge chunk of diamonds. They knew monsters dropped valuable loot, but they didn't expect the boss to drop a stone of such size. Rei immediately ordered them not to approach the diamond. The guild members started shouting that he was mocking them, that he'd already extorted a fortune from them, and now he wanted to keep the loot for himself. Rei called them idiots, and then Tsukino noticed that there were paws sticking out of the gem and moving. Rei explained to them that the Earth Trial boss had transformed from an obsidian spider into a vermilion, and this was his ultimate form. The team members nearly lost their minds, unable to believe this monster was still alive. Ray ordered them to stop chattering and prepare for battle. The monster used a magical attack and lifted all the people into the air, throwing them in different directions. Tsukino tried to maintain her balance and warned her team that the monster's area attacks had become much faster and more powerful. Ray ran up to her and told her not to get distracted, but to take the squad and lead them out of there if they wanted to survive. Tsukino asked him what he was going to do. Ray replied that it was obvious. He had decided to deal with the monster himself. The monster attacked without stopping, but Ray dodged each one with incredible speed. She told the girl that in this phase, the boss attacks indiscriminately and will not rest until all players are killed. And while they have the opportunity, they should flee, because it's one thing to dodge his attacks, and quite another to defeat him. Ray approached the monster's paw and stabbed it with his dagger, trying to cut off the paw. However, there wasn't a scratch on the paw. Ray had assumed that even a hellish dagger couldn't hurt him, so he decided to strike at its weakest point. Ray rose above the monster and began flying towards it at incredible speed. The system reported that the soul reserve had been activated. The guild members watched, confused as to what he was doing and whether he didn't value his life. Ray stopped above the monster and began to lure it with his aura, waiting for that very moment. At that moment, the monster pierced him with its tentacle, blood spraying in all directions. Ray winced in pain. The guild members were shocked by what they saw. Tsukino became scared and started shouting Ray's name. And suddenly Ray laughed loudly and shouted that this monster had finally been caught. The spider widened his eyes in horror and fear, realizing what was about to happen. Ray grabbed his dagger and used the Soul Slash skill, dealing thousands of cuts to the monster with just one blow. The spider's body shattered into pieces and scattered in different directions, and Ray also began to fall to the ground. With a huge crash, the stone pieces and Ray's body fell to the ground, forming a hole. Exhausted, Ray lay on the ground and thought that he knew it would hurt like hell, but if he wasn't treated, he would definitely die. The system notified that there were 3 seconds left for recovery, and if Ray did not restore his health during this time, then the protection of his soul would be removed, and he would die. The guild members gathered around Ray and began to use supreme healing, elemental healing, and restoration. Ray woke up and told Tsukina that thanks to her support, he didn't have to use his skills to revive himself. The boy probed his wound and said their treatment was, of course, excellent. The angry Tsukino asked him if he'd really planned this all along. Ray looked into her eyes, smiled, and said that they were all playing a game together, and a player can't die so easily from a regular boss's attack. Ray continued to smile stupidly. Tsukino became angry at such irresponsibility and started shouting that they were in reality and this was not just a game. Ray replied that he understood, but in any case, the same strategy worked in the game, so it would work in reality too. And so it turned out. Tsukino became even more angry. She almost went crazy, not understanding at all what this crazy guy was doing. And at that moment, the system announced that Ray had received a fragment of the soul of a D-rank swordsman. The condition was to force the host to experience the greatest surprise of his entire life. Ray took the fragment and thought he was lucky, since it was not a surprise, but rather it made the girl go through a shock. After this, the system began notifying that the Earth's test had been successfully completed. The names of the participants who had passed the test were required. 5 minutes remained until the dungeon's disappearance. The guild members began to jump with joy that they managed to defeat the boss thanks to Ray. However, Ray interrupted them and said that before the dungeon disappeared, they had to decide who to enter into the participants' field. He also admitted that although he wanted to take the entire reward for himself, he offered to take it and then transfer it to his account. Tsukino was very surprised and asked why Ray needed them to transfer the reward to him. Then, Ray told them to just imagine how the news would explode with the news that an unknown player had been able to overcome a test that no one else could pass. Instead, it's easier to say that a renowned guild has passed the test. Then the guild will receive glory and honor, and rewards for future tests will be added. In fact, Ray understood that if everyone found out about his involvement in this, he would not be able to make money so easily anymore. Tsukino asked him if he was simply worried about money, and as the guild leader, she couldn't refuse such a thing. But as a person, she feels like she is taking credit for other people's accomplishments. Ray replied that she wasn't taking credit for anything, and she could consider that she had hired him to conquer the boss for 1 billion. Tsukino agreed, and they agreed that they would announce that it was the Wings of Creation Guild that had passed the test. The system notified that the participant record had been successfully saved. Ray's only hope was that no one present would reveal his involvement in the test. After all, it's comparable to accusing your own guild of stealing the laurels from a poor newbie. The ground test was successfully completed. However, sometime later, A media helicopter flew over the burning forest. The female correspondent reported through the device that the earthquake had been going on since early morning, and the epicenter had been located underground. The situation was tense, and the girl announced that the dungeon was collapsing, and very soon the players would be teleported to the surface. At this time, rocks were falling on the players in the dungeon, and they tried to be extremely careful as everything around them was collapsing. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above them, attracting all the players like a magnet, pulling them to the surface. The system notified them that the test had been passed, and everyone was being teleported. All the guys, with great relief and joy, headed towards the circle in order to quickly get out of the dungeon. Finally, the players emerged, jumping for joy and enjoying the sunlight. They were able to breathe in the fresh air. Rei also sighed with relief, and at that moment, a huge monument appeared from the dungeon. Tsukino looked at this and happily said that they really were able to cope with such a difficult task. On this huge monument was an engraving that the test of the earth was passed by a group of heroes from the Wings of Creation Guild. Reporters and correspondents began rushing toward the guild like mad. It was a huge sensation that the test had been passed, and they couldn't wait to talk to these heroes. Journalists surrounded the guild members from all sides and shouted that this was the very group that had participated in the conquest. Tsukino looked at what was happening and said that journalists don't even know sleep. Then she turned around. She turned to Rei, asking if he was sure about their agreement. However, Rei was no longer there. No one had seen where he had disappeared to, and suddenly, one of the team members handed the girl a note and said that Rei had given it to her. Tsukino read the note, which said that if they had any problems and the money was on hand, they could contact Rei and he would solve any issue. Meanwhile, journalists were asking questions. They wanted to know if Japan was safe now. Who dealt the final blow? Who managed to defeat the boss? One of the guys started getting aggressive and yelling at the journalists to leave them alone. However, Tsukino asked him to calm down and said she would handle it. Tsukino stepped forward and made an announcement to the Japanese people. She proudly shared the good news that they, members of the Wings of Creation Guild, were able to pass the test of the earth. However, Tsukino continued her speech and said that this credit goes beyond their guild. Specifically, conquering the dungeon was only possible through the combined efforts of all players. At that moment, Cookie pulled up and told Rei that his car was ready. Rei smiled and replied that they were just in time. Tsukino continued her speech, saying that she would like to take this opportunity to express her gratitude to all those players who braved the dungeon and risked their lives. The journalists were very touched by this speech. They admired Tsukino's modesty and said that this is what the head of the Wings of Creation Guild is like. Meanwhile, Rei was driving in the car, thinking about how Tsukino had gotten what she wanted. He didn't care about popularity. For Rei, the most important thing was that the money would end up in his hands. Excessive attention would create more problems than it would solve. Rei's cunning thoughts were that Tsukino was the perfect candidate for his face, which he could use as a cover if necessary. After some reflection, Rei said that he was hungry and asked Cookie to stop somewhere. Meanwhile, breaking news was broadcast on all channels, announcing that Japan was no longer in danger of destruction, since the test of the earth was successfully passed by the members of the Wings of Creation Guild, and Japan is the second country, after the United States, that managed to pass the test and save the country. Sometime later, Rei, sitting in his office, received a notice of a transfer of 1 billion yen. Rei's team members heard about the transfer of such a huge sum, but they realized that they definitely shouldn't count on this money. They were sorting and disguising the coins, and one of the guys asked what they were doing and why they were doing all this. Another of the team members shut him up and told him not to ask stupid questions, because if Rei said so, then so it must be. At that moment, Rei called the girl Rumi and asked her how the registration of his gold farm guild was going. Rumi approached and announced that the registration had been successfully completed. However, she hesitantly asked why Rei had chosen her as the guild leader. Rei smiled and replied that the thing was that only players with rank B or higher could create their own guild. But he's an E ranker, so he can't perform such a function. Rumi became worried and said that there were people better suited for the role. Rei looked into her eyes and told her that he had made this choice in her favor because she was the right one for the job. Thanks to Rei, all members of the Gold Farm Guild were able to raise their ranks to B and even higher. Each guild member has their strengths and weaknesses. While Rumi's earnings aren't great, her strengths lie in her diligence and friendly nature, and so Rei decided she was the perfect guild leader. Just then, Kuki approached and said that everyone was already talking about them online. A ton of articles have been written about the new Gold Farm Guild, where all members are rank B or higher. There's also an interview with the guild leader. Rei laughed and said it was a good thing he had given himself the title of Head of the Chancery. Cookie asked in surprise why Rei needed a guild, since he could make a lot of money himself. Ray replied that the main goal was to get as many orders for information as possible, because the world isn't only rocked by disasters like tests that affect the entire country. Some tests are more localized, affecting only a specific city or village. Accordingly, only the guild can receive orders to complete such tests. At this time, Rumi came up and said that they had compiled a list of all the easier tests with worthy rewards. However, Ray handed her the letter and said that they would deal with this test first. Rumi glanced at the task and her eyes widened. It said a challenge in a European-style mansion with a reward of 5 million. She said that given the difficulty, they could find orders that would pay them much more. Kuki was surprised because Rumi had previously agreed to any job, but now she began to worry about money. However, Rumi said that if Ray himself had noticed this test, then the mansion might hold something else besides money. Ray replied that this was precisely the case. Ray looked the girl straight in the eyes, and his aura became noticeable. He told her that they couldn't miss such an opportunity. Sometime later, Ray was driving in the car, and suddenly he received a call from Rumi. Rumi reported that the said quest was intercepted by their guild, and they managed to negotiate a reward of 5 million yen. Ray replied that this was great news, and that he would arrive on site in 30 minutes. Suddenly, another phone on the car seat started ringing, which caught Ray's attention. Ray answered the phone. It was Yuji, reporting that he had arrived at the designated location, and strange men had entered the house. Ray asked how many people were there and if they had spotted Yuji. The guy replied that there were 5 of them and they hadn't noticed him. Then Ray said he'd handle the rest himself, and told the boy to get out of there. Yuji was listed in Ray's phone as Golden Hamster number 2. After finishing the conversation, Ray wondered what the other players were doing there, since the request had been intercepted by his guild. That's why he decided to use an illusion mask to avoid exposing his face unnecessarily. The system notified that materials were needed to create the illusory mask item. Ray remembered that he had received a fragment of the soul of a D-rank swordsman from Tsukino. The system immediately reported that the success rate of creating an illusory mask using a D-rank swordsman's soul fragment was 0.23%. Then Ray asked, what if he were to create the item manually? The system replied that the probability of success in that case was unknown, and if Ray failed during the creation process, he would suffer physical or mental consequences. The system asked if Ray was ready to craft the item manually, and of course he agreed. At that very moment, the system announced that the transition to the Forge of Souls had begun, and also that Ray needs to harmonize his soul with the object, and the likelihood of success depends on how he copes with this task. And since the base success rate is below 1%, the difficulty will be increased. The time limit is 60 minutes. Ray immediately set to work, rearranging and connecting the particles like puzzles, and doing it with incredible speed. The system reported that time was up and the soul was in complete harmony. The success rate is 100%. Transition to the real world is in progress. The illusory mask was crafted using the Soul Forger subclass skill. Ray was absolutely pleased with the mask and ordered the car to stop, as it was time for him to get out. He got out of the car, put on a mask, and now people will see him as a different person. Ray walked up to the very large mansion they had received the contract for. He walked inside and saw a pile of corpses. They had been set on fire, and the smell of burning still hung in the air. Ray walked past them, went down the stairs, and thought that it looked like they were already waiting for him downstairs. Descending to the very bottom, he noticed that the hidden door was open. Ray realized they were searching for the hidden test. Depending on their complexity, tests are divided into large-scale and small-scale. Large-scale projects involve the entire state, while small-scale projects affect small communities, like towns and villages. Well, it's logical to assume that small-scale tests are not that complicated, and therefore it's not possible to raise a lot of money for them. But even among them, there are exceptions. Hidden tests. They arise only in small-scale trials, in secluded corners. Their level of complexity is significantly higher than that of small-scale tests, and usually has nothing in common with the main test. The best part about these challenges is the chance to earn rare items. In other words, only those with knowledge of the game can find these challenges. Meanwhile, Ray found another ladder and began to descend even lower, where he met a team of people dressed in black clothes. They noticed Ray, and one of them took off his hood and asked if Ray was the representative from the Gold Farm Guild. Ray was surprised and replied that he didn't know what a gold farm was. Then the man apologized and said he'd made a mistake, and after that he told Ray that he saw that he was capable of passing this hidden test. Ray looked at him sullenly and said that he had no intention of undergoing a hidden test for them. The man smiled and replied that Ray had misunderstood, and that there was no need for that at all. And then Ray didn't understand anything at all. Then the man showed him the box and said the test had already been passed, asking if Ray had come for this box of evolution. Ray wondered if they had truly passed the test. He asked what if he really did need the box. At that very second, the man threw the box straight into Ray's hands and said that, as a sign of gratitude, they were giving it to him. However, in exchange, they asked that their request be fulfilled. Ray asked what exactly they were demanding. The man smiled and replied that Ray needed to stop other people from going through the small-scale test, no matter how he did it. He also said that if Ray is an experienced player, then he should definitely know how to interfere with others. Ray was tormented by the thought of why these people needed to be prevented from passing the test. And suddenly, he said, he realized who they were. Ray asked if they were a dark guild and wanted to do the same thing that happened to Argentina. It happened 2 weeks ago. One Argentine city, Mendoza specifically, was completely destroyed because no one could pass a simple test. But the whole problem happened a week ago. Shares of companies based in Mendoza were subjected to massive short selling across the board. It was as if someone knew in advance that Mendoza would be completely wiped off the face of the earth. Ray told the man that rumor had it that the Dark Guild was to blame. He asked if they'd really had enough of Argentina and were now going after Japan. And then the man told Ray that he could continue to fantasize about the reasons for their proposal, but asked him to answer whether Ray agreed or not. Ray looked him in the eyes and replied that he refused, no matter how tempting their offer sounded. And if he had to choose which of them would destroy the city, it would be much more profitable for Ray to do it himself than to serve someone else. Then the man replied that it was a great pity, and holding out his hand, demanded that the box be returned. And Ray would also have to pay a small percentage for the time he held the box in his hands. Ray asked, "What other percentage?" And then the man looked at him angrily and replied that the percentage was in the form of his life. He pulled a syringe containing an unknown liquid from his pocket and told Ray he had only 2 choices: either cooperate obediently or die. Ray immediately took out his sword and asked if they really thought they could defeat him. The man replied that in a normal situation, they would hardly have succeeded, but they somehow managed to pass this secret test. After these words, he stuck a syringe into his neck, and his entire team did the same. He said that Ray would feel their power on herself, and that the player's skills are useless against the incredible, powerful force of the Darkest Guild. As soon as the players injected themselves into the neck with syringes, their aura turned dark purple, and their eyes glowed with a bright light. Ray watched their transformation from the sidelines, and assumed they were using doping. Ray knew that doping affected his physical performance, but that outwardly they remained the same. However, he couldn't understand why they remained the same. Then Ray glanced at the box and realized what was going on. He smiled and decided to play along. After this, Ray shook the box a few times, and the team leader immediately took out a remote control and pressed a button. The box exploded. The members of the Dark Guild immediately started laughing loudly and saying that Ray was a real idiot for falling for such a simple trick. And in general, all players are like that. They believe that thanks to the game mechanics they have become imbalanced, but they remain too naive. The leader began to approach the place of the explosion and continued to speak. All that was needed was to divert attention to the possible threat and blow up the box. He even felt sorry for Ray, but he immediately dismissed these thoughts and said that they didn't need such useless people anyway. By this time, the smoke from the explosion had already cleared, and he noticed that Ray's body was gone and the box was lying on the floor. No one could figure out what had happened or where Ray had gone. At that very moment, Ray began to kill the team members. He used destructive fire and began burning them alive. The leader noticed that Ray was using an illusion mask. Having dealt with everyone, Ray approached the leader, took off his mask, and said that he felt sorry for his friends. After these words, he used the soul capture skill, and the chains immediately shackled the leader, preventing him from moving. The leader continued to shout that it was impossible, and asked how Ray managed to survive such an explosion. Ray smiled, and replied that he was well aware of the value of the box, and of course, he did not believe that they gave it away out of the kindness of their hearts. He walked up to the box, picked it up, and said that it was clear from the very beginning that it was mined. While suffering in chains, the leader asked why Ray had picked it up if he knew it was mined. Ray started laughing and said that they had underestimated the high-level players, and for them, the explosion from such a small bomb was like a breeze in the face. After these words, Ray started calling Rumi and told the leader that he would take the money from his wallet for the damaged clothes. The leader became frightened and started shouting at Ray, asking if he was really calling the police. Ray smiled and replied that he was making a call about something far more important. Rumi answered the call and happily asked if Ray had passed the test yet. However, Ray told her to look into the regions of Japan where stocks were being bought up with great zeal. After all, perhaps the Dark Guild was doing the same thing to their country as it had to Argentina. Rumi immediately got to work, and Ray said that they must not allow the tragedy to happen again. At this point, the leader began to laugh loudly and told Ray that he was a real hero of justice. Ray smiled and replied that he was talking nonsense. After all, the Dark Guild was deliberately crashing local companies' stock prices by selling them cheap. And if Ray's people buy them out and he passes the test, then how much money will Ray receive out of thin air? The leader became angry and asked if Ray was really planning to go to war against the Dark Guild. Ray replied that if there was a lot of money at stake, then with great pleasure, or they could cooperate with them. The leader became even more angry and asked what kind of idiot would cooperate with him. Ray called Rumi and asked if the re-education course was ready. Rumi asked, "The one that requires a character with restoration?" Ray said that was exactly it. Then Rumi said that everything was ready, but they hadn't yet conducted experiments and didn't know how effective such methods would be. Ray smiled and said that he would soon deliver them some lab rats, so they needed to get ready. After that, Ray opened the box, and the system reported that thanks to the evolution box item, the soul fragment of an F-rank mage had turned into a soul fragment of an E-rank mage. After some time, Ray, using an illusion mask, arrived at the Museum of Modern Art. He called Rumi and asked if she was sure that this was the Dark Guild's goal. Rumi replied that this was accurate information, as the leader and the rest of the Dark Guild members had confessed to it. However, Rumi said that unfortunately, they didn't know how many enemies would be in the area, and perhaps he shouldn't have gone alone. Ray replied that he would handle it. Ray went inside and ordered Rumi to continue monitoring the stocks, and to report to him if anything happened. A crowd of people had gathered outside the museum, and right in the center, Ray spotted a young man named Takeshi. He had posted an ad online, seeking a group to conquer the city. No rewards were implied, but they were to work together to protect the city. Takeshi shouted that if anyone was interested in participating in the trial, they were welcome to join him. He is the leader of the Humanity Defense Association. Ray noticed that quite a lot of people had gathered, definitely over 100. Takeshi continued his touching speech. He found it difficult to convey his feelings of admiration and pride at how many people had come to defend the city. He thanked everyone. Ray was among the crowd and couldn't believe so many people had undertaken such a test without a reward. He assumed the spy could have easily blended in. Ray considered whether he should find the spy before they went inside. He'd already used the soul eye, but then Takeshi began shouting that it was time to begin the test. He told everyone not to be afraid and to call for help if they encountered a strong enemy, as the association workers would help everyone. Ray was surprised that they had absolutely no strategy and that this Takeshi was spouting such nonsense. However, Ray thought it was only to his advantage. In fact, Ray already guessed who exactly the spy would be, but he had not yet figured out what to do with them in the end. Of the 107 players who took part in the trial, all 106 participants turned out to be spies from the Dark Guild, with the exception of one, Ray. Takeshi actively escorted everyone inside the museum, reminding them to be careful and safe. All the players went inside. Ray looked around and thought that it looked very expensive. At that moment, Ray noticed that all the players began to surround him from different sides, holding spray cans in their hands. And suddenly, all the players simultaneously started releasing gas and canisters directly at Ray, creating a huge explosion. However, Ray knew about this trap from the start, so he managed to fly up above the explosion. And right after that, Ray descended to the ground, killing everyone who organized this explosion. They had no chance of salvation. Having dealt with them all, Ray said that they were very obedient and fearless dogs, blindly rushing into battle, not caring about the superiority of the opponent. At that very second, Takeshi burst into the hall. He ran in fear and screamed, not understanding what had happened. Ray replied that all these people suddenly attacked him, and he had to calm them down. Takeshi said it was some kind of horror and misunderstanding. He asked how Ray was feeling and if he was injured. Immediately after these words, he drew his dagger and prepared to strike. However, Ray instantly grabbed the knife with 2 fingers. Takeshi couldn't move and couldn't understand Ray's strength. Meanwhile, Ray pushed him back a couple of meters and said that his weapon wasn't even a game item, and Takeshi wouldn't harm any player with it. At that moment, the remaining surviving comrades ran up to Takeshi. Ray looked at them and said that this farce was pointless, as he knew they were all connected to the Dark Guild. Takeshi smiled evilly and replied that since Ray knew everything, it would be even easier. The other players heard this and asked Takeshi, "What kind of Dark Guild is this? And wasn't this test commissioned by an environmental protection group?" Takeshi started laughing and replied that it was all true. And the environmental protection group was, in fact, a business partner of the Dark Guild. After this, Takeshi threw up his hands and suggested that everyone just discuss everything calmly. He then looked into Ray's eyes and said that their priority was not to kill him, but to protect this place, and he did not want to become enemies. And also, if Rei agrees to cooperate, Takeshi will arrange for him to be paid an allowance of 50,000, and maybe even 100,000. Upon hearing this, the players began shouting in displeasure that he was being offered 100,000, while they were only offered 30,000. Some were even hearing about any kind of salary for the first time. Now everything became clear to Rei, and in the past, he would have most likely fallen for such a scam. But this time, he was forced to refuse. Takeshi was surprised that Rei refused him, and said it was a shame, since now he would have to finish him off. After these words, Takeshi turned to the players and announced that he had a special offer. Only now, whoever kills Rei will receive an extra 100,000. At that very second, the players started running towards Rei, saying that they would destroy him. However, as soon as they got as close to Rei as possible, he effortlessly used his technique and neutralized them. Seeing this, Takeshi attacked Rei, saying that he was the former head of the judo club, and that Rei could not defeat him. Rei turned around and knocked out the daredevil with a single knee strike. Takeshi fell to the floor. Rei immediately used his soul-trapping skill, binding him with chains. Takeshi couldn't move and screamed in pain. After this, Rei turned around and noticed two players hiding. They began to beg Rei not to kill them. Rei thought that they might know something about the Dark Guild, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of it, so he told them that he would not kill them if they cooperated. At that moment, Rei called Rumi and told him he had great news. They would now have 100 new guildmates. Rumi was surprised and asked if they too would now have to undergo a re-education course. She warned that only a few in 100 would be able to withstand it. Rei replied that they were just rookies and didn't need retraining. But one head of the Humanity Defense Association definitely needed their training. And suddenly, at that moment, a sword, glowing with a dark purple aura, flew towards Rei. However, Rei noticed the attack in time and managed to fly up and dodge such a powerful blow. After that, Rei landed, smiled, and looked at the balcony, saying that he was finally out. A stranger with a mask on his face stood on the balcony and asked how long ago Rei noticed him. Rei replied that he'd noticed it from the moment he arrived. After all the players who showed up were just extras. Rei also said that the stranger stood out among these weaklings, and no matter how hard he tried to hide his powers, everyone else simply paled in comparison to him. The stranger was surprised that Rei had spotted him so easily. He drew his two shining swords, and he pounced on Rei with incredible speed, asking if he could survive a fight against him. They clashed in a difficult battle. Rei anticipated every attack and blocked it. The stranger was surprised, and said that Rei had become much stronger than he had been in the game, as he had parried his blows with just a dagger. Rei was confused as to how the stranger could have known what he was like in the game. So, with one blow of his dagger, he cut through his mask. The mask fell from the stranger's face, and Rei recognized this man. He could not have imagined that he would meet someone he knew, with whom he spent time in the game before the disaster. Rei called him by his first name, Yuto, and said he was glad to meet him. Yuto replied that he was sorry it had happened under these circumstances, because either way, he'd have to end Rei's life. After these words, Yuto assumed an attack stance. Rei, meanwhile, removed the mask from his face and asked if Yuto had enough strength to end his life. Yuto immediately activated his dual blade skill and began shouting that Rei was leaving him no choice. With incredible speed, he attacked Rei and managed to wound him on the shoulder. Rei admitted that Yuto's skill was indeed good, but not better than his own. After these words, Rei activated the Soul Eye skill. After analyzing it, he discovered that his primary class was a dual-bladed swordsman, but he had no subclass. Therefore, Rei understood that the duration of Yuto's super speed, given his level, would soon be shortened, and Yuto would become exhausted. The battle continued. Rei caught his opponent's pace and delivered one powerful blow, after which Yuto fell to the ground, creating a hole under himself. After this, Rei came down to him and said that Yuto was strong, but his weapon was not, and he would not end his life with such swords. Then, Rei used the Soul Trap skill again and chained Yuto motionless. Yuto tried to break free and couldn't understand what was happening, because for the Soul Capture skill to work, there had to be a difference in their levels. Rei smiled and replied that he was absolutely right and that they had a huge difference in levels. However, after this, Rei said that Yuto was one of the best players he knew, and so he offered him to join him, since with him he would earn millions, and the Dark Guild was not capable of such a thing. Through the pain, Yuto replied that he couldn't. Rei was surprised and asked why. Yuto replied that he couldn't say. Then Rei said he should tighten the chains. Yuto started screaming in excruciating pain, saying he couldn't tell, and if he did, what would happen. Rei told him to keep talking, but Yuto wouldn't give in. Then Rei asked him where Hisashi was. Yuto almost burst into tears at that moment. At one time, the game turned off potential players with its difficulty. Casual players had a hard time surviving, especially when it came to dungeons. Therefore, in this game it was important to have strong comrades who would share the same views on the game. Yuto and his younger brother Hisashi were such a comrade. The three of them took down bosses that Rei could easily have killed alone, but when their level gap became too wide, they stopped playing together. Rei, however, maintained contact in the game. Meanwhile, the boys had calmed down and sat down to talk calmly. Yuto said he hadn't expected to meet Rei under such circumstances. Rei asked where Hisashi was being held. Yuto bowed his head and replied that he didn't know and that he wasn't even allowed to see him. And suddenly, Yuto fell to his knees and began begging Rei to find out where they were keeping him. Since Rei had the Soul Forger subclass, he could do just that. Rei sighed and replied that he had such a skill, but not in the game, but in the real world. Then he stood up, walked over to a large, expensive painting, and continued his speech, saying that now only money motivated him to work. Then Rei turned to Yuto, extended his hand, and said that he would have to empty his wallet of all its contents. Yuto was in utter shock. He lowered his head and cried, begging Rei to save his brother. Then Rei asked if he had any of his brother's personal belongings with him. Yuto pulled out Hisashi's cap and handed it to Rei. Rei used the Soul Search skill and targeted Hisashi. The system immediately reported that the target had not been detected, as the target was already dead. Hearing this, Yuto almost went crazy. He fell to the floor and started screaming that it was impossible. The system also reported that the target's killer was Raven. Yuto clenched his fist and declared that he would kill that bastard. Rei asked if he knew this man. Yuto replied that he was the one who had taken his brother hostage and forced Yuto to work for the Dark Guild. Yuto's aura glowed darkly. He became very angry and began shouting that he would kill this animal with his own hands. After this, he fell on his knees before Rei and promised that he would earn as much money as Rei wanted, if only he would help avenge his brother. Rei said that he was also hurt by the news of Hisashi's death, as he was like a little brother to him too. Yuto looked at him with eyes full of tears, and said that then they could go for revenge together. However, Rei walked past him and replied that he didn't have time for that, as money wouldn't make itself. Yuto begged him to stop, and at that moment, Rei received messages from Tsukino. She asked if Rei had really fought the Dark Guild at the museum, how he'd agreed to do it, and who paid him. Rei was very surprised by such messages, and could not understand where Tsukino got information about him from. He wrote to her that it was his personal initiative, and asked if there was a job for him. Tsukino replied that the government was looking for people to destroy the base of a dark guild. The reward was 1 billion yen. Rei was surprised that they were offering 1 billion for a simple elimination, so he asked how she knew about it. Tsukino replied that the government had personally requested assistance from the Wings of Creation Guild, so Rei needed to keep information regarding this mission a secret. Then Rei asked why she was sharing this information with him if it was a secret. Tsukino became angry and wrote that he wasn't a stranger to her. Tsukino also reported rumors that the guild headquarters holds assets worth over 10 billion yen, and if the order is fulfilled, the government will remain silent about anything being there. Rei immediately turned to Yuto and asked if he was aware that Raven might currently be at the Dark Guild headquarters. Yuto was surprised and replied that of course, since Raven was the head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, and it was unlikely that he had ever left his abode. Rei smiled broadly and replied that plans had changed and he would help Yuto avenge his brother. And at that very second, Rei sent a message to Tsukino that the Golden Farm Guild would take on this order. And so, after some time, Rei and Yuto set off in search of the Dark Guild's headquarters. Suddenly, Rei received a message from Tsukino. She wrote that the local police had found the base of the Dark Guild, and they were already on their way. Rei asked her if their base was on the 12th floor. Tsukino was surprised and asked where Rei got this information, as they had just received it from the government. Rei wrote that he personally conducted an investigation into the Dark Guild and is now heading there. In that case, Tsukino asked Rei to help the police, since he was already on his way there. If the Dark Guild fought back, the police wouldn't be able to cope. Rei immediately asked what the price was. Tsukino offered 1 million per person for the security of the Dark Guild members. She also offered 1 million per person for the security of the police. Tsukino also promised to discuss these terms with the government, but if they refused, the Wings of Creation Guild would cover the cost. Rei agreed to these terms. Rei decided to inform Yuto that the local police were also heading to the Dark Guild's base. Yuto, of course, was delighted with such news, and suggested that they hurry to see them. However, Rei said he would go alone and that Yuto should wait here. The Dark Guild didn't yet know whether Yuto was alive or not, so Rei decided to hide this fact from them and catch them off guard. Yuto understood the seriousness of this operation and agreed, promising that he would wait on site. Yuto warned Ray to be careful, as if the police discovered them, the guild could set traps throughout the building. Ray replied that he would keep that in mind. After some time, Ray approached the building housing the base. However, the building was completely sealed and entry was prohibited. However, this did not stop Ray. He lifted the tape and wanted to climb over, but a man stopped him and said that due to a gas leak, the entrance to the building was temporarily sealed. Ray replied that the Wings of Creation Guild had personally asked him to join the capture of the target. He asked if he had the right address. The man immediately apologized for his rudeness and led Ray in the right direction. He led Ray into a room where serious people in business suits were actively negotiating and said that a player from the Wings of Creation Guild had arrived. One of the men immediately began to become aggressive and shout that they had not asked for any reinforcements. He also looked Ray over from head to toe and said that this weakling would be of no use anyway, and they would sort everything out themselves. Then he turned his back to Ray and, turning around, said that he was connected with the people above, so his orders were absolute, and that Ray should not dare to interfere. The man led a whole squad of police officers and gave them the order to all move forward. Ray watched from the sidelines and told one of the people present that it was a bad idea. A few seconds later, there was an explosion on the top floor. Debris began to fall on them, and Ray said that he had warned them. So Ray had to take matters into his own hands, using his soul thread skill to block off their floor to prevent the debris from collapsing and causing the fire to continue. The man saw a piece of debris flying towards him, and he couldn't believe they were saved. Then Ray looked around the area and decided that it was worth saving that same foolish man and the police officers. He flew in their direction. Ray landed to find the police officers lying motionless on the floor, thinking he was too late. However, at that moment, Ray heard the man cough and realized that he could still help them. Ray looked at him and said that one person's life was worth 1,000,000 yen, and it would be a waste of money if he died here. After these words, Ray wrapped all the police officers in gold thread and began to pull them out of there, lowering them to the ground. Ray finished his task and said he had nothing more to do there, and it was time for him to go. Those around him thanked him, but couldn't figure out who this player was. After a while, Ray came to Yuto and said he was done with everything. Yuto was eating ice cream and said he'd finished it, somehow quickly. Yuto also handed Ray his favorite tea and asked how everything went. Ray replied that the Dark Guild had already escaped, and he'd wasted his time. He then stuck the straw into the tea bag and asked if maybe the Dark Guild had another base. Yuto replied that he only knew about one base and that he had no more information. Yuto also said that he threw away the items the guild lent him, as well as the smartphone, on the same day he met Ray. And they can, of course, return to the museum test and take at least the phone to get at least some information. However, Ray said it wasn't worth it, since their location would then be revealed. Besides, Ray already knew what they should do. The guys continued on their way, and Ray said that it was difficult to engage in criminal business and organize a hideout when you are in the police's sights, and especially when the city is dotted with cameras that can easily reveal the identity of any passerby. Then Yuto asked, so the Dark Guild would choose a place where there were a minimum of cameras and it was hard to find, and a low-level, low-reward dungeon would fit this description perfectly. Ray replied that everything was correct, and he had already ordered his army of money hamsters to search for such a place. Yuto was surprised and didn't understand which army he was talking about. Ray rolled his eyes and explained he was talking about his guild, Gold Farm. He added that Yuto would, of course, be part of that team, and to do that, he'll need to work hard and bring in millions. Yuto replied that Ray wasn't exactly being polite about it. Suddenly, Yuto had a question. He asked if they needed to call on his army for reinforcements. Ray replied that there was no need. They also had a busy schedule and completely different tasks. Meanwhile, the gold hamsters had finished masking the coins. Ray told Yuto that if he called them, he would disrupt their schedule and reduce his profits. At that very moment, Ray received a message from the team that in the course of a month, only 36 dungeons had been recorded that no one could enter, and 7 of them were in the surrounding areas of Tokyo. And the only closed dungeon with constantly respawning monsters is the Tower of Slaughter, located deep in the mountains of Chiba Prefecture. The dungeon is located deep in the mountains in the Tower of Slaughter. Ray knew that the dungeon, where enemies eventually respawn, was the perfect place for a base. And given the difficulty level of the dungeon itself, and the low level of enemies, there is no way to farm special level items or loot there. A dungeon is a place no one would even think of entering, even considering its location. Ray told Yuto they'd have to go there. Yuto replied that everything was already ready for this, since Ray himself asked to do this, knowing that the path would not be short. Yuto then pointed to one of the parked cars and said that this little one would easily survive the mountain roads. The guys got into the car, and Rei told Yuto to drive faster and not to worry about speeding tickets, as he would take care of everything. Hearing these words from Rei, Yuto happily accelerated to full speed, and the car almost flew into the sky. Rei calmly sipped his tea and said that this time they shouldn't let them get away. Yuto replied that he was damn right. The boys continued on their way and had already left the city limits. The road was quite long. Rei was using the guidebook and told Yuto to keep going straight. Yuto replied that there was no road ahead and asked if he should accelerate further. Rei said he would handle it and ordered Yuto to drive carefully and not slow down. Rei donned the illusion mask and Yuto stepped on the gas. The car soared over the cliff. Then the car landed on a rocky road, and from such a shaking, Rei dropped the tea from his hands, and Yuto was having fun from such an adrenaline rush. Rei used his skill to form a shield around the car. They continued sliding down, even knocking down a tree in their path. Finally, they stopped, and Yuto said that they thought they had a flat tire. Rei got angry and said he'd told him to be careful. Yuto winked and replied that the enemy definitely wouldn't notice them at the foot of the mountain. And besides, he had such a car at his disposal. Yuto simply couldn't help but use its capabilities to the maximum. The boys got out of the car and noticed a huge, beautiful building on the top of the mountain. Rei wasted no time and slung his backpack on his back to continue on his way. Yuto continued on ahead, but Rei stopped him and asked if he'd forgotten anything. Yuto took a deep breath and said that it was cruel to carry heavy luggage after driving like that. However, Yuto had no choice. Rei said the backpacks contained weapons, as they were planning to go up against an entire organization together, and they needed to have an arsenal on hand. The boys climbed up the rocky mountain, and after a while, the system reported that they had arrived at the slaughter tower. Rei and Yuto hid behind the trees to assess the situation at the tower gate. The boys noticed 5 armed guards on duty at the gate, but they didn't rule out the possibility that there were others nearby. The guards were smoking cigars and discussing how it would be nice if someone brought them a woman. But no woman would come to such a remote place. One of the guards started laughing and said that even if some idiot showed up there, he would do anything to him, since he had no more strength to endure it. All the guards started laughing loudly, and Rei asked what kind of scum they had recruited as guards. Yuto said he saw those idiots at the previous base. Rei replied that meant their assumption was correct. Rei also said that they could attack them right now, and asked Yuto how things were going with security. Yuto explained that the previous base was disguised as an office rented in a multi-story building. But in this case, everything is different. Rei surveyed the area and noticed that the bridges leading to this dungeon were all destroyed, and the dungeon itself was surrounded by a barrier. The only entrance was the gate. That's why they stationed strong soldiers at the gates. By placing guards at the gates, one could completely protect oneself from outside intruders. However, Yuto said that there was no need to relax, since in addition to the guards at the gate, there could be others nearby, and at the previous base, there was a whole hidden unit of 30 people. Then, Rei asked how strong this unit might be. Yuto replied that it was no stronger than them, but as far as he knows, there are 3 players in the Dark Guild who are equal to or even stronger than Yuto. Their names are Jack, Kuroki, and Raven. Yuto became noticeably nervous, and with a cold sweat on his forehead, said that these 3 would be the hardest to deal with. Rei smiled and replied that with 3 players of equal strength, it would be even more fun. Yuto looked at Rei with relief, and said that since Rei was such an optimist, he could rely on him. Rei said it would be a shame if the 3 of them escaped while they were fighting these small fry. Since there is a 1 million yen reward for 1 member of the Dark Guild, it is advisable to block the exit to avoid losing profits. Yuto asked in surprise if Rei had really come here for money. Rei replied that it couldn't be otherwise. However, Rei added that it wasn't just about the money, as if they didn't block that exit, the criminals might escape, including Raven. After these words, Yuto was overcome with rage. He said that they needed to block the exit by any means necessary so that not a single creature could get through. Rei agreed and said that to be on the safe side, they could turn to the Wings of Creation for help. However, if Tsukino were to contact them directly, there was a chance that the Dark Guild might learn of their plans. Then Yuto said they'd have to hold them off until the Wings of Creation Guild arrived. He asked Rei if the 2 of them could handle it. Rei smiled widely, looked him in the eyes, and told Yuto not to even doubt it. Then, Rei sent a message to Tsukino that he had discovered the Dark Guild's second base. He urgently needed to send his strongest players to assist in the blockade. It's also possible that a spy for the Dark Guild could be within the Tsukino Guild. Therefore, Rei asked her to send only those she trusted as much as herself. Then Rei said that after sending the message, they could begin. Yuto assumed an attack stance. Rei began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, and on the count of 1, Ray pressed the send button. At that very second, Yuto activated his super speed skill. Yuto flew up to the guards and began neutralizing them one by one. The guards couldn't even comprehend what was happening. After dealing with everyone, Yuto said that this heavy backpack slowed down his speed. Then he looked at Ray and said that in that case, he couldn't blame him for being slow. Ray threw off his backpack and told Yuto not to whine, as it was time to get their weapons out. He opened the backpack, picked it up, and began spinning at incredible speed. Thousands of those same hidden coins poured out of the backpack. Then Ray sighed and said everything was ready. All that remained was to wait for them to come out. A surveillance camera spotted Ray and Yuto and alerted them that there were intruders on the premises and that they needed to be eliminated. A swarm of soldiers immediately rushed out of the tower. Yuto grabbed his backpack, and Ray said that his millions of yen were running straight into his hands. This made Ray very happy. He looked at Yuto and said that it was time to make money. Then Ray activated the coin explosion skill, causing an explosion that set the soldiers on fire. Ray looked at it and said that, as he thought, from a weak explosion, everyone fell immediately. Some managed to survive. One of them warned the others to be careful, as the smoke made it impossible to see anything, and the enemy could attack at any moment. At that very second, Ray struck and said with a smile that they were very smart boys. Then he looked at Yuto and said that he was doing quite well, and had already destroyed 10 of them, and one of them was worth 1 million. Yuto smiled widely and replied that he was just getting started, and the fun was yet to come. However, at that moment, one of the warriors attacked Ray from behind, and Yuto began to shout that someone was attacking from behind. However, before Ray could even blink, Yuto had already cut the enemy into pieces, saving Ray. Then Yuto turned around and said that Ray had noticed the enemy and was specifically standing there waiting for Yuto to finish him off. Ray replied that he had guessed correctly and pointed to the camera, saying that he didn't want to put on a show and reveal all his cards to them. Ray also asked not to be identified by name because there might be a microphone on the camera, and if there isn't one, they can still read your lips. Then the boys looked around, and Ray said they had done enough, and it was time to take away their view. After these words, he destroyed the surveillance camera. Meanwhile, the guild leader and the others watched what Ray had done. The head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, Raven, asked his subordinates why they had come after all. The girl told him that one of the attackers was Yuto, a mouse and a traitor to their organization. The identity of the second attacker has not been established. One of those present said that they were checking the identity of the second person in the databases of the Japanese Adventurers Association, but so far they have not found any data. Raven realized that if one of them was Yuto, then he knew about the death of his younger brother, and that is why he betrayed them. Raven thought for a minute and said that Yuto and his brother were doing nothing but getting in their way. He suddenly remembered a moment from the past when he entrusted his younger brother with a special mission. Raven asked if Hisashi could handle such a task. Hisashi replied that it wasn't the difficulty of the mission, but what needed to be done. Hisashi didn't like the idea of having to eliminate a target he held a terrible grudge against, at the client's request. So he came to Raven to tell him it was complete nonsense. Raven got angry and said that his job was to eliminate the target and then receive a worthy reward, and there should be no problem with that. Hisashi then asked Raven if he knew the client wanted to destroy the Wings of Creation. Raven replied that it was a funny joke. Then, Hisashi started shouting that the target was his old friend from the game. He was a healer with a kind and friendly disposition, and it was impossible to hold a grudge against someone like that. Hisashi explained that the only motive for this murder was to harm the Wings of Creation Guild. Raven continued to stare out the window in silence. Hisashi continued to say that healers were valuable assets to every guild. Alone, they were weak. And if a strong healer died, it would harm the organization. Raven laughed and replied that this was nonsense, since why would a dark guild kill healers from other guilds? They had other things to do. Hisashi then told Raven straight to his face that it seemed like their job was to prevent the trials from being passed, since at present only the Wings of Creation Guild is capable of undergoing further trials, and once they are eliminated, no one else will be able to resist further chaos. Hisashi told Raven that he realized that it was much more profitable for their guild if countries were unable to pass the trials. Raven continued to look out the window and replied that Hisashi was, of course, right, and turned around and said, "It would be much easier not to prevent the test from being passed, but to simply wipe the entire country off the face of the earth. And this will only be possible if the Wings of Creation disappear, and they must be removed before a new trial arises." At that moment, Raven released his dark threads and wrapped them around Hisashi's leg. The boy began screaming that this was madness. Raven replied that it didn't concern him in any case, since his life would end here and now. Hisashi didn't understand what Raven was getting at, and at that very second, Raven activated the Shadow Path skill. He bound Hisashi with dark threads and began to squeeze him. However, Hisashi began to laugh and scream for Raven to kill him, so that his older brother Yuto would finally be free. Hisashi screamed that if he killed him, Yuto would no longer obey them. Yuto had worked for them for so long because they had taken Hisashi hostage. Raven smiled and replied that he would definitely find another lever of pressure on Yuto. However, Hisashi did not give up, and said that they would never be able to subjugate Yuto by other means. Raven took out and activated his spear, telling Hisashi to think about why he was forbidden to communicate with his brother. He then plunged a spear into the boy's heart and said that his brother would not even know about his painful death. And after that, Raven said that he even felt a little sorry, because if Hisashi hadn't meddled in other people's business, he would have lived much longer. Remembering these events, Kuroki told Raven that he had said that they should have simply cut off Hisashi's limbs and made him a cripple. Kuroki then smiled widely, adjusted his mustache, and said that Hisashi would be a good new toy for him. Raven replied that if he left a person alive who knew their plans, the information might leak, and he could not allow that. Kuroki said that if their plan succeeded and Japan disappeared, he could warm his bones at a luxury resort. He was already thinking about where it would be better to go: Hawaii, the Maldives, or Dubai. Boy Jack laughed and said that the old man already had his old man's plans for life in his head. Jack also added that lying around at a resort gets boring within a day, but playing with tasteless toys is just the thing for Kuroki. Kuroki got angry, jumped up, and started shouting that little Jack was yapping too much today. One of those present tried to calm him down and said that they could get a promotion if they destroyed the country. Then a place in the main office was guaranteed. Kuroki replied that he wasn't drawn to paperwork and would rather be on the front lines. Killing people was much more fun than sitting in a stuffy office, and it was good for your health. Raven listened to everyone and asked how things were going with the violators. The girl reported that they sent soldiers there, but the intruders managed to defeat them all. Raven stood up from his chair and said that it was obvious since Yuto was there, and of course, small mercenaries couldn't handle him. He told the girl to tell the boss that they would handle it themselves. After that, Raven took his weapon and said that Kuroki and Jack would go with him. Kuroki was surprised that Raven was so serious, because those two rats wouldn't be able to do anything against them. Raven turned around and said that rodents should not be taken lightly, because a cornered rat could bite a cat's neck. And on top of that, this guy, they don't know anything about. So Raven decided to kill him as quickly as possible, using the maximum of their powers. Meanwhile, Rei and Yuto tried to count how many warriors they had killed and how many millions they had earned. Yuto said they definitely managed half of it. Rei replied that was great, as there was still half left to raise some money. Raven suddenly emerged from the tower. Rei noticed Yuto had become increasingly nervous and asked what was wrong. Yuto replied that he had just emerged. Raven turned to Yuto and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, and if he'd gone this far, he already knew the truth about his brother. Yuto was overcome with rage and said that Raven would definitely answer for the death of his younger brother. Yuto used the super speed skill. However, the system reported that the super speed skill could not be activated. The skill's cooldown was also 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 52 seconds. Yuto became very angry and decided to attack Raven and take revenge on him. Rei watched from the side and thought that Yuto had completely lost his mind, but he decided to let him commit one reckless act today. However, Yuto didn't even have time to reach Raven. Jack appeared and cut him off with his wide slash skill. Yuto spotted Jack and Kuroki. Jack laughed loudly and said Yuto was an idiot for coming all this way just to get killed. Kuroki intervened and told Jack it was rude of him to laugh at Yuto, as such a fool could only be pitied. After all, risking one's life for a dead body was the height of stupidity. Yuto, barely containing his anger, said that Raven had brought Jack and Kuroki with him. Rei asked who they were and said they could be blown up with coins. At that moment, Yuto turned to Raven and demanded that he explain why he took his younger brother's life. Raven smiled and replied that there was no reason. The rat had bitten its master's hand and paid for it. Yuto looked at him angrily and asked if he really killed Hisashi because he didn't want to obey him. Raven's aura turned dark, and he asked Yuto if he was as stupid as his brother, that he couldn't understand that it was customary to get rid of useless rodents. Yuto gripped his weapon tightly and said that Raven would pay for daring to drag his brother through the mud. At that moment, Jack and Kuroki surrounded him, telling Yuto to watch his back or else he would follow his brother. And suddenly Rei appeared. With a slashing blow of his soul, he incapacitated Kuroki and Jack, throwing them to the ground. Then Rei looked at Yuto and said that he could go, and Rei would deal with these freaks. Yuto thanked Rei and turned his attention to Raven. He wanted to destroy him by any means necessary. However, Raven called him an idiot and asked how he could take his life without his super speed. After these words, Raven used the Ice Fortress skill. A wall of ice appeared in front of Yuto. However, Yuto said not to underestimate him. He gathered all his strength, flew to the very top, and released a huge amount of energy using the thermal blast skill. With a powerful blow, Yuto managed to split the ice wall and found himself in front of Raven. Ray saw what had happened and realized things were bad. He immediately used a slash and a coin blast on Yuto. There was an explosion, and Yuto was thrown back several meters. He rose to his feet and began screaming, asking why Ray had done this. Continuing his battle with Kuroki and Jack, Ray said that Yuto would thank him later. He then asked Yuto to turn around and see what he had saved him from. Turning around, Yuto saw a huge ice pillar. He realized that if it weren't for Ray, he would have ended up under the pillar. Ray shouted at him that he was actually charging millions for saving his life, and that after the mission, Yuto would have to pay. And how could he possibly get revenge if he kicked the bucket? Suddenly, Raven turned to Ray and said that he was seeing him for the first time, and it seemed that he was the one who interfered with their plans with the test in the European mansion and museum. Ray chose to play the fool and replied that he didn't understand what they were talking about, and that there was no point in talking nonsense. But Ray was sure that Raven knew about the Gold Farm Guild, but had no idea about his identity. Raven told Ray that he did not understand why he would go against a powerful organization and get involved with a traitor, condemning himself to death. Ray laughed and asked why. Of course, to make more money. Raven was surprised by this answer, and asked if Ray had really decided to make an entire guild his enemy. Ray began to laugh even louder and replied that there was nothing more valuable in this world than money, so nothing bothered him. Ray then said that there was a 1 million yen bounty on Raven's head, and that if he died, Yuto would work for him for free. At that moment, Ray gathered his energy and told Raven that he once killed Hisashi for his guild's profit, and now it was time for him to die for Ray's money. And immediately after these words, Ray used the spiritual limit break skill. The system notified Yuto that Ray intended to use the skill on him. The system also warned Yuto that this skill required quick reactions. To confirm, Yuto needed to press the green button. He agreed. At that very second, the system notified that the spiritual rupture skill had been activated, and the skill cooldown time had been reduced to 0. Also, for the duration of the skill, Yuto receives protection from the player's powers, Ray. Ray looked at Yuto and gave him the command to move forward. Yuto immediately activated his super speed and headed toward Raven. Raven got angry and said that was very impudent. He didn't expect Yuto to be able to use super speed again. Meanwhile, Yuto was confidently flying toward him. However, at that moment, an ice pike appeared in front of Yuto. Raven used ice arrows and asked if Yuto had forgotten that he knew his moves better than anyone. After saying this, Raven laughed loudly and said that Yuto's speed and sword skills were indeed worthwhile, but Raven knew of his 3 weaknesses. And Yuto's first weakness is that he only fights at close range. Raven took advantage of this and nearly managed to destroy him. Yuto was very angry that Raven knew him so well, because he thought he was invincible with such attack speed. Meanwhile, Raven said that Yuto's second weakness was his low attack power, and with that, he pinned the boy down with his massive spear. Yuto broke free, but Raven kept saying that Yuto's skill had a time limit. Raven simply needed to survive the skill's duration, and then he'd win. Yuto knew that there was truth in Raven's words, and that he was no match for him. But Yuto believed that he also had a chance to win. Raven noticed that Yuto had become thoughtful, and said that he read him like an open book, so there was no need to think about anything. Yuto understood that he also knew Raven's main advantages, and only knew one skill that was worth fearing, and this skill is called recoil. This skill increases the recoil of a blocked attack, allowing the user to attack with double the force. And thanks to the transfer of Ray's powers, the power of Yuto's attack also increases, and therefore Raven's recoil also increases. Therefore, Yuto decided that he should attack before he activated the skill, and so he did. Raven was shocked where this rat got such powerful strength from. Yuto even found this amusing. He understood that thanks to Ray's help, he could fight Raven on equal terms. Yuto's amusement angered Raven, who told him not to get cocky. Raven then raised his spear and used a backlash skill. The spear struck Yuto's chest with great force, sending him flying back several meters and creating a hole in the wall from the impact. Raven smiled widely and said that he would let Yuto meet the same death as his brother. And suddenly, at that moment, a knife flew from behind Raven, which Ray had thrown at him. Raven noticed in time and managed to dodge. The knife only scratched his cheek and stuck into the wall near Yuto. Raven got angry and started yelling at Ray not to interfere since he was next in line anyway. However, Ray only smiled in response and said that this knife would be useful for Yuto. Immediately after these words, Yuto pulled a knife out of the wall and ran up to Raven, stabbing him in the stomach. Raven couldn't figure out how it happened. Yuto said he knew his moves better than anyone, so he had to learn new tricks from Ray. After these words, Yuto pulled out his knife and Raven collapsed to the ground. Yuto had won this fight. Yuto looked at all this and cried. He said that he was able to avenge his younger brother Hisashi. At that moment, Yuto remembered all the happiest moments of his life when he and his brother were together. A few seconds later, the system announced that the effect of the spiritual limit break skill had ended. Yuto's physical strength had returned to normal. An exhausted Yuto collapsed onto Rei's shoulder and said that he still wanted to defeat Raven on his own. Rei supported him and replied that he hadn't really helped him, and Yuto had taken Raven's life on his own. Yuto was very weak, but he asked Rei what was going on with Jack and Kuroki. Rei smiled and replied that the two who came with Raven were lying over there to the side, a couple of minutes ago. Rei stood and watched the fight between Yuto and Raven, but Jack and Kuroki didn't let him just watch. They approached Rei and began to use their skills. Jack immediately used the Death Aura skill. Rei was even surprised. He knew that this was a skill for creating a space where the attack power would be increased. Jack then used a wide slash, and Kuroki used a penetrating charge attack behind Rei at that moment. Kuroki laughed evilly and asked Rei how he could dodge without a support point now. Rei was already tired of playing these games. With one movement of his hand, he destroyed Jack, and then went to Kuroki. Rei flew up to him and put a knife to his neck, saying that only an idiot would part with his weapon during a fight. After saying these words, he slit his throat. Meanwhile, Yuto told Rei that he'd instantly dispatched those mongrels. Rei smiled and replied that it wasn't anyone's fault that there was such a huge difference in strength between them. Yuto was sitting against the wall and couldn't move, so he apologized to Rei and said that he couldn't help him anymore. Rei smiled and said fine, he'd earn the money himself. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared before them and said there would be no rest. He stood with a huge hammer in his hands and addressed Yuto, saying that he would never have thought that Yuto would be able to defeat Raven. Behind this man were another dozen soldiers. Rei realized that it seemed reinforcements from the Dark Guild had arrived faster than the wings of creation. After these words, Rei approached the man and, smiling, said that one person was worth 1,000,000 yen, and there were even more than 20 of them here. Rei's aura shone with a bright light. At that moment, he thought about money, and he liked that this was not some kind of dungeon, but a gold mine. It didn't take a minute for Rei to finish them all off. He approached the man and told him he looked menacing, but was actually a weakling. Although Rei didn't care anymore, he would get his money. And immediately after these words, a column of black cars drove into the tower. Rei said that the wings of creation had arrived. He immediately removed the illusory mask from his face so as to avoid any unnecessary questions or suspicions. Tsukino got out of the car and told Rei, surprised, that he had done a great job here. She then looked around and asked if the two of them had actually managed to block the Dark Guild's escape route. Rei replied that it hadn't been particularly difficult. Then Tsukino asked where his partner was. Rei pointed at Yuto and said, "There he is, lying there." With his last bit of strength, Yuto said that somehow they'd managed to hold out. Tsukino replied that it must have been a difficult battle. After this, Tsukino gave the command to her people and said that from now on, the Wings of Creation would also help in the blockade. One of the members of the Wings of Creation Guild said that the blockade and such complications were unnecessary because all the bad guys were sitting inside, and they should just go in and kill them. Another guild member also supported the guy and said that the strongest fighters of the guild had come here, and together they would definitely cope. However, Tsukino calmed everyone down and said that Rei was in charge of this operation, and disobeying his orders would be punishable. However, the conversations between the guild members continued, and then guild member Hoshino intervened. She started yelling at everyone to shut up, as Tsukino had clearly told everyone that they needed to listen to Rei. One of the men told Hoshino not to interfere. However, the girl put him in his place and asked if he really thought he could shut her up because she was a woman. Rei intervened and said that their enemy's strength lay in numbers, so they couldn't act recklessly. Rei also said that if anyone had any objections, they could speak up. Rei wouldn't cooperate with anyone who didn't like his ideas, nor would he be responsible for their lives. After this, he asked everyone who agreed to his conditions to raise their hands. Everyone agreed, but Rei asked Yuto to keep an eye on the two, who were initially against it. Rei then gave a clear order for all prisoners to be sent to the guild branch. After some time, they all set up camp there and cooked a lot of delicious food. Tsukino sat down to eat some marshmallows and said that 3 hours had already passed since their arrival, and the guys from the Dark Guild were in no hurry to leave. Rei grilled the meat menacingly and said that they must have found out that reinforcements were coming. This fight is a test of endurance, but they won't be able to sit here for long as their food supplies will eventually run out. All they can do is wait. Yuto took a bite of steak and said they had some delicious grilled meat. Rei clarified that the Wings of Creation had brought it. Tsukino smiled and said that the siege couldn't be survived without good food and pleasant company. Kushino supported her and said that they could wait as long as they liked in comfortable conditions. Tsukino stood up from her chair, looked up, and said that, however, their barbecue was coming to an end. Because she received a notification that 2 suspicious men were approaching them, Ray immediately removed his apron. However, the guild member again insisted there was no need to panic, as there were only 2 of them, meaning they were going on reconnaissance, not battle. However, Ray took a bite and replied that when it came to players, quality was more important than quantity, and 2 strong fighters would cause more problems than 100 weaklings. Ray then turned to Yuto and asked if he had any ideas as to who the 2 people might be. Yuto replied that there were people in the guild who were much stronger than Raven, codenamed Beta, Gamma, and Alpha. All Yuto knew about these people was their codenames, and no other information. Then, Tsukino showed Yuto the video that the reconnaissance team had sent her. 2 boys were spotted in the video, and Tsukino asked if Yuto knew them. However, Yuto replied that he'd never seen them before. But given the Dark Guild's position, Yuto guessed that it could very well be Beta and Gamma. At that moment, Ray realized that there was only 1 strong player left in the castle, and the other 2 were currently trying to capture their group. Meanwhile, Tsukino suggested to Ray that they split up. She would take 1 player, and Ray would take the other, and the rest will cope with the 3rd one. Tsukino assumed that in this way they will be able to cope 3 times. Yuto warned everyone to be careful, as the only one of the 3 he'd met was Alpha, and he was the only player he found creepy, even though he'd met many before. Then Ray turned to Tsukino and said that since the enemy was so strong, the payment would have to be doubled. Tsukino laughed and replied that he was already dreaming. Ray said that in that case, he could have kept beating up weaklings instead of all this. After that, Ray turned to Yuto and said that he was leaving him here in charge while they were busy with those 2. Tsukino ordered everyone to get ready, they approached the gate, and suddenly, flocks of crows flew out of the forest. No one understood what was happening. Tsukino immediately ordered everyone to retreat. A huge red ball appeared at the gate, rushed through the gate, and left a huge trail of flames. The guild members began calling out to each other, asking if everyone was alive. It turned out that some were seriously injured. No one could figure out what kind of destructive force it was. Tsukino ordered the healers to immediately provide assistance to all the victims. Those same 2 guys were standing at the gate. One told the other that they were still alive, and maybe they should try again. Tsukino shouted at them that they definitely wouldn't fall for it a 2nd time. Yuto said they would fight the 2 of them. However, Tsukino replied that this wouldn't do. She flew up and used the hellish whirlwind skill. A fireball attacked the 2, and Tsukino said that she could handle them on her own. And suddenly the man on the roof said that it was impolite to make noise in someone else's house, especially at night. After all, they didn't think at all that they were preventing him from admiring the beautiful full moon. Tsukino fought 2 strong players. One of them was surprised that she was so good. He immediately realized she was the guild leader of the Wings of Creation. Meanwhile, Kushino was fighting the 2nd one. He, too, was surprised that they had strong women in their guild. At that moment, Kushino noticed that the same man from the roof was coming towards Tsukino and warned her. He approached Tsukino and said that if it weren't for that girl, she would have lost her head already. And he asked if all the 10 excellent ones were such weaklings. And when it comes to monsters, they are certainly great, but they lack experience in real combat. Tsukino got angry and replied that there was no point in rating 10 excellent ones, since she had plenty of experience in real combat. Suddenly he flew up and said that she didn't understand that he was talking not about experience against monsters, but about battles against people. At that moment, another one flew up, activated his skill, fired an energy needle at Tsukino, and wounded him. She fell to the ground, pulled out the needle, and couldn't understand why everything was swimming before her eyes. The system immediately reported that the player, Tsukino, had been given the fatal poisoning status. The guild's healers reacted immediately and used a mass healing skill. However, Tsukino only got worse. The healers couldn't figure out what was happening or why it wasn't working. One of the enemies laughed loudly and said that there were no healers who could cure her of his poison. Then Tsukino raised her weapon and said that in that case, she would simply kill him before the poison spread throughout her body. However, he managed to dodge the fire and began to laugh that her blow was so strong. After all, such furious attacks would only work against monsters, and there was no point in them if she couldn't hit. Tsukino didn't stop and used a hellish whirlwind. The enemy started laughing again and saying what he had already said. He asked Tsukino, ironically, what the point of her attacks was if he could dodge them. And at that moment, a guild member attacked him from behind. He used his destruction hammer skill. The enemy was furious that this idiot had hit him in the arm. At this moment, other guild members appeared and used the precise arrow and circular slash skills. Tsukino smiled and said that area of effect skills were only effective against weak and inexperienced targets. A fire-based magical attack can disorient an enemy, but they can also easily dodge it. In this case, you should use your numerical advantage to corner the enemy. Completely exhausted, Tsukino asked if he really thought she was such an idiot that she wasn't prepared for this. Suddenly, Tsukino fell to the ground. The guild members immediately ran to her. At that moment, the system announced that due to the death of player Cho Fei Long, the fatal poisoning status would be lifted. Tsukino woke up, and a team member told her that blinding the enemy with a fire flash was a brilliant idea, and her strategy worked. Tsukino replied that their training had not been in vain, and that the power of the wings of creation was not inherent in one person, but in unity. Meanwhile, Yuto was fighting the second one. He used the thermal lunge technique. The enemy told him that he had of course heard that the rat had betrayed them, but he had not thought that he would be weaker than him. He then assessed the situation and realized that Hoshino was the main threat. Her weapon is a dagger, and her possible class is Elite Thief. She lives in Misano City, is 28 years old, single, and a former member of a theater troupe. Her physical abilities are on par with those of an ordinary human. Although she is one of Tsukino's close aides, she hasn't distinguished herself in combat. This was all the information the enemy had about her, but he couldn't understand why he couldn't even hit her, and as soon as he attacks her, Yuto starts breathing down his neck, and they attack him simultaneously. The agents didn't tell him she was good at fighting. The enemy decided to gather himself and used an assault blade, and now all he had to do was close the distance. However, at that moment, he was tied down. He couldn't understand how this was possible, given that the agent had told him that this skill belonged to Rei Endo. Hoshino tied it with golden thread and began to tighten it. Then she used the soul thread skill, Lesser Flame. The enemy burned alive, and those around him could not understand how this was even possible. Hoshino then turned to Rei, who was standing behind her, and said that he had done a great job, and it was all thanks to him. Rei put his hand on his heart and said there was no need to thank her. She had done a fantastic job. The guild members were shocked and couldn't understand what was going on. A blue aura glowed around Rei, and the system announced that the visual exchange skill had been deactivated. Hoshino, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief and said she'd been so nervous. Pretending to be Rei was too much for her. One of the guild members asked what the hell was going on, and how did Hoshino turn into Rei? Hoshino replied that she had swapped places with Rei using the visual swap skill. Their guild specializes in dungeon strategy. That's why they decided to let professionals like Mr. Rei lead the PvP battles. Rei smiled and said it was Tsukino and Hoshino's idea. And surprisingly, it all worked out. Although he's not exactly an expert on PvP, and now there was only one opponent left, that same guy on the roof. Everyone took up fighting positions. Rei started yelling for the Alpha to come down, and asked how long he was going to look down on them. Alpha showed up and scratched his head, asking if it was really Rei. He warned him not to be too confident. Then Alpha smiled evilly and said that no matter how many weaklings gathered, their fate would not change. And this place will now become their mass grave. Hearing this, Rei barely maintained self-control. At that moment, Alpha jumped from the roof and used a technique, creating an energy wave. Rei blocked the attack and ordered Tsukino and Yuto to take everyone and evacuate. Meanwhile, Alpha landed and told Rei that he couldn't escape. Rei smiled and began running towards him. Rei's aura glowed with a bright, clear light. Alpha began to attack, but Rei managed to block all of his attacks with his sword. Alpha was surprised that Rei had managed to block his mastery without much effort. He said that he had indeed passed the Earth test almost single-handedly. Suddenly, Tsukino started screaming that the Alpha was using some kind of hand, and that such a technique was unknown to her. At that moment, Rei realized these were the invisible hands of the Berserker spirit. And this skill involved attacking the enemy with the spirit's hands. Then Rei shouted to Tsukino that this skill was draining his stamina quickly. He needed backup so their healers couldn't intervene. Tsukino ordered everyone capable of long-range attacks to aim for the castle. The guild members responded that they understood the order. Alpha asked with a grin, "Is this really a battle of attrition? Futile resistance." At that moment, Rei realized that Alpha was deliberately not letting him keep his distance. He understood that the Berserker spirit was considered one of the strongest classes at low levels, and their attack power was simply staggering. Meanwhile, Alpha started laughing loudly and asked if running was all he could do. Tsukino and Hoshino stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was Rei being pushed back? What was this madness, this speed, this power? Yuto suddenly intervened and told them to look more closely, as everything was not quite as it seemed. And Rei being thrown back might not be the right way to describe what's happening. And if you look closely, you can see that Rei is correctly blocking any attacks that could be fatal. Meanwhile, Rei fought and realized that the Berserker spirit was draining his stamina, and he just needed to keep fighting. He waited for the Alpha to weaken and be unable to block his attacks. So what would the Alpha do then? At that moment, Alpha decided it was time to deal with this Ray. He activated the spirit reboot. Ray immediately used one of his sword techniques, which caused thousands of swords to block the attack. Then he landed and told the Alpha that it was not original at all. Suddenly, after Ray's words, an incredibly powerful aura began to erupt from the ground. No one could understand what was happening. The image of a snake began to appear. Tsukino and Hoshino stood in complete shock. No one could have guessed what it was. Meanwhile, Ray found himself on top of the snake, and addressing it by the name of the Soul Snake, said that it could rejoice, since there was a lot of food for it here. Alpha started laughing and asked, "So what? What could one simple snake do?" Ray immediately began attacking, not giving the Alpha a chance to rest and recharge. He needed to wear him down. Meanwhile, the healers cast spells. Damage restoration, elemental healing, advanced summoning. But suddenly the healers realized that the healing wasn't happening fast enough. There was too much damage. Alpha started laughing loudly and asking if they could see it now. This is the power of the Berserker spirit. The Alpha then asked if, even without a basic class, Ray thought he could stand up to him. Meanwhile, Tsukino ordered the healing team to hold out somehow. The healer replied that everything was under control and that Mr. Ray's health had not diminished at all. Alpha suddenly looked surprised and asked, "What's this?" Had Tsukino's snake really multiplied? Ray smiled and said that with as much food as they had, it would be strange if she didn't multiply. Then Ray petted his snake and said it looked like it was out of food. But not to worry, because the most important dish is still here in front of her, completely alive and well. The angry Alpha asked, "Food? Did he really mean to say he was some kind of food?" Alpha started attacking and screaming that Ray would regret these words in the afterlife. After these words, he used the spirit territory technique, with which he damaged the snake. At that moment, Ray realized that this was a skill that increased the speed and power of weapon creation, at the expense of reducing the range. But this fighting style burns through energy too quickly, and Alpha won't last long enough to defeat the snake. And in that case, Ray decided that the best thing to do was to do the following. Suddenly, Ray felt an attack from the other side. Yuto said they had finally revealed themselves. It was time to punish them. And while Yuto was fighting these two, Ray continued to block the Alpha's attacks, as well as attack in return. Suddenly, the Alpha found himself behind Ray and decided that now was the moment to finish Ray off once and for all. However, Ray instantly turned and plunged his sword into the Alpha's chest. Horrified, the Alpha began to scream and fall. Alpha fell to the ground and asked how he blocked that. It should have been a perfect sneak attack. Ray smiled and replied that it hadn't been a perfect attack, and he'd known from the start that the two were spies. Right at the beginning, Ray had told Yuto to keep an eye on these two, and Yuto agreed. The Alpha's final words were meant to damn Ray. He asked if he really thought he could survive after turning the Dark Guild against him. Ray sighed deeply and said that the Dark Guild's main forces were thus dealt with. Now it was time to move on to collecting the spoils. So, the captives were captured. The final tally is 1,000,000 yen per capita, with 452 found, for a total of 452 million yen. Ray organized trucks to transport the gold, as the quantity was considerable. Soon the guys approached Ray and reported that the download was complete. It was a job well done. Then Ray approached Tsukino and said that everything was ready and they could feel free to take whatever was left in the castle. Tsukino was surprised and asked if there were any other things inside, as she thought Ray would take everything. Ray pulled out a bag and said there was some strange white powder left in it. Tsukino looked at him strangely and said she didn't want it. Sometime later, at the gold farm, the girl informed Ray that the government reward had been transferred. Ray replied that she had acted quickly. The girl also reported that in recognition of his contribution to the gold farm, Mr. Ray was assigned an assistant. Ray was surprised and asked what kind of government aid this was. After all, he didn't need the government spying on him. The girl said she thought you'd say that to Ray. And by the way, she asked how they were supposed to dispose of these trophies. Yuto asked, "Can't they just sell them on the precious metals exchange?" The girl replied that given their dubious origins, most likely not. Ray agreed, saying that, after all, they were members of a criminal organization. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard asking if Ray was here. Ray turned around and asked who it was. The girl asked in surprise, wondering if he really didn't remember her. The sweet girl said that they met during a title exam held by the Players Association. Ray looked at her strangely and said that he didn't want to remember something that didn't bring him money. The girl smiled and said that in that case, he could remember now that her name was Misaki Sakuma. Assistant Ray was surprised and said, "What's that? The one in the admissions examination committee." Ray was also surprised and thought, doesn't she look completely different? Then Ray approached her and asked, "So now she's going to earn him money?" "Of course," Misaki replied. She also said that the Japanese government had appointed her as his assistant. In other words, she was an unpaid assistant he could use as he saw fit. And that way, he'd save on wages. Ray apologized and said he already had enough hands and assistants. Misaki said she would do anything, and asked if she wasn't as good as them. Misaki began to say that she could do everything, from cleaning the office, to organizing vehicles, to laundering untraceable assets, acquiring explosives and weapons, even covering up illegal activities. If it's something useful, she can do it. At that moment, Ray thought that cooperation with the government would also be beneficial. Ray then asked Misaki that, for example, if he asked her to launder gold bars whose origins were untraceable, what would she do? Misaki thought about it and replied that if she registered the funds as a special commission from the Players Association, it shouldn't look suspicious. Then she asked, "Gold from the mountains in Tochigi, right? And should she try?" However, Ray replied that he didn't trust her. Then Misaki asked, in that case, as a trial option, how about an advance of 6 billion yen, and the actual value of gold should be much higher, and she'll transfer the difference later. Ray asked if she could do it. Misaki said she was authorized to manage funds up to that amount. She needed 10 minutes, and she'd figure it all out. Then Ray said he was giving her a chance and exactly 10 minutes to do it all. The girl said she would do it. 10 minutes later, the assistant informed Ray that 5 billion yen had been transferred. The sender was the 15th Players Association. At that moment, Misaki came up and asked if Ray now understood that she could be useful to them. Ray replied, "Okay." He asked for a detailed invoice to be sent to the address. Misaki reported that the gold from Tochigi had been exchanged, and the difference of 1,272,056,000 yen was transferred. Misaki provided a detailed appraisal report. Ray said it seemed quite useful. However, Ray said that before he officially welcomed her to the gold farm, he wanted to ask her one thing. He asked what the government's true goal was. Misaki replied that since everything would soon become clear, she would be honest. The girl said that this is being done to combat recruitment from other countries, as countries around the world fiercely compete for talented players. Then Ray said he'd clarify things. If he couldn't make money here, he'd move to another country. So Ray asked her to do everything possible to help him earn as much as possible. And Lumi's assistant also told her to prepare the necessary documents, and also to start choosing missions for the 3rd week of this month. Meanwhile, Yuto asked Ray if Lumi was really so demanding when it came to her work. Ray replied that that was precisely why he made her the guildmaster. Misaki suddenly began to sound surprised, saying that she was checking the mission database, but Ray asked what happened. Misaki said that no new missions have been added in the past 4 days. And usually the number of missions fluctuates. But isn't it strange when there are none at all? Ray asked in surprise. Not a single mission? He ordered that this be reported to the government quickly, and everything else put off until later. Misaki replied that she understood everything, and immediately used the activated skill, Remote Telepathy. Misaki soon reported that the Players Association, the Geospatial Information Authority, and the Cabinet Office had responded to this, and there haven't been any new missions in Japan in the past 4 days. Even the Earth observation satellite hasn't confirmed any new missions or underground explorations. Misaki said that according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the same phenomenon is happening in other countries. Ray replied thoughtfully that this was most likely a prelude to a larger mission. Ray said that priority is being given to completing all the high-reward missions currently available, and they likely won't see any regular missions for some time. Soon the system announced that a new mission had begun. A large-scale mission. The Waterfall Challenge. The main event is the Waterfall Challenge. Time limit: 90 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes. You must defeat the boss within the allotted time. Failure will result in the destruction of the mission's target area. Meanwhile, Lumi asked Ray what their plans were, as they continued to carry out small missions. Ray replied that for now, they would continue working on the small missions that had already been accepted. Since the Waterfall Challenge spans all of Asia, and given the large number of countries, organizing rewards and sponsors will take time. Therefore, until the rewards are increased, they will leave things as is. Moreover, such large-scale missions usually take place simultaneously, all over the world, and depending on the size of the reward, they may abandon Asia and focus elsewhere. Lumi said that if they gave up on Asia, Japan would perish. And would Ray really let that happen? Ray smiled and replied that it depended on the reward. He then ordered Misaka to begin preparing to accept contracts for this large-scale mission, because they'll be competing with guilds all over the world. And besides, they need to begin screening potential partners. Ray said that Wings of Genesis was a good option, but there might be cheaper guilds willing to cooperate. A week has passed. Misaki reported that the mission contract details have been released. The reward is $500 million per mission, about 70 billion yen. Missions also take place in 5 locations: America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Of these, only Asia and Australia are open to private contracts. Ray said that, as expected, large-scale missions are in a league of their own. Since the reward is fixed, winning a contract will depend on reputation. Misaki replied that collaborating with Genesis Wings was the right decision. Having Tsukino of the Transcendent 10 on their side was a huge advantage. They were also the cheapest option, since they get 70% and Genesis's wings get 100%. Not bad conditions. Ray asked Misaki if she thought they'd be able to secure even one contract. Misaki replied that it was difficult to say, because in terms of the number of completed missions, even taken together, Wings of Genesis and the Golden Farm occupy approximately 100th place in the world. In terms of numbers, they are considered mid-tier compared to Chinese or American guilds. Most large guilds focus on numbers, completing low-level quests en masse, and guilds like Golden Farm and Wings of Genesis, which focus on elite members, are less common. Misaki also said that the identity of the highest-ranking member of the Transcendent 10 is still unknown. There are even rumors that an unknown player from Thailand completed the national-level mission, and the international meeting to finalize the teams will take place in 2 weeks. In the meantime, they're gathering information and preparing. 2 weeks later, in the International Conference Hall, only 4 teams ultimately participated in the competition. Ray asked that didn't the major international guilds want to receive the 70 billion reward? Misaki replied that more than 10 guilds had expressed interest, but they were unable to gather enough members. After all, for such large-scale missions, the number of capable players is limited. Misaki told Ray that people with that level of skill could earn high incomes without taking such risks. Tsukino responded that this was unacceptable, since they were also having difficulty gathering volunteers. She asked Ray how many people the Golden Farm would bring. Everyone, Ray replied. Ray asked Misaki if they had a chance against the assembled teams, Black Vogel and Black Dragon. Misaki replied that Black Vogel was a major, world-renowned guild. They'd said they'd accept the Australian mission. That was practically guaranteed. As for the Asian mission, it seems they'll have to compete head-on with the Black Dragon. Lumi intervened and said that the Black Dragon didn't even have experience in national-level missions, and if they teamed up with the Wings of Genesis, victory should be easy. Misaki looked at her and said that, in principle, everything was correct, and she hoped that everything would turn out exactly like that. Meanwhile, Black Vogel was appointed as the contractor for the mission on the Australian continent, and then it was time to move on to choosing a contractor for the mission on the Asian continent. The woman announced that they would first hear a strategy presentation from the Japanese team. Tsukino said it was her turn. Ray said he was counting on her. Tsukino gave a speech and concluded by saying that, based on the above reasons, she believed that the joint party of the Golden Farm and the Wings of Genesis was fully capable of overcoming the test of the waterfall. Everyone in the room started applauding, and Misaki said the reaction seemed positive. Ray replied that yes, it was pretty good. At this point, Ray realized that the real problem was how the other team would present themselves. Suddenly, the Black Dragon representative stood up and thanked Tsukino for the extremely boring presentation. Then he stepped forward and told the committee not to sleep. He proposed to talk about something more intriguing. He suddenly pointed to the healers and said they were the problem, and their research showed that over 70% of game eliminations were related to healers. The man then asked if it wouldn't be better to just get rid of the healers. Neither healers nor fragile classes. He also revealed that their party consists of a sword master, a staff master, and a fist master, and all these classes can protect themselves with an aura that surrounds their bodies. In other words, as long as they have the aura, they won't take damage and don't need healers. A party without weak points. During the time of Prophecy Online, they used the same composition to complete missions on other continents: Trial by the Storm, Trial by the Abyss, and Trial by the Eastern Lands. And finally, the man said that although they have no experience with the waterfall test, they believe that it can be cleaned using the same methods. Tsukino said a party without healers was absurd, and she couldn't imagine such a strategy working on continental-level missions. She asked what Ray would say about that. Ray responded that depending on the mission, it could be powerful. Especially for something like the Abyssal Trial, it might even be the best approach. However, this is a terrible strategy for the Waterfall Challenge, and they will definitely be wiped off the face of the earth. Complete annihilation. Tsukino said that this is where they will end the presentation, and they hope they now understand that they are the best choice. Then the girl announced that both teams had finished presenting their strategies. A review meeting will now take place, after which the results will be announced. The contents of the review meeting will remain confidential. Meanwhile, Lumi ran after Ray and started asking if everything would be okay. After all, the Alliance has collected a wealth of data on missions across the continent, and they will never elect a party that can't do that. Ray replied that no one knew, and in any case, it would not be a bad outcome for them. Suddenly, the Black Dragon's representative intervened and asked if they weren't the ones who had already lost. Ray asked if he'd really called them losers. The man said that was exactly it, and he didn't think anyone else would bother to apply. All that good work wasted, though. Tsukino got angry and started shouting that it wasn't true, and the results hadn't been announced yet. The man smiled and replied that the outcome had already been decided. Even before the meeting, or rather before they arrived, Ray asked if they'd been bribed. Who knows, the man replied, smiling back at Ray. He also said that for them, this was a blessing in disguise. One healer was ridiculous, and now there was a woman at the helm, and at least they could now avoid senseless death. Yuto intervened and said it was obvious they were arrogant and not very intelligent. But even so, their guild carried out missions and protected the cities where people lived. And if such a guild were destroyed as a result of a reckless attempt, it would be a loss for the people. Tsukino looked closely at the man and asked with a smile if he wanted to change his mind and leave the game. The man immediately became angry and started shouting, "Do they really think they'll back down? And don't underestimate the Black Dragon." The man rushed forward. Tsukino drew her sword. But suddenly, Ray approached and stopped the man. Ray said he apologized for the behavior of his members. They should consider their request to leave the game rejected. Tsukino started asking Ray what was going on. Ray asked Tsukino if they didn't understand and read the terms of employment. The recruitment term was that if the contracting party loses the ability to perform the task due to losses or other reasons, the contract will go to the party that chose the second option. In such cases, the reward will increase depending on the remaining mission time. In other words, they'll be paid more. The man burst into laughter and asked if they really thought they'd succeed if the Black Dragon failed. A joke match between a women's guild and something as insignificant as a gold farm? A joke party for a women's guild and a nameless gold farm? It's a funny joke, the man said. He also added that the review committee had already decided that they would win the contract. It's still a shame, though, because he should have let you win. But in the end, they will get a big reward and be able to watch the pathetic Japanese die. Suddenly, the system announced that the review results had been received. Everyone immediately tensed in anticipation. The system announced that the contracted party for the waterfall test would be the Black Dragon. Ray smiled and congratulated them, asking them not to rush into failure. After all, the longer they wait, the more the reward increases. The man glared at him and said they had no time to waste here. He ordered his teammates to hurry. After some time managing the gold farm, Tsukino asked Ray what they should do now. Maybe they should return to Japan for now? Ray replied no, and said they were heading to China, as they had completed all their contract missions there. He also said that they would stop near the waterfall test site and wait until the Black Dragon fell through. Ray then asked Misaki to book them cheap tickets to China. Misaki replied that she would book safe ones instead. Suddenly, a girl burst in and began asking them to wait a minute, as she had a favor to ask of them. Ray asked who she was. The girl replied that she was Marie from the Black Vogel Guild. The girl was crying, and Tsukino approached her and said that they shared a common language skill, so she didn't need to force herself to speak Japanese. And if she spoke her native language, they would understand her. Mari thanked Tsukino and said that from now on she would speak German. She also said that, in fact, they would like the gold farm to take over their mission. At that moment, Misaki said that Black Vogel consisted of 3 members from the Transcendent 10. With their strength, passing a continent-level trial would be no problem. Ray asked Marie if something had happened after the contract was signed. Marie replied that it had, and they were in a difficult situation. Ray replied that he could see that they were in trouble, and since she was learning Japanese, he could teach her a proverb that would help in such moments. Marie asked in surprise what that was. Ray replied that even the courts of hell depended on money, and this is the most famous Japanese proverb that Mari must remember. Then Marie said she understood everything, and asked that as long as he was getting paid, he would agree to the job, right? After some time, Mari brought the team and shouted to her brother that she had brought people from the Japanese team. The boy greeted them and said that his name was Daniel Keller, and he was the master of the Black Vogel Guild. Tsukino introduced herself in response, and said she was the guild master of the Wings of Genesis. Ray also introduced himself, and said he was from the Gold Farm. Daniel was surprised to see Tsukino from the Transcendent 10, and said it was nice to meet him. He then said that, as Marie had probably already mentioned, they would like Genesis Wings and the Golden Farm to take over the mission on the Australian continent, And of course, they would officially notify the UN of their withdrawal. Ray asked why they were just blaming it on them. And what happened? Then, Daniel said that everything would eventually come out, so he'd be honest. He said that of the 3 members of the Transcendent 10, 2 had been lured away by the U.S. Then, Daniel scratched his head and said that he had heard that in the U.S. they were poaching players for money. But at this time, Ray replied that he understood everything and asked what they meant. They decided that one person wasn't enough. Daniel replied that he believed at least 2 members of the Transcendent 10 were needed for this mission. He wasn't saying it was impossible, but they didn't want to expose such valuable resources to unnecessary risk. Ray replied that it was rather strange, but he wouldn't complain as long as they were getting billions in rewards. Ray then turned to Tsukino and asked if it seemed feasible and what she thought about it. Tsukino looked at Daniel and apologized, saying that they couldn't participate. She said the members of the Genesis Wings were afraid of continental-scale trials. So, for the Earth test, they begged them to protect Japan, and they reluctantly agreed. So they apologized to the people of Australia, but they don't think they can get their members to understand them for missions outside Asia. Ray replied that in that case, the gold farm would take on the request, but they didn't have enough people to test it on a continent-wide level. And for the Desert Court, numbers are especially crucial. They need at least 200 B-rank players, but they can't muster even half that number on their own. Then Ray asked, Black Vogel is a mercenary group, right? And could they lend them about 150 B-rank players for 10% of the reward? Daniel apologized and said they don't just loan players. They always include commanders to manage risks and oversee retreats, as well as support staff for logistics. But for a continental-scale test, it's simply preparation for a retreat. Ray asked, What do you mean it's impossible? Daniel replied that it was 400 million yen, or at least half that amount. And then they would be able to mobilize a decent force. Ray replied that it was too expensive and looked like pure extortion. Meanwhile, Tsukino asked Misaki if he only received 30% on the team with Genesis's wings. Misaki replied that this was indeed the case. At that moment, Daniel mentioned that missions cost money. He asked if Ray understood that. Ray understood that the equipment was financed independently, and that salary was 10 or 30% of his salary. Even travel expenses were covered independently. Ray told Daniel he didn't understand, and didn't they really need such a large army? Marie intervened and told her brother that if they were strong enough, they wouldn't even need expensive equipment, right? And in that case, taking just 20% of the reward would be profitable, wouldn't it? Daniel replied that this was true. But are they really that strong? Daniel raised his voice and said that Genesis's wings were one thing, but a gold farm? After all, that was a guild that didn't have a single member from the Transcendent 10. Mar apologized to her brother and replied that she thought they were strong. Especially Ray. He definitely was. Daniel asked if she really thought Ray was stronger than him. Marie apologized and said yes. Daniel then asked Ray if he knew what kind of player Marie was and what she was like. Ray said they mentioned that 2 of their Transcendent 10 were lured away, so the remaining one is clearly her. And that's roughly the level of power they're talking about. Marie Keller, who placed 7th in the Transcendent 10, asked Ray if he knew who she was. After these words, the girl suddenly used a technique and attacked Ray professionally. Ray managed to quickly block the attack and dodge, using a technique in response. Marie, delighted, began to shout, asking if her brother could see that this was a completely unexpected attack. And Ray managed to dodge it, and even managed to counterattack, and he had enough strength to effortlessly knock her to the ground. An indignant Daniel asked what she had planned to do if she had wounded him. Marie replied that she definitely wouldn't have hit him. She also said that anyone who couldn't dodge it wouldn't stand a chance against the Overmillion Spider, the boss, the Earth Court. Mari then apologized and said that she didn't think Lady Tsukino could pass the Earth test, and the one who truly passed the Earth's test was Ray. Marie told her brother that he would be fine here, and she guaranteed it. After some time, the entire team, dressed in military uniform, headed to the base, including Marie and Daniel. The military began to discuss among themselves that this time, the commander was allegedly from a gold farm. One of the men asked why someone from a small guild in Japan became the leader. Another responded that strong players tend to have big egos. This is done to compensate for defectors who have sold out for money. Meanwhile, Daniel ordered everyone to listen. He announced that they would now conduct a joint operation between the Golden Farm and Black Vogel. Daniel also introduced Ray and said he was a representative of the Golden Farm, and this time, he would be the leader. Ray introduced himself and said he wanted to make one thing clear right away. He would not allow anyone to die in this battle, and if they doubt their decision, then they should prioritize saving as many lives as possible. And while other decisions will remain with each unit, If there are instructions, they must follow them. One of the military men asked if they could really win a continental-level test with such idealistic nonsense. Another soldier immediately replied that it was better than being treated as a disposable item. Ray then said the reward was set at $5 million, minus Vogel's expenses. However, for every death on Vogel's side, $10 million will be deducted from the reward. They'd be happy to take it away cheaply, but they can't afford to lose anyone. Ray also said that the desert trial is far larger in scale than a typical trial, and if it continues, monsters could appear at any moment. Ray repeated several more times that safety came first. And suddenly, everyone felt an earthquake. Everyone took up battle positions. The soldier reported that the enemy had been spotted 2 kilometers ahead on the right. Time to attack. The order was immediately given. Fire. It didn't work so far, but the order was to keep firing. The military began using projectiles and coin explosions. However, no results were observed. Ray asked one of the guys how much each of these shells cost. The guy replied that he didn't know the exact number, but they were ordered not to use expensive weapons, so they were using the cheapest shells. He also said that the contents were only 5 franc coins. Ray immediately contacted Misaki and asked if she could hear him. Misaki replied that satellite and communications data were good. Ray asked her to check the price of Vogel's mortar shells, filled with 5 franc coins. Misaki replied that she would take a look. She then asked, "Are these 120mm mortar shells with coin explosive warheads?" The basic shell and processing cost around 300,000 yen. Considering the Swiss franc coins inside, the total cost is around 1 million yen per shell. Ray was horrified when he heard this. 1 million yen per shot. How many shots did they fire at such small monsters? Ray said they would be handling them from now on. Misaki simply needed to report their location. At that moment, the order to cease fire was given. New enemies were spotted on the left front. 3 of them. Ray immediately, without thinking, rushed forward to attack the monsters using the technique. Daniel watched from the sidelines and said that they were even skimping on the shells, which only cost 1 million. He asked Marie if the main players should save their skills for the really strong enemies. Marie smiled and told her brother that they don't use skills for such things. Then Daniel, surprised, asked if he had just dealt with this huge monster without any skills. Then Marie reminded him that she had already said that this man was much stronger than them. Suddenly, Daniel received a report that an enemy was approaching from the right. Daniel was horrified, and said that at that distance, even he wouldn't be able to catch up. Ray replied that the second squad was in contact. "Missile strike on the brass knuckles. It's not just Endo Ray, the others are elite too. They seem quite capable on their own," Mari said. Daniel said that who would have thought that an unknown guild from the Far East could be so strong, and as long as they're here, they'll have no problems. Marie told Daniel not to worry. His turn would soon come. The desert trial begins here. At this time, Ray and his team reported that the test core was already in sight. One of the soldiers shouted that the combat equipment against the sandstorm was ready, and it was time to prepare for deployment. Daniel ordered everyone to line up, just like in training, and stick to the plan. Ray ordered that from now on, visibility would make detailed instructions impossible. Therefore, it was necessary to protect the Vogel members using one's own judgment, and not allow any of them to perish. He said it was important to keep an eye on things. Given the players' protective equipment, the sandstorm shouldn't cause much damage. The soldiers looked ahead in horror and asked if they were really going to do this. But if a small guild from the Far East wasn't afraid, then they had no reason to be either. The soldiers went forward, one of them shouting, "Damn, it's so dark. The sand is blocking the light." Suddenly, 2 soldiers started shouting, "Enemy! Everyone, pay attention. What could this be?" And suddenly, they noticed they had become separated from the main force. They understood they had no choice but to fight, and they had to aim for the weak spot, the eyes. They began to attack, an iron needle, a powerful blow. However, the enemy proved strong enough. One soldier asked another if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine, and that was close. The monster approached them, and suddenly, its head fell off, and blood flowed like a river. Ray dealt with it. After this, Ray said that we must not allow any breaches to form in the security network. Ray also told Daniel that, unlike him, these guys die easy, and he should think of them as $10 million stacks of cash and take care of them. Their lives are worth $10 million. Ray has ordered a reform of the system, and those who cannot defend themselves must form a tight cluster. Daniel started shouting at the soldiers that no matter what they did, they couldn't lose sight of their comrades who were next to them. Marie screamed that if they were separated, they would die, and it was already getting lighter around them. They had almost overcome the sandstorm. The system notified that the main mana column is a test core at 100%, and the Guardian Barrier is the last defense at 100%. The system also announced that the Sun of Trials is indestructible. And welcome, foolish challengers. Those who seek death enter the domain of the Sun, and no one will escape alive. Marie said the Sun wouldn't attack until they entered the barrier, and by attacking the 3 pillars on the outskirts, they could weaken the Sun. Ray said they'd focus on the core. He ordered Vogel to target the outer supports with maximum firepower, within budget. Daniel replied that he understood. He asked what he meant by, "These pillars won't counterattack." Ray replied that they would, and they should be considered super strong punching bags. Ray ordered them to attack the pillars until they turned red and keep them that way. Marie asked Ray if she could join the fight against the core, as she wanted to test whether her plan would work on a continental scale. Ray apologized and said no, as calculations showed that even with all of Vogel's firepower, the damage done to the pillars was barely sufficient. And if one A-class player leaves, the color of the column may remain unstable. Then Marie, smiling, asked if perhaps Ray could take her place in that case. At that moment, Ray turned, pointed his sword at her, and said he was giving the orders for this operation. And if she disobeyed, she would face a fine of $10 billion. He then added that as they had agreed in the contract, if she was willing to pay $10 billion, she could join the fight. But he can't guarantee her life. Marie replied that it was too expensive to take from welfare. Ray replied that this was unfortunate. Then he turned to the squad and ordered everyone to begin the attack. Everyone immediately began attacking the pillars. Yuto turned and shouted that the pillar had turned red. One of the soldiers shouted that their pole had also turned red. "Looks good," said Ray. Ray also said that the main assault team from the Golden Farm was abandoning the attack on the pillar. Once the pillar's color stabilized, they would resume their strategy. Meanwhile, Marie approached her brother Daniel and asked him to reconsider what she had said the other day. Daniel became angry and replied that this was too much. Then, Marie used her technique and asked if he, her brother, would really challenge her. After a while, Daniel approached Ray and said he had a favor to ask. Ray asked, "What happened?" Daniel replied that he would like Vogel to deal with this boss. Ray asked in surprise, "Didn't they allow them because they decided it was impossible?" Daniel then replied that they had turned to them because failure was not an option. And if they did fall, with a backup plan, they could fight back. Ray asked if he was just a backup plan. And did Daniel understand that the penalty for breach of contract was $10 billion? Daniel replied that he was aware of this. Then, Ray reminded him that no matter who defeats the boss, the division of the reward will remain the same, and they'll just lose $10 billion. Which means they'll be taking an unjustified risk. Daniel replied that he understood there was no financial gain, but Marie, she believes that as a world-renowned large-scale guild, they need to gain experience in overcoming continental-level challenges. Daniel said that the best representatives of the Vogel Company were gathered here today. They were putting their lives on the line in this challenge, not in a game. This would undoubtedly benefit the organization in the future. Marie turned to her brother and said there was no need to complicate the situation with such reasoning. They were just players. Ray told her that just because the game was a reality didn't mean they would hesitate before the trials like cowards. Ray also said that until they paid the fine, there was no talk of anything. Daniel intervened and said that he had already transferred the money, and Ray could check the account. Ray immediately checked the bill and said that's how they were talking now. He asked, "What do you mean? They really won't interfere, right?" Daniel replied that it was all true, and he could not allow them to be exposed to unexpected dangers. And besides, since their main forces are unavailable, Ray and his team will have to deal with the destruction of the columns. Ray used the soul fragment and looked at Daniel. Type C extraction is possible. The condition is a surprise payout of over 10 billion yen. Ray didn't notice any reaction. He wondered if, since the penalty was written into the contract, it didn't count. Low-grade souls are easy to collect, but Type C souls are extremely valuable. Ray knew he had to get it at all costs. Then Ray asked Daniel, "How about we play it safe?" Daniel didn't understand what he meant. Ray said that if they paid an extra 10 billion now, he would save him if things got dangerous. Daniel replied that it was a tempting offer, but not worth it, since they had chosen to fight of their own free will. Marie said that even after the battle began, as long as they crossed this line, enemy attacks wouldn't reach them, and paying 10 billion for such a short distance was simply ridiculous. Ray replied that these were unnecessary comments, and they could do whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, they'd focus on the pillars. Daniel asked the team if everyone was ready. He said the enemy's core wasn't the sun, but the pillar of mana beneath it. The main squad, led by Maria, attacks the protective barrier surrounding the main mana pillar, and when the Guardian's barrier is broken, they will be able to directly hit the mana pillar with this item. The team moved forward. Daniel told them to remain vigilant for even a second after crossing that line. They broke through, and Daniel gave the order to begin the battle. They used the knight's intimidation attack. Intimidating a knight provokes enemies, attracting their attention for a certain amount of time. The sun declared them foolish rivals, and he would grant them the sun's blessing, a peaceful death. At that moment, Daniel used a technique, the charm of water. Daniel realized that if the sun's heat was the enemy, then the water attributes seemed to work quite well. Marie watched from the side and thought that it seemed like her brother's provocative effect was working too. And if they can maintain the weakened state of the pillars of power, they can defeat him. Marie ordered everyone forward. They began using their techniques. Throw! Obsidian crack! Meanwhile, the sun was seriously angry. The sun told the stupid candidates to get ready, because there was going to be a surprise. Marie ordered everyone to dodge. She understood the sheer density of attacks, and it looked like human agility wouldn't be enough to cope. Then she took a knife and stabbed herself in the neck, ordering everyone to leave immediately. The guild members asked her what she was doing. Suddenly, the system alerted her that the blood skill activation had increased. Marie turned into an incredibly powerful and at the same time terrifying spider. Yuto looked at her and said, "That's incredible mobility. Skills that trade power for powerful buffs are common, but something this flashy is rare, right?" Rei replied that the real value of this skill lies in its offensive power. Each of these spikes has an attack power equivalent to a normal player's skill. Yuto asked that such a powerful skill should consume an incredible amount of energy, right? Rei responded that it was likely energy optimized, enhancing skills and state configurations to ensure practical activation duration. This strategy is unique to larger guilds that can rely on other members during spellcasting. Daniel said Rei was well informed. He didn't think that level of awareness was widespread, even among players. Rei replied that the information existed in specific locations. Suddenly, a guild member approached Rei and asked if they no longer needed Saint Elmo's fire. Rei replied no. The sun's attacks become stronger as the barrier decreases and reach their maximum difficulty when the barrier is destroyed. And concentrating all firepower at this moment is a logical choice, if you don't pay attention to the cost. Suddenly, the guild members started shouting. What's going on? Did the ground just rise? The sun then turned to the foolish candidates and said that if they wanted to continue, a sacrifice would have to be made. Marie understood that this was a difficult stage, and her chances of succeeding were 50%. But she was counting on her mobility. Marie thought this power didn't make sense. She wondered if it was a debuff that could be removed. But no. She noticed that the outer columns were still red. The soldiers shouted that another barrier had appeared. The sun announced once again that if they wanted to continue, a sacrifice would have to be made. The system announced that in order to attack the protective barrier, at least one player must remain on the altar. Marie realized that was why they weren't allowed to retreat. She rushed forward and began shouting for the cannonball to come to her. A few seconds later, she fell to the ground and wondered if she hadn't been able to dodge it. But her eyes were already beginning to adjust to the brightness. Rei said that usually one blow would cause panic and daze, but she had the courage. Daniel asked if the difficulty would increase. Rei replied that it was still risky, at least until the Guardian's barrier was destroyed. Rei then said that if Daniel wanted Marie to get help, 5 billion would be enough. Daniel asked indignantly, that wasn't the insurance premium 1 billion yen? Rei smiled and replied that he had just raised the price, and it would go up even more later. Daniel replied that he disagreed, and he believed and trusted Marie. Rei smiled and replied that he saw it. Meanwhile, Marie realized she had no way to attack, and the Guardian's barrier's strength wasn't diminishing at all. Marie began asking her body to put in more effort. But now it's impossible. Soon, Marie was unable to block the attack and fell to the ground. Daniel began screaming and asking why the guild members weren't helping her. They replied that it was impossible. And if even Marie couldn't cope with these attacks, then what could we say about them? At that moment, Marie was in agony. She was literally being torn apart, and the brightness of the sun made it impossible to open her eyes. At that moment, Daniel fell on his knees in front of Rei and began to ask him to save Marie, offering him any amount of money. Rei said 100 billion. Daniel begged and said he'd pay whatever it took. The deal was done. Rei immediately rushed to Marie, picked her up, and began carrying her out of the inferno. Daniel immediately ordered the healers to use fast healing magic. Healers started using additional healing, damage restoration, divine healing. One of the healers said it didn't seem life-threatening, as expected from a build focused on durability. Daniel, meanwhile, thanked Rei and said that if it weren't for him, it's unlikely that Marie would have been able to get out of there. Rei replied that there was no need to thank him, because in the end, he would get 10 billion. Risking his life was part of the deal. Then Daniel said that even hell bends for money. He added that he never thought he'd use this Japanese proverb so soon. The system notified Daniel and agreed to pay over 10 billion yen, fulfilling the soul fragment extraction requirement. A knight's soul fragment, Type C, was obtained. Suddenly, Marie came to her senses and started laughing loudly. Daniel asked what was wrong. Maybe she was having a mental breakdown. Marie asked, "Isn't that absurd? After all, while fighting something similar, they said they lost 1 or 2 transcendents." Then she burst into tears and said it was all completely pointless. Daniel tried to calm her down and said it wasn't pointless, and everyone had fought well. Daniel put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was thanks to her that they had come this far. And even after wrestling with him and using the blood rose, he couldn't even gain 1%. And this is not something that people should try to cope with. There are things that are beyond human control. Suddenly, Ray came up and said that wasn't true. Trials are meant to be passed. That's why they're trials. Marie asked in surprise that even after seeing this, he still thought they could fight. Ray replied that this is exactly why they are here, and fighting the core is the gold farm's job. Ray and his team moved away, and Mari asked her brother to carry her to that pillar. Daniel asked what she planned to do. Marie told him not to worry and said she was simply attacking the pole. Daniel said that with his help, it would be easier for her to maintain her weakened state. However, Marie replied that while she was alive, she could use her skills. Her lost arms and legs could be restored later. Marie asked Daniel to trust Ray's plans. At that moment, Ray ordered the team to stick to strategy. The team actively attacked and blocked the sun's attacks. Ray said that as long as there was a victim on the altar, the others' attacks would continue. The victim simply needed to focus on dodging. Lumi shouted that while Ray was acting as bait, they needed to concentrate their fire on the Guardian's barrier. Also, it is necessary to save skills that have a duration for the time after the barrier is destroyed. Daniel watched from the sidelines and said Ray was holding steady. He asked Marie if they'd learned this method earlier, would they have been able to defeat him the same way? Marie replied that it was impossible. The plan sounded simple when explained, but it required continuing to evade these attacks in real life, and if she tried to do the same with the Bloody Rose, it would all end badly. Daniel replied that he understood, and asked if the difference was simply a matter of level. Marie replied that no, she thought her mobility was actually higher, and also the ability to constantly see and dodge countless attacks. The focus and foresight required to do so. This says more about the skill of the player himself than about any abilities. Daniel said it was absurd to rely on technique alone, and not skill, to pull off something like that. He didn't know exactly what level of player Ray was, but he was clearly strong, and possibly one of the last. Meanwhile, Lumi ordered to concentrate all power on the main mana pillar. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and Ray was no longer visible. Only the blazing sun and the beams of light were visible. Suddenly, the sun began to crumble into tiny pieces. The guild members began shouting that they had really done it. Suddenly, the sun told the brave challengers that their death had come, and now all attacks would kill instantly. Meanwhile, Ray realized that attacks that kill without harming the body are dangerous, and now he is the perfect target. The system announced that the soul reserve delayed death by 10 seconds. Ray went on the attack. Suddenly, the countdown began. The system alerted me to a mental catastrophe. Ray didn't stop for a second. The system announced that the main mana column had been destroyed. The trial's sun had been defeated. There was only debris and ash all around. Ray was nowhere to be seen. The system announced they had successfully passed the desert test. The boys started jumping for joy and shouting that they'd done it and finally broken it. Ray suddenly appeared and said that it had been very difficult, but they had been given more freedom of action than he had expected. Ray then asked the system if this pillar was considered a boss. The system replied that he was the first player in the world to successfully complete a continental-level challenge. The system then announced the unique title bestowed upon the first conqueror. The system indicated that he already held the title of First Conqueror. The titles were automatically merged. Ray understood that the Ancestral Conqueror title increased damage by 100% against bosses and grand trials. This title was already broken, but now it was even stronger. Ray thought that if this had existed during the game's era, the balance would have been completely thrown off. The system asked for the name of the winning team. Ray wrote, Black Vogel and Golden Farm, Joint Party. The total reward is $500 million, minus Black Vogel's expenses for ammunition and personnel. Sometime later, in Sydney, Australia, at the Black Vogel branch, Daniel announced he was adding a 10 billion yen reward for Marie's rescue, and 72.25 billion yen must be paid to them by the end of the day. And if there are no objections, Daniel asked Ray to sign the papers. Ray replied that he had no objections. He then asked if they could really pay out 70 billion so quickly. Daniel replied that it was true, and the net losses were 20 billion yen. He also said he wouldn't lie. It was indeed unpleasant, but not enough to sink them. And after all, his little sister's life is worth much more than all this money. Marie said it would take about a week for the limbs regenerated through her restoration skills to fully stabilize. After that, she was ready to get back to work. Then Marie remembered she wanted to ask Ray something. Ray asked, "What's the matter?" Marie said the strategy they used seemed overly reliant on individual skills and qualities. The girl asked if there wasn't another, simpler method. Ray replied that of course there was, but the sun itself had revealed it. Marie asked what he meant. Then Ray reminded her of the sun's words. If they wanted to continue, a sacrifice would have to be made. And, as stated, have a player ready to die run to the barrier and have high damage players attack them. This altar was literally a sacrificial altar. Daniel replied that it was too high a price. Ray said that even if they destroyed an entire continent, everyone would still die, and he asked, "Isn't that better? You can even tie up prisoners, death row, or anyone else, and throw them on the altar." Marie said that as long as there's a victim, the player's skill doesn't matter much. In a sense, it's a simple test. Daniel responded that achieving this in modern society would be challenging in many ways, and the challenge might test the resilience of not only the players, but society itself. Ray replied that this could very well be true. And in a sense, it's a simple test. As long as it brings in profit, that's the main thing. Ray soon flew home. He couldn't be happier with the first-class menu. It was his first time flying first class. It was so luxurious. Meanwhile, Yuto asked if this plane could be insured by a gold farm. Lumi replied that it didn't look like it was fully chartered, but there was no one else there. But given that it was a flight to China, which could be destroyed in the test, most people didn't want to board. The girl also said that, on the other hand, flights to Australia are fully booked, according to online news. Ray said Australia was the only place where there was no risk of being destroyed by a test. Suddenly, a waiter approached and asked what they would like to drink. Ray replied that he wanted the most expensive thing they had. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently. The waiter dropped the dishes, and things began flying from side to side. Ray asked if it was turbulence or something. The waiter replied that it felt different from normal turbulence, and that he would go check it out immediately. Then all passengers were asked to fasten their seatbelts, just in case. Ray paused. Yuto started shouting that the plane was tilting. The nose was pitched too high. At this speed, it would stall. Ray asked Lumi if she didn't have the skill to stabilize a plane. She replied that she didn't, and asked if Yuto could do it. Yuto replied that he could only move quickly. He then asked Ray if he had the skill to levitate objects. Ray replied that it wasn't meant for something with that much mass. He said none of them were useful. The guys asked where he was going. Ray rushed to the pilots and asked what was going on. The pilots replied that the elevator was stuck in the up position, and no matter how much they pressed the control stick, it wouldn't reset. Ray asked, "Elevator, they mean the plate at the very back of the plane?" Ray asked, "Just put some pressure on him, right?" The pilot started yelling and asking what he was planning to do, and if he was thinking about going outside, he was crazy. The pilot said it was minus 30 degrees Celsius outside. The air pressure was below 0.3 atmospheres, and the plane was flying at over 1,000 kilometers per hour. Ray understood that high-level players might be fine even if they fell, but for newcomers, it could be dangerous. The waiter said there was a pressure difference at that altitude. The door wouldn't open. Even if it did, he'd just be blown away. Ray turned to Yuto and said that as soon as he left, the door had to be closed to prevent decompression. Ray used his soul thread as a lifeline. He opened the door under tens of tons of pressure with his bare hands. Ray came out and said it was quite cold here. The wind was strong and there was little oxygen, so they needed to finish quickly. Ray climbed onto the tail of the plane and noticed that it was beginning to stabilize. He then tried to contact Misaki. Ray said the plane appeared to be stabilized and was holding the tail in place. He asked Misk what he should do next. Should he hold him with his hands? And Ray decided to use the soul thread to help. Misaki asked to wait a minute while she contacted the captain. She asked if the captain could hear her. The captain was surprised to hear a voice in his head and said he did. It also insisted that the elevator needed to be destroyed. Misaki asked if he was sure the elevator could be destroyed. Ray replied that if the captain said so, then everything was fine. He then used the soul strike technique. Misaki asked if he was okay. Ray replied that, as ordered, the elevator had been destroyed. Then he returned to the plane, and the pilots told him that he was their savior. And now they had to land this plane. They began preparing for an emergency landing. Passengers were told to fasten their seatbelts and put on oxygen masks. The captain started telling everyone to get ready for landing. and get ready for impact. Within a couple of seconds, the plane's wings began to touch the water, and soon it landed completely on the water. After some time, everyone was evacuated by boat. Rei asked Yuto if he knew which fish sold for the most money. Yuto asked, "What about that shiny silver one?" Everyone present couldn't understand how they were able to remain so carefree in this situation. Lumi informed Rei that Misaki had contacted them and said that rescuers would arrive in about 2 hours. The captain said it was a miracle there were no casualties in such an accident. The co-pilot said it was thanks to the captain's piloting. Meanwhile, Rei asked Misaki if there was any news about the cause. The girl replied that the details were still being investigated. Misaki later said that some planes flying between Australia and China had been fitted with mechanisms that disabled the elevators. And if this particular plane was the target, then it is clear that it was aimed at the gold farm. Rei wondered how they'd managed to bypass security and inspection at the airport. At that moment, Yuto asked Rei to lend him his dagger. Rei said that with the player's strength, hacking the plane shouldn't be too difficult. At least it wasn't blown up in midair. Misaki said that very small objects were used to open the control devices. After all, anything large wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Yuto said that holding such a large-scale event requires a lot of organization. Lumi asked if it could be a dark guild plotting to sabotage the Asian trial. Rei responded that this was an obvious assumption, but short sales resulting from failed tests should already be addressed by national countermeasures. Rei asked Misaki if there was another way to generate profit. Misaki replied that, as far as she knew, there wasn't, and for such a scale, it's too big for mere thrill-seekers. There must be another reason. Misaki asked if it could be revenge from the Japanese Dark Guild they destroyed. Rei said that even if it was an insult, it was still too complicated. And even if the plane had exploded in midair, it would still have been difficult to kill the best players. Rei understood that the Dark Guilds understood this too. The question then remained, who and for what purpose? Rei thought that even if they hadn't been able to kill them, they had been able to detain them. Perhaps that was their goal? Rei asked Misaki, given the timing of the cascade process, they should arrive before the deadline. Will they be able to make it? Misaki asked to entrust this to her, and she will get them there no matter what. Meanwhile, the correspondent reported that this is the Asian Continental Test, the front of the Cascade Test Camp. Just a minute ago, vehicles were arriving and departing without stopping. But now, there is no activity, and the Contractors Guild, the Black Dragon, declared the test passable. But with only 3 days left, citizens are expressing concern. Flights and ships departing from Asia are fully booked. There have been cases where a single seat has sold for 20 million yen. Mass unrest broke out in some areas at Noi Bai Airport in Vietnam. Everyone was asked to remain calm. After all, holding on to the plane would prevent them from getting to America. Everyone was asked to step aside. The flight attendants warned that the temperature at cruising altitude was minus 40 degrees Celsius. This was dangerous, and everyone was asked to move away from the plane. But people responded that even if that were the case, they would fly to America, and they wouldn't let only the rich escape. One of the activists suggested crashing the plane. After all, if the rich die, they'll die with them. The man began hitting the plane with a huge hammer, trying to break it. Rei watched the news, and the reporter was saying that a series of mass riots had engulfed governments around the world. The system announced the Cascade Challenge overview. Meanwhile, at Waterfall Number 1, the leader of the Black Dragon, the Dragon King, announced that they were beginning the challenge. He also said that according to their forecasts, the process should be completed in about half a day. And while you're waiting, you can watch the live broadcast. Suddenly, they announced that monsters are coming downstream. The Dragon King told his brave warriors to prepare for a firefight. The monsters began to attack. The Black Dragon Guild members began to use Energy Fist and Battle Accident. The Dragon King said it was amazing, as expected from the players of the famous Black Dragon Guild. One of the guys asked that if they were so strong, then why were they, the seconded players, brought here at all? Another answered him that no one knew, but he had heard that they would need a lot of people in one place. The system announced that the enemies at Waterfall Number 1 have been eliminated. The path to the next waterfall is now open. Also, the path will be closed in 10 minutes, and the next test will begin at the same time. Suddenly, chains appeared. The Dragon King ordered everyone to move forward immediately. The system soon announced that Waterfall 9 had been cleared. A total of 12 waterfalls are involved in the cascading process. The Dragon King informed viewers that the process was nearing completion. However, the signal began to fade. Lumi asked if it was possible to interact with the audience during the Cascade Challenge. Rei replied that signals usually get through, and if the signal suddenly stops, it's interference. Signal interference? Who does it, and why? Yuto replied that it was obvious, to make sure that what was supposed to happen inside did not leak out. Meanwhile, the Dragon King was informed that the signal interference had been confirmed, and that the smartphones were also out of range. The Dragon King responded that this was good work. Some players began discussing what was going on among themselves. The Dragon King addressed the eliminated players and thanked them for making it this far. And finally, their turn has come. Continental trials are different from regular ones. They include special weakening mechanics that aren't limited to combat, so the Dragon King said that they needed their help to weaken the test slicing this system. The players asked what they should do. The Dragon King replied that it was simple. They needed to die here. He said the Cascade trial's difficulty decreases with the number of deaths. Even worthless people like them can contribute to the trial. Suddenly, enormous monsters appeared. The players began to cry for help and began to flee. The Dragon King and his team watched from the sidelines. He said they could run as long as they wanted, as long as they had the skills to survive and get out of here alive. One of the Black Dragon's members said that these monsters were ridiculously weak, and he could easily deal with them without using any skills. The Dragon King said that indeed, sacrificing lives is the correct strategy for the Continental Trials. But starting with the next waterfall, 11, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Therefore, he ordered everyone to remain vigilant. The system has announced that Waterfall 10 has been cleared. The test on Waterfall 11 is now underway. Meanwhile, the Dragon King used the Combat Blade technique and aura Strike. At this point, the Black Dragon members were saying that these guys weren't tough at all, and it looked like they'd be able to hold out until the very end thanks to them. Suddenly, they were attacked by a monster. One of them used the Tail Crush technique. They were glad that they had destroyed the monster, but they could not understand whether it was still alive even in such a state. They began shouting that the monster was disintegrating into many other monsters. The Dragon King ordered them to calm down and said that as long as the aura protected them, they would not take any damage. He ordered them to focus on the enemies. Some warriors began shouting that the monsters continued to multiply, no matter how much they suppressed their aura. The king became angry and said that if enough sacrifices had been made, they wouldn't have grown so large. Could some of the victims have survived? In that case, the Dragon King said that they can't handle single-target attacks, so they need to use area attacks. They began using Soundwave and Explosive Aura techniques. However, they noticed that the enemies weren't shrinking. The Dragon King began shouting for them to use more area skills. But the warriors were shouting that their skills had a cooldown, and they'd exhausted all their area of effect attacks. One of the warriors also said he wouldn't be able to move for a while. And they used up all their skills, but still couldn't destroy them. The system notified that at waterfall number 11, monsters will appear until the specified number is reached. The warriors shouted that they were appearing endlessly. They asked what they should do, because at this rate, they would all be eaten alive. The system announced that 6,612 monsters out of 300,000 had been defeated. Upon hearing this, the king was at a loss as to how to deal with such a large number. Suddenly, the Dragon King began shouting that they were retreating. The Black Dragon Guild had failed the Cascade trial. News of this failure soon spread, and it was reported that the location of the Dragon King's guildmaster was currently unknown. The International Federation takes this incident seriously and is taking control of all the ensuing circumstances. Lumi watched the news and said it was just as Ray had predicted. Naturally, this wasn't a test their party could have withstood. Ray replied that it was true, and now he wondered what would happen to those who had failed. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, the Dragon King ran down the street, hiding and wondering how he'd barely escaped, and what to do now. He thought that if they couldn't pass the test, it was safe to say that the Japanese side didn't have a chance either. He said Asia was definitely finished. And now, he wondered if there was a way to escape. Suddenly, someone used the deadly penetration technique, which pierced his head completely. A girl appeared and informed her people that the Dragon King's punishment was over, and, as expected, he was about to abandon the test and flee. The answer on the other end of the phone was that it was a good job, and the Dragon King really is a stupid man. Did he really think he could put the entire Asian continent and its billions of lives at risk and still survive? The man asked, what about the Japanese party? Suddenly, someone came in and told him they were traveling overland and were scheduled to arrive at Cascade Trial that day. The man also said that some members of the Wings of Genesis are listed as missing, but their core is mostly intact. The man also added that there are some nuances. The The gold farm requires additional compensation. The man asked what Ray was talking about money during such a crisis. The man then said that due to a lack of manpower and a tight deadline, the Trials Countermeasures Committee proposed an additional $300 million in compensation. The man replied that they couldn't succumb to the greed of money-hungry mercenaries, and if they failed the test, they would die too. Then the man stood up and said that there were less than 3 days left before the deadline, and there was no time for negotiations. So he ordered another $200 million taken from the Black Dragon to be added. The man said he would do so. So, $500 million in additional compensation. The man was surprised. What kind of money-hungry pest? Meanwhile, the Genesis Wings and the Gold Farm met at the entrance to the Cascade trial. Tsukino told Ray it was a great job. She was surprised when she learned their plane had crashed, but frankly, she wasn't too worried. It's impossible for an elite squad from a gold farm to die from something like that. Ray said it was a blessing in disguise. When they demanded more, the settlement increased by $200 million, so they should thank whoever sabotaged the plane. Then Ray asked, as for the test, it's scheduled for tomorrow, right? Tsukino said that she knew they must be tired from the long journey, but couldn't they endure the test? Because they need to rescue the survivors abandoned by the Black Dragon Guild as soon as possible. Ray agreed, but said there was one condition. Tsukino asked what the other condition was. Then Ray said that they should leave the fates of those they saved to the Golden Farm. A difficult battle began, where Ray saw the first waterfall, and did not know if she was really sure about it, and with their current strength, passing the test will be extremely difficult. And now he will remind him that no matter what happens, he will not be held responsible. Tsukino did not resist his words, and immediately agreed. And she also heard that he tracked down the location of the missing member of the Genesis Wings. Ray didn't hide it, and said that according to Misa's report, he feared for his life and fled to America. And he is very sorry that they lost the healer, but the insidious sorcerer, whom they need to defeat the 11th waterfall, also escaped. Tsukino replied that everything was correct. They had brought Eiji from their side, but the test required at least 2. This test will be exceptionally difficult to pass. And as for the blood sorcerer, she managed to convince this girl to come. But suddenly, a little girl came out to meet them, and said that her name was Fumika, and she was the exclusive blood deck of Genesis's Wings. And she told him that her mother was against it, but she snuck in here to come. Tsukino was so insistent that she couldn't refuse. Tsukino apologized for dragging her into this. It was her lack of leadership that had caused them to leave. She thought they'd come after her. Ray asked her not to let it bother her. The guilty ones were the ones who ran away. Famila replied that everything was correct, and asked them to try their best with the remaining participants. But Ray asked Tsukino if they should consider waiting another day, and according to calculations, if half of the current surviving items were suitable, the test would be significantly weakened. This would make the situation a little safer. Tsukino decided she'd be lying if she said she hadn't considered it. However, if they did this, in the end, the Genesis Wings would no longer be the Genesis Wings, and even if it involves risk, she will not abandon those who can be saved. Ray and the witch thought about her words and tried to understand something, but Tsukino apologized for dragging them all into this dangerous work because of her selfishness. But Ray made it clear that he didn't mind, and helping the players was profitable, and they might also find some new sources of income. Suddenly, the other players shouted to the leader that they were done here. Ray was surprised and realized that his players had finished while they were talking here. The system also showed them that the enemies at the first waterfall had been destroyed, and within the next 10 minutes, the path to the next waterfall would be open. Meanwhile, the boys entered the waterfall challenge and climbed up to the 10th waterfall. Ray was rummaging around and stabbing one creature with his knife, said that the communication breakdown should begin at this level. Tsukino also looked around and informed everyone that there were no survivors around. But the players started turning on their phones and saw that they were out of range. Ray suddenly realized what this meant, and he and his men headed into the dark cave. The long-haired boy was shocked that such a place existed. Tsukino also asked the leader if it could be what she was just thinking about. The system suddenly revealed that entering the hidden shelter would consume 5% of their health every hour while they were there, and recovery skills can't be used within the shelter. Tsukino immediately estimated that they could only last 20 hours here. The students immediately realized that their recovery skills had been disabled as well. A chill ran through them. Looking at the mountain, they saw strange people who decided to ask them who they were. And were they really from the Black Dragon Guild? How dare they betray them? The warrior immediately attacked the boys and threatened to kill them all, but after that he said the key word, after which another warrior joined in, and they combined their forces into one. But Ray stood still and didn't even move. But at the last moment, he took a small step back. The warrior asked Tauron what he was doing. Howran asked his ally to look at their clothes. They weren't from the Black Dragon Guild. The warrior looked closely at their clothing and saw that Howran was right. Could this really be salvation? Ray didn't ask his men and promised they would help him. And opening the system, he gave him a choice. If the warrior signed the contract and joined his team, the cash cow. The soldiers were shocked and didn't understand what team they were talking about. This would be a disgrace for them. Ray replied that they had heard correctly. He would teach them how to make money, but in exchange, they would have to give him half of their earnings as players. These people are also part of the cash cow team. They will be his senior staff. The students asked them to call it the Gold Farm, since they had already given their guild a name. The warriors were dissatisfied with the 50% cut. They had just been deceived by the Black Dragon Guild, and now that salvation had arrived, they wanted their share too. Howran stepped forward and said that all the strong players were only thinking about how to exploit them, the low-level players. But suddenly, the warrior asked his ally to stop for a minute. He pointed at the long-haired guy and asked if he was also part of the money cow team. Ray replied that although this guy gives him 90% of his earnings instead of 50. That's right, but the long-haired guy would actually prefer it less. So Ray decided to show them the guy's ability. In fact, the watch he wears is incredibly expensive. The team is a cash cow. Does it really earn that much? The warrior asked. And what did they suddenly start talking about? Ray asked his student if it was a good watch. The long-haired guy replied that it probably wasn't that important. He thought it was around 2 million yen. The soldiers were shocked and didn't think that even giving 90%, they could still earn that kind of money. Ray replied that everything was correct. Last month alone, he'd earned 21 million yen. Even after giving up 90%, he'd still kept about 2 million yen. Tsukino was shocked that the guy even remembered small details, and when it came to money alone, he was beside himself. But Howran counted and asked. He was already a strong player before joining the money cow team. The ally also wondered how much he was earning back then. Ray also asked Koki what he would say to that. Koki replied that if he remembered correctly, it was about 130,000 yen per month. But thanks to the information from the main one, he now earned so much and immediately opened his clothes, showing his jewelry. The soldiers, hearing this, immediately began to sign the documents for the agreement. Tsukino knew it wasn't a lie. It looked like some kind of pyramid scheme. Having collected all the contracts, Ray asked the boys how much health they had left. Howran replied that they all had less than 20% health, but Ray made it clear to them that 20% meant they had almost 4 hours before death, and he would finish it before they died. When they arrived at the waterfall test, they found themselves right in front of it. Ray came out in front of everyone and said that the 11th waterfall is a real test, and the waterfall test starts here. The leader decided to ask the boys if they were ready. All the participants responded that they were ready for battle. Soon, 10 minutes had passed since the completion of the 10th waterfall. And now the test of the 11th waterfall was beginning. When they started testing, the waterfall simply released strange creatures that jumped out of the water right at the boys. Ray began to destroy, and saw that with so many enemies, there was no way they could kill them one by one. And suddenly, he notified Eiji that it was his turn. He leaped into the sky and asked the leader to leave the slowdown to him and use his seal. And he used the bloodthirsty Inferno. The fire completely engulfed all the monsters and burned them alive. The monsters could do nothing about it and died a slow, painful death. Tsukino closed her eyes against the heat, something she'd expected from a bloodsucker, and maintaining such a wide range of firepower was beyond even his capabilities. Ray explained that this man continues to fuel the flame at the cost of his own life energy. It truly is a profession where he risks his life. The student opened the system and notified everyone that if they kept their cooldown skills for the final waterfall test. Ray saw that the guys were fighting and decided to start destroying the monsters too. The system immediately showed that 20,152 monsters out of 300,000 had been defeated, and the completion rate was 6.7%. Tsukino began shouting that the number of defeated monsters was rapidly increasing. But Fumika saw that the separated sharks were immediately fried as they multiplied again, and if they maintained that attack range. But the guys saw that Eiji's health was below 30%, and he couldn't handle the recovery. But the others wanted to know if the restoration skill was no longer working. Ray told them not to worry. The restoration was working perfectly. The skill is just so incredibly energy efficient. The system manager said my health was down to 10%. It's dangerous at this rate. Fumika came to his aid and told him to intercept. Then she used her seals to attack. She then unleashed a bloody hell on the monsters, attempting to burn them to ashes. Meanwhile, the system has counted 66,000 defeated in total, and the completion rate is 22%. Everyone was shocked, because the monsters were turning to ash, and the system informed Fumika that she had less than 30% health left. Fumika asked the boy if he was ready to go to war. Rei braced himself and replied that he had just finished. At that moment, he conjured a magical blue ball over the monsters and sent a furnace of soul fire at them. The flames completely covered all the monsters around and burned them like acid. The system showed a 44% completion rate. Eiji immediately saw this and found it incredible. Fumika now understood Rei's true skill. The protagonist asked them to stop hitting large targets and conserve their skills and stamina. Tsukino asked the boy if he could maintain this power for long. Rei answered without hesitation that he could. The skill itself doesn't have much power, but if he enhances it with his stats, it will be enough to destroy all these little things. And although energy efficiency is still terrible, he noted that the Soul Flame Furnace's remaining burn time is 45 seconds. The Sorcerer's Soul Fragment has a burn time of 30 seconds, and only 2 have been used. The Warrior's Soul Fragment has a burn time of 20 seconds, and only 3 have been used. Rei decided to immediately use all his abilities against the monsters and revealed everything for everyone to see. Seeing that the Shower Flame Stove has 4 minutes of remaining burning time, Rei saw that at this rate, it still wouldn't be enough. But he'd prefer not to use souls of type E and above. He asked the system technician how Eiji and Fumika were holding up. The guy replied that the warrior's health was back to 80%. Eiji decided to ask if he should use Blood Inferno again. Fumika was also shouting that she was almost ready. Rei saw that the healers were becoming depleted, and the loss of some Genesis members was a serious blow. And we need to save the healers for the final waterfall. He shouted at them that there was no need to act yet because everything was fine, and I decided to choose the E-type souls. After using it, the sky became covered in strange shades, and everyone was shocked. Eiji was shocked to see that the protagonist's power was still growing, but Tsukino saw that even the bones were no longer floating. Meanwhile, the system showed that the Soul Flame Furnace had 12 seconds of remaining burn time, but all the fragments of the Sorcerer's Soul were used up. Only 1 fragment of the Warrior's Soul remained, and after all this, the Soul Flame Furnace went out. It could be used again after 48 hours, and all the monsters were defeated. Rei said another job was done. The system signaled that the Tithe Waterfall task was complete, and they have earned the right to take part in the final Waterfall Challenge. The boys were overjoyed to have finally made it this far, but Fumika believed that if they succeeded, they would save the entire Asian continent. But the system immediately notified them that the final part of the waterfall test had arrived. As previously stated, the entire Gold Farm group, as well as selected Genesis Wings members and the main forces led by healers, will be immersed in the waterfall. Rei believed the remaining members were secondary units, so they should stay here. The participants understood everything and wished him luck. But Fumika decided to leave it to them. But she asked Hiroshi-san what they should do. He told them that they could see those 2 waterfalls in front of them, and when the test begins, monsters will flow out of those 2 waterfalls. Their job as a secondary unit is to eliminate them before they reach the main battlefield where Tsukino-san and the others are fighting. But Tsukino, meanwhile, was saying that some were expected to slip through and fall from above, and they should be careful. The participants approached the waterfall and asked the leader if they were really diving in. Rei replied that they were, but Kuki said he wasn't ready yet, psychologically. But Rei didn't give them a choice and ordered them to run. Jumping into the water together, they seemed to descend into another world, one inhabited by other lives. The system immediately notified them that the waterfall's testing section was the deepest part. The boy was shocked by such a beautiful place, but some thought this place was like heaven. But one of the participants asked the guy if he could really see heaven here. Suddenly, one of the participants climbed up the rock and began to say that from that moment on, she would take command. When there are no direct instructions, you must act according to your own judgment. But then the participant decided that Rei was not the leader. Rei turned to Guildmaster Lumi. And besides, managing a group battle is best suited to healers who can monitor the health of all participants. The girl said that it was time to begin the final test of the waterfall. Meanwhile, the system notified them that the 12th waterfall test was starting, and they needed to withstand the attacks of monsters for 600 seconds. And after the time has elapsed, if at least 1 survivor remains, the test is considered complete. The participant smiled, understanding that at least 1 person had to survive for them all to make it through. The boy next to him laughed, thinking it was difficult. After all, surviving for 10 minutes against such a number of monsters is simply impossible. Meanwhile, Fumika asked Rei to use Soul Thread and Burnout Formation in Area F. Rei heard her request and thought it was a good decision. He quickly walked towards the water and used his seal along with the flaming fire. Fumika suddenly ordered Tsukino to support Area B. Tsukino understood the order and immediately began to carry it out, but the system notified them that there were 475 seconds left from the initial bet. But the monsters were so huge that when they fell into the water, the boys couldn't stay on their feet and went under the water. Fumika saw this and applied additional healing, and she screamed that monsters from the secondary squad were falling from above, and they needed to be careful. Tsukino believed that their number was 15 and still growing, but the guy replied that the damage wasn't too severe, but movement was becoming difficult. But Tsukino decided to find out if the upper area was okay. The system, meanwhile, showed what was happening at the upper waterfall of the secondary Genesis detachment. The participant fought and said that the spike attacks were reaching him, but Rei, seeing this, shouted to Lumi that she'd activated the formation. And there's no need to worry about the upper ranks. We need to focus on our positions. Lumi immediately ordered all participants to gather in areas B and C, and it is necessary to immediately reduce the target area by creating a dense formation and reduce the impact of falling objects. Kuki heard her order and took his group and stepped aside, but the participant turned to Lumi and informed her that her mana had run out. Lumi replied that this was expected and that they should move away slowly. Lumi decided to help them and took on the monsters with her hellish cut. Then she told Eiji not to use Blood Inferno. The healers wouldn't be able to keep track of him. Eiji replied that he understood everything. The participants continued fighting and tried not to be distracted by trivialities. Meanwhile, the system showed 57 seconds remaining. The participant insisted they hold on. If they could hold on for another minute, they would pass the test. The participants agreed with his words and decided to act with final pressure, but Lumi asked them to stop using their healing skills. She could only endure it with her continuous healing for the last minute. She used her seal and accepted the restoration of the area. Tsukino looked around and informed everyone that they were almost all dead. They could stop using healing skills. But Lumi didn't like this and replied that she was the one giving the orders here, and she wouldn't allow the use of healing skills anymore. But she asked Yuto to hold the north side and let Rei cover the south side, and the rest, who have more health, let them step forward and act as shields. All groups fought and tried to hold on as the system counted down the final seconds. But finally, Rei jumped straight into the flames of fire where the monsters were and struck everyone around with his sword. After winning, the system said time was up. The number of surviving students was 57. The minimum required number of survivors was 1. The condition was met, and the waterfall test was passed, and destruction of the target test area was avoided. Just then, the boy said that the people of Asia were now saved. Rei heard this and confirmed his words, but the system prompted them to enter the game name. Players participating in the challenge would be redirected back to the starting point after 10 minutes. After opening the system, Lumi said that they were making a joint batch with Gold Farm and Genesis Wings. Tsukino was glad that everything was over, and no one died in these battles. Lumi looked and saw that the main force consisted of 5 members. There were 55 survivors in total, and 50 of them were still alive. But Tsukino wondered why they barely made it through. Rei thought about it, and replied that if they fought while preparing to drain the healer's mana, their side would be fine. The number of monsters falling from above turned out to be fewer than expected, and suddenly, someone asked if everything was all right up there. Meanwhile, Tsukino turned to the combat team and asked if they were alive. But suddenly, she heard strange screams through the phone, and she realized they were in danger. Rei immediately ordered her to tell them that the wounded should jump into the waterfall, and those who can't move on their own, let others abandon them. Tsukino didn't understand him and didn't know what he wanted to do. Rei ordered her to notify the wounded to jump into the waterfall, and those who can't move on their own, let others throw them into the waterfall. Tsukino was shocked and didn't understand why he was doing this. Lumi explained that there were no healers above them. Treatment could only be performed here. That's why they retained as much of their healing skills as possible. Rei explained that it was best to hurry. If they waited for the automatic recall, even those who could be saved would be lost. Tsukino was shocked that they would treat them here. She ordered them to send the seriously wounded. The recovery team quickly gathered in a circle and waited for the wounded. Meanwhile, they accepted people one by one and immediately began treatment. Tsukino begged them to help them quickly. Lime immediately cast a minor healing spell on the people, and she ordered everyone to limit their use of recovery skills to the bare minimum necessary for survival, and to conserve mana. One of the healers answered her that he understood everything and continued to treat the wounded boys. Suddenly, the girl in the bow said that there is no one else on the brink of death. The guy looked around and replied that this side was fine too, and they still had some mana left. Tsukino couldn't believe they'd somehow managed it. She decided to find out if all the wounded had been accounted for. Lima replied that they were confirming with the battle group. But then someone asked her to deal with that side. Tsukino saw the injured participant and realized it was Fumika-san. Lime realized there were no more wounded up there. She could use up all her mana. She quickly used her recovery skills. All the healers gathered around her, and each of them used their magic to close her wound. Tsukino saw that even with the use of such high-level recovery skills, the wounds are still extremely serious, and they require skill on par with limb restoration. This skill takes time to take effect. She won't last that long, but the healer said that for now, they must use healing magic to restore life. Suddenly, Fumika opened her eyes and thanked them, as she felt a little better. Tsukino informed them that she had said earlier not to overdo it. Fumika assumed that was their plan. The monsters began moving toward Tsukino's group. She couldn't just ignore it. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and stopped speaking. Tsukino's face immediately turned black, and she froze in place. Looking at Lime's face, she realized that the girl had left this world with dignity. The participant suddenly asked her why she hadn't said this before. Lima replied that even if she had, it wouldn't have changed anything. The decision to fight recklessly was made by those above them. Even if she told them to stop, she doubted they would listen. She believed the best solution was to let everyone here focus on combat and preserve as much recovery skill as possible. The participants began to complain, but Tsukino stopped them and said that she had suspected this from the very beginning, and that with such force, it's impossible to get through this without losses. But Rei considered the girl's command impeccable, and the reason for the losses was a lack of combat power. 1 man here, and 3 members reported dead up there. If they hadn't helped the Black Dragon, the losses could have been reduced by at least 1. But Rei decided to ask the girl if she regretted it. Tsukino replied that she did not. They lost 4, but in return, they saved 36 people. And regretting that isn't something they're allowed to do. But Rei replied that it wasn't just the 36 people. Those they saved would save many more in the future. Like members of his money-making army, Tsukino thought maybe the boy had woken up to help others. Rei turned around, and without hiding it, replied that it was beneficial for him. After all this, they took the dead bodies with them, and, as is proper, placed each one in their own coffins. Hiroshi approached the girl and asked her not to blame herself too much. During tests in America and Europe, casualties were reported to have numbered in the hundreds, and to pass the test with only 4 losses is something to be proud of. But Tsukino believed that the small number of losses was thanks to Gold Farm. Suddenly, a participant came up to them and thought Lumi's instructions were amazing. To be able to perfectly command such a number of fighters, simultaneously giving orders and maintaining healing magic, while precisely managing lives. And when it comes to managing lives, she is perhaps the best healer in the country. But she thought it was Rei who had developed the strategy itself. During the battle, Lumi seemed to give orders even for areas she couldn't see herself. Rei must have predicted all the possible scenarios in advance, categorized them, and conveyed them to Lumi. This is why Lumi only needed to confirm parts of the combat situation in order to determine the necessary orders. Of course, remembering so many scenarios and giving orders based on them is her talent. But is it even possible to predict everything in advance, even before the fight starts? The girl decided to find out, but Tsukino told her that under normal circumstances, no. And perhaps Rei himself even understood that everything would go according to plan. That evening, after his shower, Rei asked Misa what was going on with the African test. Misa replied that about 300 people, including the top players who remained, attempted to do so and were completely wiped out. There are no longer any forces left on the African continent capable of challenging the Continental Class test. Reinforcements sent by various countries encountered plane crashes, ship disasters, and other problems, making it impossible for them to arrive on time. The strategy for the African test looked futile. Rei decided to find out what other aircraft crashes had happened. Misa responded that, unfortunately, it could be said that the fall of the African continent was inevitable. Could this sabotage also be the work of a Dark Guild? The protagonist told her it was difficult to say based on this information. A Dark Guild shouldn't have the power to destroy planes all over the world at the same time. It's true that there's an organization involved, even larger than the Dark Guild, and they'll find out about him soon. The next morning, they arrived at the airport. People who had admired them came to greet the winners, and they congratulated Tsukino on the second attack on the creature wing, and they were grateful to her for protecting their Japan. Rei saw that Tsukino was incredibly popular, but Lime replied that her fame was simply astounding. But Rei believed that when famous players are popular, it makes it easier to increase rewards from challenges, which is useful. But while the individuals themselves seemed dissatisfied, Misa said that even with the deaths, the atmosphere felt like a celebration. But the warrior became curious about what these people thought about the members who died. Tsukino asked them not to blame the people. For the citizens, this was the day Japan was saved, and together they defended Japan. and they deserve such good wishes and respect. Meanwhile, in the Gold Farm office, Ray's group looked at the screen and saw a man in front of them with a weapons warehouse behind him. This man had total assets of 7.4 billion yen. And this was Rinya's overseas investment channel. The woman said there was less than a minute left until the end of the African test. The investment this time is a nuclear bomb shelter, built 40 meters underground for a total of 1 billion yen. Immediately after these words, strange messages began to arrive on his phone. He decided to tell them that water, food, satellite communications, and emergency power were all already here. Once the poor who can't get into a bomb shelter are destroyed, they will simply take their remaining resources. Betting on whether the test would fail or not was a gamble, but it looks like he won the bet, and the game will begin after the time remaining until the failure of the test of the tree creatures. Meanwhile, a strange portal opened in Africa, from which strange creatures flew out and destroyed everything around. The man who made such a terrible decision said goodbye to Africans live on air, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The wall he was standing under began to crumble. The tree's roots penetrated his shelter, and, with their own strength, captured the vile bastard. The boy tried to hold on, but the strength of the roots was on another level, and through the sweat he tried to grab the floor with his claws. But the root completely and slowly absorbed the man, leaving behind only parts of his body. Lime was very scared, and realized that even a nuclear bomb shelter was not enough. But Ray replied that she was right. They had underestimated the Continental Challenge. Something even more important was coming soon. Suddenly, the system opened and showed that all Continental-class tests had been completed, and they congratulated them on their survival. The lesson is also over. The first update will be implemented right now. The participant was surprised, remembering that there had been no updates during the prologue. Ray responded that he could generally predict what was coming. The system immediately indicated that new, rare rewards would be added to the challenges, and that the difficulty of the challenges would increase, and the number of tests being conducted will increase. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's Shinjuku district, the kids were shocked by the reports and didn't understand what they were talking about, and the system immediately showed them a message that the test had begun. Everything around them began to collapse, and portals opened. The system showed that this was a regional challenge, and that the boss needed to be defeated within the time limit. If they fail, the target test zone will be destroyed, and the remaining time is 10 days, and the target zone is Tokyo. The participant was surprised to see two tests taking place simultaneously in one place. Everyone was confused as to why the system had shown them this way. For their team, the target zone was Tokyo's 23rd ward, a test called Harbors. Another portal has opened in the target area of Chieda District, Minato, Shibuya, and the deadline for completing the test is 15 days. But it didn't end there. A target zone called Tsunami appeared in Japan, and the closure deadline was 60 days. Seeing this, the participants said that this quantity, and even the national class test means, it was really simple. People began to see the sky differently, and people wondered what was going on. One of the participants decided to find out if this place is the only one for testing. The girl approached and replied that there were 9 more spots. The All Japan testing database had already recorded over 10,000 testing cases. They became curious whether it was possible to overcome such a quantity. The girl replied that the current statistics for regional testing in Japan range from approximately 2 to 100 cases per day. If no new tests appear, they can be completed in about a week. But Ray made it clear that this was incorrect. That situation was before the update. It was written that the challenges would become more difficult. The guy decided to ask how much stronger they would be. He wanted to take the test without prior information. Ray replied no. These challenges were supposed to appear in Pro Online too, and even challenges with the same name sometimes had different difficulty levels. The guy said that after the update, it means it's a beefed up version of offline. If something like this happens 10,000 times, there's no way to deal with it. Ray smiled and replied that completing everything would be nearly impossible. He asked Misa if the rewards for the challenges had been determined yet. Misa apologized and replied that even the government is currently overloaded, so a full assessment will take some time. An application has been received for Gold Farm to focus on testing in large urban areas, and Ray asked her to simply give him her assessment. What did she think the rewards would be? Misa replied that the previous reward range for the regional challenge was between 3 million and 1 million yen, and given the urgency and increased complexity, it could be around 3 million yen. Ray thought about it and decided that wasn't bad, and he asked her to negotiate with the government to ensure the amount was no lower than that. A raise is always desirable. Misa decided to find out why he was worried about 3 million now. Ray replied that 3 million was a huge amount. What was she talking about? Since they don't know how accurate the estimated difficulty is, Yuto and he will first take the test together. Yuta knew it would be easier for them to leave if it turned out to be dangerous. Rei immediately asked Lumi to gather the members and wait in the office. They would determine the difficulty level and begin forming a team and completing the tests. Meanwhile, another group assessed the portals and saw that the difficulty had increased. They wondered if the local, unknown guild could really handle it. The guy with glasses replied that if they couldn't handle it, a major guild would have to intervene before the deadline. And Tokyo will be a priority for defense, after all. No need to worry. Suddenly, out of the corner of their eye, they saw two people approaching. The guy with glasses immediately said he'd seen that face somewhere before. The guy replied that they were members of Genesis. He had seen them during the victory parade for the Asian trials. But the bespectacled boy remembered that their names were supposed to be Rei and Yuto. The boy asked, "What do you mean, they're not from Genesis?" The guy with glasses replied that Genesis may not have many members, but they are all highly qualified. If they intervene, the test will be in good hands. Suddenly, a warrior appeared before the boys and asked Rei to stop. The warrior said that this test was now being taken by them, the Fangs of Glory. The government announced that the test would be carried out on a first-come, first-served basis. Rei approached Misa and asked if this was true. She replied that she apologized. The reward for the challenge was still being negotiated. Since there's still time before the deadline, they want to test the situation with a smaller reward. Rei thought about it and understood everything. He suddenly decided to find out who the Fangs of Glory were. He had never heard of this guild before. And did she know? Misa replied that it was a medium-sized guild based in the Narima region. Their core members included 2 B-class members, as well as approximately 40 others, ranging from C-class to D-class. The warrior raised his sword and decided to ask the boy if he knew who they were. They were well known in this area. But he didn't know who they were? Rei replied that they were from the Gold Farm Guild. The warrior immediately became wary and began to say that this couldn't be true. After all, the stranger was talking about a continental-level trials team. And now that he mentioned it, it seemed like he'd seen his face before. Rei told the warrior to leave it for them. Their team didn't have the strength to pass this test. The warrior began fighting, shouting that he was simply planning to steal the rewards. Rumors circulate online that the Gold Farm is a team of money-hungry guardians. Rei decided to find out who was spreading such lies. Yuto, meanwhile, laughed, realizing that such things were spread because there was truth to them. Suddenly, the warrior's phone rang, and the leader decided to talk to him. But the warrior immediately asked how the passage was going. The leader simply shouted into the phone that they needed help. The warrior immediately froze on the spot, and the leader's cries were convincing. Yuto immediately realized what the sound was, and decided to ask the leader if it was true. Rei replied that it was correct. Rei said the Rocky Mountain Challenge is a hard difficulty version. The completion level is equivalent to the national challenges before the update. And just as he predicted, the warrior fell to his knees, unable to believe it. Rei asked him how much time had passed since the test began. The warrior replied, about 30 minutes, and now he asks them to save the members inside. After all, as he sees, a strong man stands before him. Rei looked at him with a look that suggested the warrior had immediately offered money, and if he wanted money, he would pay him. He would give him everything he had. At least he could save the survivors. Rei walked alongside him and waved his hand, saying they couldn't do that. The chances of anyone surviving were slim. The warrior asked him what he was even talking about. Rei kicked him and replied, 3 million, and if he didn't do anything extra, he'd guarantee his life for 1 million. Although he couldn't guarantee there were any survivors, the warrior was so shocked by the request that he froze in place. Rei and Yuto immediately entered the portal and began to destroy all the monsters in their path. The monsters turned out to be enormous in size, and they had to use their best abilities. The warrior just ran behind them and was shocked that the monster was defeated in an instant. And he wondered if there was such a big difference between Fox and higher-level players. Having destroyed all the monsters in their path, they reached the huge gates. Rei said it was pretty close, but Yuto replied that it must be the boss's room. But Rei thought that, after all, this was just a small regional test. Suddenly, enormous gates began to open before them. A huge man appeared in front of them, and the warrior shouted that his leader was alive. But soon he became very upset, because the body of his leader fell on him at great speed. Looking inside, Rei saw that the room was full of blood and bodies of those involved. They went inside, and Yuto said it looked like there were no survivors left. Rei replied that was correct, and players now have much better levels and gear than they did back then. But it still seems like it was too much for a mid-sized guild. But suddenly, a strange attack flew at them from the sky, and everyone immediately jumped in different directions to avoid being hit. Having prepared himself, Ray said that last time he had pretty much pierced his stomach, and immediately a huge spider appeared in front of them, which was apparently the boss. Yuto was overjoyed, unable to imagine that a national-level enemy had appeared in this place. He decided to ask the leader what they should do. Ray immediately went to attack, and replied that he just needed to tap on it lightly. And then he couldn't defeat him with standard methods, Ray remembered. And he awakened his goat dagger. Ray immediately jumped on the monster and began to chop it from different sides with his dagger. After that, he said that in his current state, it was a trifle. The system immediately indicated that the rock test had been successfully completed. Destruction of the test's target range had been avoided. Ray said the challenge's difficulty was almost as expected. With their current gold farming, they should be able to complete it easily, even without it. Yuto replied that was correct. However, that limited the number of guilds that could defeat him. Ray decided to find out why the disappearance of the test was not announced. The system revealed a hidden condition that stated that if a group of 30 or more people were completely destroyed within 30 minutes of the challenge starting, an additional challenge would be activated as punishment. Ray asked the warrior how many of them had attempted it. The warrior recalled that the entire guild had decided to take on the challenge. He was the only one left to keep watch. Ray remembered Misa's words and realized that altogether they numbered more than 30 people. The system said that whoever made the final hit must select participants for an additional challenge. Those who aren't selected will be moved out of the challenge. The minimum number of participants is 1. The participant window immediately opened in front of him. Yuto said that the additional challenge here, at their current level, would be impossible to survive. Ray thought for a moment and replied that the battlefield would be quite tough. But Yuto believed that at least one person should be chosen, and Ray believed that the additional test had no serious downside if it was not passed. Yuto said they had to choose at least one, and they immediately looked at the warrior. Toma immediately told the boy that he didn't want to become a sacrificial lamb, and he absolutely didn't want that. Ray immediately said that the selection was complete, while Toma screamed in fear. Ray chose himself, and the system immediately said that the participants in the additional test had been selected. Ray said he'd previously promised to guarantee his life for 30,000. He always keeps promises made for money. The protagonists began to disappear from their sight, and told Yuta to tell the milking cows outside, no matter what, not to enter the test. Yuto was shocked and wanted to offer himself for the test, but Ray vanished before them. The system said that the movement of non-participants outside the boundaries has been completed. Yuto also felt a little nostalgic at that moment. It was just like that time Ray left them during the pro version. Once outside the gate, Yuto said that the game had become reality. He thought that Ray had sold his soul for money, but it seemed that part hadn't changed. Meanwhile, Ray found himself in a vast world, climbing the steps of a huge house. Having climbed to the very top, he opened huge doors and entered another world, where everything was light and covered with greenery. The system immediately offered him an additional challenge, called Tribute to the Foolish, with a 60-minute time limit. The boss of this trial is the Diamond Mantis. Failure to complete the trial will result in the death of all individuals within the trial. Ray opened the stats and saw that the recommended level was 90, a 20-level difference. That's tantamount to suicide. But this is precisely why you can get items that are not intended for your level. Ray immediately activated the Soul Eye item, and its purpose was an additional test. The system showed him that a complete soul could be extracted, and that a rock soul, type B, was available. Ray said a complete soul had finally arrived. And the system let him know that the conditions for extraction were defeating all subsequent creatures, the Ruby Centipede. Next up will be the Sapphire Soldier Beetle and the Emerald Dragonfly. He believed the mission required the extermination of all species. If it were just a matter of killing, it would be simple. Ray immediately looked up and saw that all the monsters were approaching him at once. He saw there was no room for restraint here, and so he decided to choose this soul, calling it the Soul's Fiery Cauldron. Using it, he directed the liquid directly toward the monsters. The system then indicated that the door to the deeper levels was open. As he entered, he realized that if the boss spotted him with this gear, he wouldn't stand a chance. He begged them not to notice him. Ray walked quickly through all the monsters in front of him and destroyed them. He slowly but surely went through the list that the system provided him. Finally, he realized that he was now left with a quartz beetle, and he needed to exterminate it. Suddenly, he felt an attack coming from the side. He managed to react and dodged the explosion. Looking at the beetle, he saw that the monster was much stronger than the others and had a quartz body. Ray began to defend himself from his blows with his sword, but the blows were so powerful that he felt the force. But his strength was at its limit. He decided to act, and, gaining ideal speed, He used a soul cut attack, but he saw that the attack was too weak, and the beetle immediately counterattacked. But Ray noticed this and dodged. Unable to stay on his feet, Ray crashed into the wall, but hoped that this monster would appear a little later. But suddenly Beetle spoke up and called him a fool, and asked why, despite all the other options, he chose to deal with him. Did he really think he could win this battle? Ray hid his sword behind his back and replied that he never thought he could win, and at the same time, he understood that he only had one chance, and he simply kept his promise. The beetle asked him if he really wanted to keep his promise and sacrifice himself. Then, for the spirit he had shown, Beetle decided that at least he would die a quick death. Finding the perfect moment for Beetle to attack him, Ray released his sword with his power. Beetle started saying he found it funny. The boy thought no one would notice that he was chasing something that belonged to someone else, and now let him prepare to face the consequences of his recklessness. Ray thought he'd dodged, and he already knew the monsters would do that. He used his soul supply, but the monster got to him faster, and Ray received several wounds, which even threw him to the side. The sword he threw hit the target straight away, and then he used the soul threads to form a flaming formation. The beetle didn't understand what was happening right before its eyes. The system immediately indicated that the quartz beetle had been defeated, and the defeat of the quartz beetle satisfied the conditions of extraction for the whole soul. Ray saw that the item's creation used the material Stone Soul Type B, and creating an item using a whole soul requires not only the material, but also a whole soul catalyst. And he needs to choose a catalyst soul. Ray decided that his soul would be the catalyst. The system immediately began creating, and welcomed him into the world of the whole soul.